NFL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day. Great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. April is here. Good to be with you. We're with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. It's good to be back in the saddle. Big thanks to Sean Bajani. It does. Well, yes. In that I enjoy my job. I love doing radio with you for 4 hours a day. That part is great. But I got to be honest with you, Seth.
Yeah.
As I'm up in New York City, of all places, last week, and I'm watching the goings-on back here from New York City, of all places, I'm going, do I really want to go back there? It looks like things are, between college basketball and Major League Baseball, things are off to a dicey start for the baseball season and a dicey end of the basketball season.
There's things that can happen that, might be offset by other things. There's nothing to offset anything in terms of this city being poised at the brink of greatness when you decided to leave on vacation. The Astros are all set up to open up in a 4-game series versus their hated rival, the New York Yankees, who, by the way, I don't know if anybody's realized by now, they added a guy named Juan Soto in the offseason. But anyway, Sean decided, Juan Soto, no. I don't have you on all John Sterling on us, and decided to just jet off to the belly of the beast. If the Cougs had gone out with Shed getting injured, then that's totally understandable. Yeah. You get that.
Yep.
If the Rockets fall to the Mavericks and you realize, okay, this team isn't quite where we thought it would be, but they couldn't just do that. They had to go ahead and make you question your defensive-minded coach's actual commitment to defense, and just go ahead and let Luka Doncic just have his way with you. Have his way with you for 4 entire quarters without doing a damn thing about it. Well, let's just see how this all plays out. And meanwhile, lose 4 straight games to the Yankees. It sucks, Sean.
Yeah.
It all sucks, and it all started with you leaving town.
I was going to say, well, that's my question. How much of this is my fault in your mind? I was back here for the last 2 games of the Astros and the Yankees, and obviously last night.
Kind of.
Yeah. Okay, so 48%. This is 48% my fault. This lost weekend.
I'm going to put it on the injury gods 7% for Shed getting injured.
Yep.
I'm going to put it on Ime Udoka for having too much faith on his little switching philosophy. Oh, hey, we'll just switch up. We'll just switch a whole bunch. Doncic will never like or figure that out. No. So I'll put it on Udoka at 23%.
Okay, that's 30%. There's 70 left over for me. Yeah.
I'm going to put it on Juan Soto and most of the relief staff, except for most of Josh Hader until yesterday, at 22%.
Okay.
I think that leaves 97%.
Somewhere leaves 116%
my math
for
is
me.
correct.
Yep, that's right. We'll overreact in the next segment to the Astros, but needless to say, not the greatest weekend here for sports.
Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, Wilson Contreras? Can't beat Contreras. So, it sucked. The only thing that brought me any joy so far this weekend is when I was trying to remember the name of DJ Burns Jr. from NC State.
Oh, yeah.
So I typed in fat player, and then it finished it for me, NC State. So that I'm not alone in looking for the fat player from NC State.
Yeah,
DJ
he's
Burns.
bringing some eyeballs, man. I was listening to the show before ours, Maggie and Perloff, and they were talking. They went deep dive on the Final Four, much deeper than we'll go today probably. But apparently, according to Maggie, DJ Burns owns his own vending machine business. He actually owns vending machines. Which is
he took his NIL money and actually really did something.
And actually went and did. Assuming he has NIL. I'm assuming any Power 5 basketball player is getting a little something. But he's got an entrepreneurial aspect to him. Now I will say this: depending on what the vending machine is, it looks like he may be, skimming some off the top. If it's if it's like one of those pizza vending machines or cake vending machines that we had outside our elevator in Vegas, definitely eating some of the wares, I would say.
By the way, as I often do for whatever reason, instead of Wilson Contreras, I meant Oswaldo Cabrera.
I didn't know who you were. I knew you weren't talking about Wilson Contreras, but it's 6:03. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
We thought, I'm going backwards and blaming like failed trades on the Astros' current issue. Oswaldo Cabrera, actually, who's like the second best player in baseball as of this moment. No, I swear to God, look, Anthony Volpe, Juan Soto, Oswaldo Cabrera. They all have OPSs north of 1,300 right now.
No, and Judge still sucks against the Astros. That's the most frustrating part.
Can't do a damn thing against Javier, huh?
If we got this other version of Judge that exists in the other 158 games of the season, I don't even know what this weekend would have looked like.
Birdie's pretty astounding himself, of course. Yeah, defensively,
Just between that, you're talking yesterday, between that play and then the next batter up is Jordan, and he misses a game-winning double by 2 inches.
Jordan had. I will blame. You know what? I'll blame 23% of this weekend on Stroud. I think we're up to 197% on the
it was a lot of blame going around.
I'll blame the baseball gods for part of it. There was a lot of. And it is no excuse whatsoever.
Yeah.
It just added insult to injury. A lot of soft contact through the entire series by the Yankees, yielding outsized results. Here's a little blip grand slam for you. We dribbled it towards the pitcher. Oh, they scored 5 runs on this play.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like, baseball gods. Thank you very much. You know why? They're trying to smite us for celebrating Easter yesterday. Mm-hmm. They're selfish gods. They want to be the lone members in the room. But there we stood on Sunday.
Have you looked? What's the Astros' expected record? I know their actual record is 0-4. What's their?
I was going to do this.
I'm not even asking because you told me you were going to do it. I feel
okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you because I went to Baseball Savant. Because I figured all right, maybe stat nerd Seth can rub a little.
Talk us off the
this.
ledge, buddy. Yeah.
And I was going through, and in a lot of these games, the Astros had the most hard contact. In the game 1, Bregman hit the ball 97 or harder 97 miles per hour or harder all 5 times. Only got 1 hit out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been some unrewarded hard contact by the Astros, except that every time Baseball Savant has this nice little graphic. Every time somebody puts a ball in play, it'll show exactly how hard they hit it.
Yeah.
And dark green is when you hit 110 miles per hour or whatever it is. And every damn Juan Soto hit on there, every damn Juan Soto out, it seemed, was the hardest hit ball of the game.
Yeah.
Until yesterday where, Jordan had 2 400-foot outs.
Yeah. Yep.
It just, that part of it sucks. But you can't excuse away the bullpen performance.
No.
And these guys just squandering opportunity after opportunity.
Panicked.
Not to mention, which day were they 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position? I think that was Friday.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, no, it's not good. I mean, it's 0-4, and some of the things that you thought were going to be sort of the worst nightmare kind of things are coming to fruition. So we'll overreact to that in the next segment. Rockets win streak is over as of last night. Some of it's on the Rockets and defensively and whatnot. Some of it was the Mavs just Luka is hitting contested 3-pointers. Luka hit a scoop shot from 20 feet. He shot it underhand from 20 feet. Ball faked a guy sails by, Luka leans under from the elbow, from 18, 20 feet, and throws it up underhand, and the thing goes in, and it's all right, well, they're just – they were losing by 20-plus all night.
Take away any of his circus shots, and it was just a complete dismantling.
Yeah.
And then the other side of it, too, is – look, the Mavs, they go after Jalen Green. This is what's going to happen when you face good teams.
Yeah.
This isn't the little sisters of the poor anymore. And they're gonna attack Jalen Green. Jalen Green could have been sharper, I suppose, except that nobody else was doing a damn thing to make a difference otherwise. Amon Thompson getting into foul trouble was a big deal in this game especially.
Yeah.
And I do think you saw where for this team to be genuinely good, I don't want to overreact to one game, but look, they faced some bad teams or some teams that were weakened by injury. This was Luka Doncic going off.
Yeah.
At some point, to be a genuinely good team, a guy like Şengün should help a lot theoretically on a night like that, where you can't just double team and blitz Jalen Green.
Yeah, you got more solutions out there when he's on the floor against good teams for sure. Yeah, Hey, kudos for the 11-game winning streak. That was a fun ride.
Oh yeah,
kudos for that. We'll kudo them later for that in the show.
But I think it was perfect. Honestly, I think that win streak was awesome to show those guys exactly what they can do and what it feels like. That little shot in the arm, that taste of success. But yesterday was also a good display, an example of, hey, yeah, this guy that I don't know, maybe they were sleeping on him because Doncic was questionable before the game. Thank God he played, honestly. But if Doncic hadn't played and the Rockets had beat the Mavs and they thought, yeah, we really are that good. No, nothing to see here. This is what the Rockets players are going to learn. The young guys. Udoka had gone all nouveau and gotten rid of a lot of the shoot-arounds, and they've been practicing less, trying to get guys a lot of extra rest. This is a kind of game where a guy like Udoka afterwards says, you see what happens when I try to give you something nice? Yep. And now they're out there running suicides until 3 in the morning.
It's 6 in the morning. They're running them right now as we speak.
Yeah.
As we speak. Maybe, possibly. Kudos for the 11-game winning streak. 2 games back in the standings of the Warriors, but really they need to pick up 3 games because they don't have the tiebreaker against the Warriors. So it does, it honestly, they play the Warriors Thursday this week at home. Like that, like not getting into the mathematics of the whole must-win thing, but that really is like functionally a must-win. Like you lose to the Warriors in that game because that's a game where you can pick up a game on them, or that's a 2-game swing right there. So you're 2 back with 11 or 10 games to go, whatever it is, something like that, and you're really 3 back because you got to beat them in the standings. You can't be tied with them in the standings. Yeah. So last night was left, is that how much it is? It's 8 games left. Yeah, it's not much. So 3 games. Really, you got to pick up 3 games with 8 left. That was a tough one last night to lose that one. That was tough, but been a hell of a run here at the end of the year. I think the goal probably is finish above 500. Although, the realistic thing is finish with a winning record. That's probably the realistic goal right now.
Without being able to control your own fate.
Exactly.
As much of these as possible are must-win games. It's as close as it feels because you don't actually control your own destiny or whatever saying you want to use.
You got to count on the winningest team of the last 7 or 8 years to fall asleep at the wheel over the next 8 games. Like this.
I need something. Yeah. I need the Astros to not end up 0-5 after this next game.
That would be nice.
That would help a lot. Can I get that little shot in the arm? Espada.
Can you do Seth a solid, Astros, and just get a win? Could you?
We got. Have we moved John Singleton up in the lineup yet?
I got some overreactions.
Is John saying overreaction? My ass. Listen, all you sports snobs. You're like, oh, it's a 162 game season. Go die. 162 games, my ass. Okay. A 4-game losing streak to start off with the worst record since at least 2011. No. Okay. This is BS.
Yep.
BS.
That's how bad this is. This is DEFCON 1. Seth just told everybody to go die at 6:12 on Monday. That's where we're at right now. All right, good to be back, even with the 0-4 Astros record. Enjoy being back. And again, thanks to Sean Bajani for sitting in. Really appreciate that. So let's get to the Astros. Overreaction time. They're 0-4. I've got 5 things in front of me here that I'm gonna throw out there, and Seth is gonna tell us if this is an overreaction or not an overreaction. We will get to that coming up next. But I'm gonna tell you right now. One big thing, as much walking as we did when we were in New York City, I started thinking back to my much
Norfolk, Illinois.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know what? We played hard. It felt like playoff baseball. And if something could have gone our way, we could have won 2 or 3 of those games. You know, it's baseball. But I thought that we played hard. I think our bullpen, the last 2 games, we pitched really well. We make pitches. And, we got a new series starting tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go.
All right, Joe Espada. That's a lot of adversity to drop on the front porch of a first-time manager of a ball club where the fans are, A, used to winning, B, used to winning against the Yankees, and C, definitely not used to getting off to 0-4 starts. The last time they got off to a start like this was when they had torn the team down to the studs back in the day. So I agree with a lot of what he just said there. To be clear, it's
the last time they went 0-3 was 2011.
Yeah.
I didn't check yesterday to see when the last time they were 0-4.
Yeah,
was.
I've stopped at 0-3. I'm not going to check, and hopefully they win tonight, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. But yeah, rough start to the season for the Astros. 0-4. Tough one yesterday. I mean, 9th inning, just a play at third base that the Yankees made that it would have been a double down the line for Altuve, and it's rolling around in the corner. Instead, it's an out, and then Yordan Alvarez misses what would have been at least a game-tying double, if not a game-winning double, by about 2 inches, and then he hits the ball 8 jillion feet, and it stays in the park. So, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of stuff that happened. Now, there's a lot of stuff that the Astros that I think is at least worth examining 4 games in here. So, Seth, I've got a few of them here. This is 0-4 for a team that's been to the ALCS 7 straight years. Is prime for overreaction. I'm
honestly, I'm not even joking about this. I say it's 0-4 versus the Yankees.
Yeah.
The Yankees who are getting all kinds of praise heaped and piled upon them for just spending outrageously but more intelligently this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it firsthand with Juan Soto.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a little bit with Verdugo, with some of the good, some of the bad. I don't like beardless Verdugo, but I don't look at this as an overreaction, honestly.
Okay.
It's 4 games. Enough of a sample size for me, Sean. Okay. I'm a stat nerd, and I'll tell you that sample size matters.
Okay.
In a 162-game season, 4 games is all you need to see. These guys got to get their act together.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of crap is what it was.
I do think there's some validity to some of these here. And let's start with the one at the very top, because the bullpen blew 3 leads in this series. And that was before the 4th game. So the bullpen had a little over an 8 ERA for the first 3 games. Starters pitched well. The starters' ERAs so far this season are all collectively. And now Framber was sketchy as hell on Thursday. I don't know how you and Bijani, what your reaction to that was. I just that was hair. I mean, if there weren't 3 double plays, who knows what that game would have looked like.
Oh, that was a completely just everything. It was Framber, the good, the bad, the ugly, all wrapped up into one. You're excited about ground into double. You're excited about all these double plays, yet at the same time, you're flirting with disaster with each and every one of those GIDPs. Yeah,
we'll get to Framber in a second. So let's start with the bullpen, because I think that's the headliner here, because we know that the Astros invested heavily in the back end of the bullpen, right? I mean, they're paying Presley a lot of money. Abreu is not making a lot of money, but a lot is heaped on him right now. And then, obviously, Josh Hader, maybe the best closer in the sport. They signed him to a $19 million a year deal. So they invested a lot in the back end of the bullpen. The middle part of the bullpen, though, was left to a lot of guys with not a ton of experience, or in the case of Rafael Montero, someone who's drastically overpaid. 8.03 ERA for the first 3 games. Then the one guy doing his job got infected by the other people in the bullpen and lost the game yesterday, Josh Hader. So am I overreacting? The bullpen sucks. We were asking for this.
I mean, you're not overreacting. They've sucked so far, and it can't remain this way.
Yeah.
I wanted to like Taylor Scott. He was my favorite South African baseball player for a spell of time, and then he quickly relinquished that on Friday. So he showed up Thursday. We're like, yeah, South African baseball player. This is where it's at. And by Friday night, I was, tabulating all the bad things that South Africa has done in the last 50 years. And,
And now you're off that train.
Yeah. Turns out, Sean, I gotta tell you some stuff. I'm not a big current events guy. South Africa, interesting place.
Interesting history.
I don't like that he sounds like Travis Scott. So, no, it's not an overreaction, and the bullpen sucked.
Yeah.
They can't be getting away with this. They can't be pulling this crap, okay? Right. No, Brian Abreu can't show up. As we're sitting here, because as Espada there is trying like hell not to make a bunch of excuses for this week, Abreu, we were all making excuses for the bullpen to a certain degree those first 2 nights. Well, they don't have Abreu.
Yeah,
that's why the South African is playing. And then, boom, Abreu comes in, does nothing for you.
Nothing. Gave up 3 runs. He lost the game. And, he made me look stupid, too, which I hate. Because I'm there. So me and Amy go to the game on Saturday with my buddy Jay, who I grew up with. He was my friend I got into trouble with a lot back in the day. Jay's a big Yankee fan.
A lot of pregnancies.
Big Yankee fan. Not that kind of trouble that I know of. But him and his wife came into town. And he's a Yankee fan. And when it got to the 7th inning and the Astros are winning 3-1, I'm like, well, it's over now. This was how we drew it up on the chalkboard before the season, is just get a lead to the 7th inning against good teams like the Yankees, and you bring in Abreu, Presley, and Hader, and it's game, set, match. And, boy, did I look smart in the 7th inning as Abreu's just giving up bomb after bomb in that inning. And he made me look very, very dumb, and I didn't like that. And then I didn't like that Josh Hader has been infected by these people, and he coughed up, not the lead, they were tied at the time yesterday, but yeah. I think of all the things, this is the most concerning thing because the bullpen, the middle part of the bullpen was a concern coming into the year, and it's come to fruition. Again, against the Yankees, you make a good point, but still. Okay, number 2. Framber Valdez is no better than he was in the second half of 2023.
Well, let's see.
Thus far, that's true. Actually, that's not even an overreaction.
In a lot of ways, he's worse. If you want to genuinely overreact, he's actually worse right now statistically in a lot of ways than he was in the second half of last year. He had it was a 4+ ERA,
nearly 5. He and Javier both were up near 5.
Yeah. As of right now, he's a 5.79 ERA.
Yeah, I am concerned about Framber, especially
walked six batters. That was the big thing.
Yeah, here's why I'm concerned about Framber, and I know it's one start, but it's one start off of a second half and a postseason where he was not great. When spring training, I know guys are working on things and experimenting. It wasn't great in spring training either. There wasn't a performance in spring training where you go, aha, Framber's back. Mostly I'm concerned about this one because they're thin in the starting rotation right now. My concern over Framber has more to do with the back end being J.P. France and Ronel Blanco. And I know Blanco had a dynamite spring training. We'll learn more tonight, I suppose. But Framber, I'm probably in the short term here more concerned about that than I am the bullpen, just because he's your named ace right now. I
think the biggest thing with Framber is that there was some extreme soft contact from the Yankees that they benefited from, so it's not as bad as the numbers look. I mean, some of the induced soft contact does hurt you here and there throughout the course of the year. It felt like it got him doubly or triply so on Thursday. So I won't panic to an extreme degree there. I think, too, if I'm making excuses for him, he was dealing with a pretty sloppy strike zone. So he wasn't throwing a lot of strikes, but I don't think it was 100% because of a lack of control as much as just really perhaps the mounting frustration of dealing with a somehow already incompetent after day 1 from too much fatigue or something, Major League Baseball umpire.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of these people. These
the
Major
umpires?
League Baseball umpires.
Yeah.
You know what I'm sick of? I'm sick of half of them being overweight. Like, what the hell? I'm supposed to trust you in July and August in outdoor games, and you guys wonder, you want to whine and gripe about the electronic strike zone? My God.
Yeah.
Get a hold of yourself, man.
Number 3 on my list of overreacting. So I got the bullpen. I got Framber. Yordan and his 328 OPS. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Yordan's losing it, man. I can't even do this. I can't even fake this. I'm not worried about Yordan. I can't even fake the Yordan.
No, he's like yesterday where he had a couple of 400-foot outs and everything else about Yordan. Everything said he's just fine. Yeah, I'm not worried.
He's going to go 4 for 5 in one of these Toronto games and go on a tear for like the next 10 days.
Of the 3 things that you've read so far, that's the one that would be a huge overreaction.
Yes.
The first 2 potential overreactions, you said the bullpen sucks. I think that's you should be genuinely worried about the bullpen right this moment.
I was going into the season, so they're I'm still super worried about it.
The whole thing with Ryan Presley, and I talked with Sean Bajani about this, was that, I think in some respects, you find out that, okay, Josh Hader's going to come in and be the closer, and you almost you almost forget about the fact that, like, okay, well, there's a reason they brought Josh Hader in to be the closer, and it's that Ryan Presley is getting up there in years, and he wasn't the same guy last year. That doesn't all of a sudden mean that, well, because he's not the closer, he'll be a brilliant setup man.
Right.
You know, it's not as simple as that.
Right.
So the other overreaction was that Framber Valdez is no better than he was in the second half of 2023. You certainly can't put that one in the grave just yet,
nope.
as far as being an overreaction.
Nope. Number 4, and then 3 was Jordan. Number 4, and I think this one's legit. And I think Joe Espada sees it too. Welcome to another year of hating Jose Abreu because he's no longer good at baseball.
I think the hate part is the interesting one because at the very least, last year he was hated partially. Like the hate was brought on even more because Dusty refused to acknowledge that there was anything wrong with Jose Abreu. Whereas now Espada has already moved Abreu down in the lineup, and he is, in doing so, has not ignored that Yiner has been one of the best players in baseball.
Moved
over
Yiner
the
up
first 4
to
games.
5. I love seeing that, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will take, and plus it's nice too that the starting pitchers did well because now we can't blame. You can't blame Yiner for any of that,
right?
You know, even though he didn't start all 4 games either. But you can't blame Yiner for the pitching issues because the pitching issues were largely the relievers and not the starters.
They were. The Framber thing is interesting to me. Like Framber was not his normal self, obviously.
Yeah.
Like he danced with the devil a little bit in that start. But yeah, overall, I think your point is definitely valid. As far as Abreu goes, I mean, it's not just the fact that he hadn't gotten a hit. He's butchering plays at first base. Like there were 2 plays at first base in that loss on Saturday.
Yeah. That
a good first base, like a slightly above average first baseman, makes those plays. He butchered a ground ball that turned into runs, and then there was a scoop at first base that had me tweeting about Hughley all over again.
Honestly, so much of this weekend or this first 4 games, it brought you right back to last year's offseason. Before they were operating with a general manager, and you're looking at Montero blowing it on Thursday.
Yep.
You're looking at Abreu and whatever the hell he's going to be this year and the money you paid him. That's the troubling part is that there's decisions they made a little over a year ago that are still potentially and probably going to hurt the Astros this year.
Last one, Joe Espada is in over his head. Overreaction?
TBD.
Yeah, I don't think
it's TBD.
Yeah.
It's obviously way too early to tell. Look, the pinch hitting John Singleton, right off the bat on Thursday, that was the first sign, I think, in a lot of people. And I'm going to admit to this. On Friday, I was guilty of, really, really wanting to just not overreact to anything at all. Mm-hmm. But this John Singleton love and obsession, I don't quite get it. If we swapped an Abreu obsession for a John Singleton obsession, perhaps we have because of one little moment. It almost feels like Espada feels personally indebted to John Singleton. That when Dusty got kicked out last year and Espada got to take over, that his decision to put Singleton in ends up being got him this job. So now he's like, well, I owe him. I'm going to give John Singleton every chance.
Is Singleton getting 600 plate appearances this year?
It's somehow because, no matter how bad a lefty is, put a lefty in because you got to get a lefty in this situation.
Yeah.
I don't care because it's a better matchup on paper. Pay no attention to the fact that he hit 160 last year.
Dude.
Sean, if you would tell Espada that you're left-handed, he would have put you in that moment.
He'd bat me?
He would have had you pinch hit, yes.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, text message already. Get Hughley on the horn. What's Hughley up to? Is he on a roster these days, or is he?
Brandy and I said the exact same thing at that error. It's like, who wouldn't have missed that?
Yeah.
Oh, it was the throw to it was Altuve's toss to first, where it was a little bit off. Yeah. And it turned into 7 runs scored.
Yeah. I'll get Hughley on. I'd get Hughley on the horn just to talk to him. He seems like he'd be fun to. He's one of the few people I'd actually like to talk to on the phone. There's 7 people in the world I'd like to talk to.
Currently a free agent.
Okay, he's out there.
Dude. Commonly known as Yulieski Gurriel Castillo, commonly known as Yuri Gurriel.
I'm going to tell you right now because it's already started. Me tweeting about Jose Abreu being bad has already started, which means that also the people now reminding me that this is what he does. He gets off to slow starts, and he did end up hitting last year. And my reply to you, if that's what you're thinking, My reply to you is that his OPS for the season wound up being 680. It's not like he turned into, it's not like he turned into Mike Trout all of a sudden. You know what I mean? And it was amazing for the second half. He hit better in the second half than he did in the first half. And that wasn't a hard bar to clear, okay?
You don't get to be, hey, there's 162 games guy, and then cherry pick like the parts of the 162 games that you care about.
Right.
You don't get to do that. If you're going to be, hey, be patient, it's 162 games, then you have to acknowledge that over the course of 162 games last year, Abreu was garbage. Garbage. One of the worst players in baseball.
Absolutely.
So don't sit here with your, don't overreact to 4 games.
Yep.
Nonsense. People seem to forget that the bar is higher for this team, for the Astros, than it is for other people.
Damn
and
right.
you don't self-correct by acting like everything is no big deal all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're 2 for 2. Segments that Seth has closed out with on a rant so far this week. I love it. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. This is a reaction Monday, too, really. 0-4 to start the season for the Astros. So we'll get to headlines. Not a great weekend for Houston sports. We'll dig into it. Where's this Final Four sit with you? We got the Final Four is all set. Where's it sit on the intrigue level with no Cougs in there? We will get to that and a whole lot more in headlines. That is coming up next. But first, I want to tell you Leaf Home Solutions. All right, Leaf Home Solutions. I'm talking to you homeowners out there that look. There's tasks that I know I hate doing. When I was a homeowner, hated doing them. And getting up on the roof and
Who we are.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, good to be with you on a Monday. Here are today's headlines. Not a great weekend here in Houston. It'll happen. Mama said there'd be weekends like this. The Astros are off to an 0-4 start on the season. They get swept by the Yankees, capped off yesterday with a, was it 4-3 yesterday loss? And it was 3-3 when Hader gave up that run. 4-3 loss to the Yankees. They're 0-4 to start the season. We just went through our overreactions, some of which are actual, some of which were fabricated. But I think there's a texter that hits the nail on the head here, Seth, I think, as far as overreacting goes to the Astros 0-4 start, 7085. I'd say don't overreact to people we've trusted going into the season, but overreact to guys who we were already sketchy about, Fromber, Montero, Abreu, etc.
Yes. I think it's not an overreaction when you were already nervous about it to begin with.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's like if you're nervous about getting an STD and all of a sudden you find a blemish of some sort.
We
found blemishes.
Same exact thing.
We're sitting here with our pants down and the doctor is giving us that look.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
That's what after the fourth Astros game.
That's right.
So I think that we'll do a circle. We'll do our we're not going to do a circle of trust yet, but we'll probably do a definitive circle of distrust.
Yes.
What was the thing? Hey, Ben, what was the thing in Superman 2 that they sent the evil people off into space?
You remember that, Ben? It looked like a pizza tray almost, and they flattened Zod and his minions into it and sent him into space.
I have no idea.
Come on, Ben.
Is that not up your alley?
Superman 2.
Normally it would be, but...
Oh, the Phantom Zone. Is it the Phantom Zone?
It is
Something
now.
like that.
It is now.
So we'll do the Phantom Zone of distrust.
Okay, I like that. I don't even care if that's what it was or wasn't called in Superman 2. I like Phantom Zone of distrust. We'll do that a little later in the show. So the season rests on the right arm of Ronel Blanco now, basically. You know, can't get off to an 0-5 start on the season. 0-4, we can manage that. 0-5, it's over. Season's over.
The tough Phantom Zone of distrust discussion right now is going to be around Framber.
Yes.
The rest of the starters have earned a reprieve at this point. The relievers as a whole. We started doing relievers as a whole. This would be an interesting one.
Yeah. Javier was good. Hunter Brown, I was there for the Hunter Brown on Saturday. Yeah. That was another thing I was bragging to my buddy Jay about. I'm like, oh yeah, this guy, he's our future ace. Watch him throw. He throws just like Verlander. And he was okay, but he only pitched 4 innings. Like his pitch count got way too high.
I'm not worried as much about that early in the season. There's certain things from this game. I wish if they could have gotten one damn win in this series.
Yeah.
I would have brushed off a lot more and said, look, it's early. Smoltz was talking about it on the broadcast on Saturday about how you go from day games to night games, all of that, whatever. Yeah, I'm game for all. I'll make as many excuses as possible, but I can't sit here at 0-4 after some really, really disappointing performances and moments. Some of it bad luck, but a lot of it just bad performances. I can't sit here and brush it off. It's not said. Don't anybody try to talk me off this ledge with your talk of a 162 game season. I could be dead by the end of this month. And this will be what I remember, my God.
That's right. You can't send Seth into the afterlife with some janky April and March, all right? You can't send him to the Phantom Zone. That is a good way. If I want to go out, I want to go out flattened into a triangular piece of glass into the Phantom Zone. That's how I want to go.
Well, what if you get sent into the Phantom Zone and you're sitting there, with your face pressed up against the Phantom Zone, just looking at the Astros at 10-20 headed into the afterlife? I can't do that, Sean.
No, that would suck.
I can't do that.
That would be terrible. I don't want that to happen to you. Rockets, I mean, the hits keep on coming. Now, the Rockets lose last night to the Mavericks, 125-107. To be fair, I guess, to the Rockets, the Mavericks felt like they couldn't miss from three. Some of that had to do with the Rockets themselves. Some of it had to do with Luka Doncic being one of the 3 or 4 best players on the planet. He had 47 points, and it felt like he came back into the game just to get 50. I was glad they held him under 50. He came back into a blowout, clearly to get a 50 burger, and he didn't get that.
Man.
Yeah.
I listen. I understand the initial game plan. I understand that. All right. The Mavericks at times, if you try to focus all of your energy and attention on Doncic, the other guys are going to pick up the slack and what have you. But you can't just go ahead and let both things happen. Yeah. Commit to something. My God, at the very least, stop him from having an all-time performance and take your chances with the rest of them. But it felt like they were. It felt like they were straddling the line between committing to one of two strategies the entire game, and none of them were working out.
Yeah, and they couldn't make shots. Game was never close. So if you're going to end an 11-game winning streak, boy, they ended it in rough fashion last night at Toyota Center. Final Four is set. Cougs lose on Friday. This is our first chance to hop on the radio after that. That was felt bad for the team. You lose Jamal Shed. Injuries happen. Yeah. Losing to Duke, that's extra salt in the wound. Now, Duke did not make the Final Four. Final Four, Seth. UConn, Purdue, a couple number 1 seeds. Alabama, sort of a dark horse 4 seed. And then NC State, who's a fun 11 seed who might not even be in the tournament had they not won the ACC tournament.
A really fun 11 seed with a really big, now fan favorite, DJ Burns.
Yeah.
6'8", 275 pounds.
275, my ass. Okay, go ahead, continue.
I don't know. Probably more than 275.
He's got a boiler, dude.
For 6'8",
yeah.
It's hard to be chubby at 6'8" without being 300, I think.
Right.
If you got any kind of muscle mass to you.
Yeah.
So, I would imagine they're the fan favorite, especially after having beat Duke. That made me feel a little bit better. I can brush away the Cougs lost somewhat because of the Shed injury, and it's obviously there are a lot of questions about what it'll look like next year and all of that. But I'll be an NC State fan because of that. Now.
Yeah, I think a lot of America is. UConn is kind of because of the defending champs, and they're I guess sort of they're like a not blue blood to a Kentucky, North Carolina, Duke level, but they're pretty blue blood. They've won a few championships. They're probably the hated one and all, especially because they're destroying everybody by 25 points right now. It feels like in every single game. A 30-0 run on Illinois on Saturday by UConn. That was crazy. So your Final Four is all set. All right. Those are your headlines. We got a bunch of other headlines to get into in the NFL that we will get into in the 7 o'clock hour, certainly in the 8 at 8.
Do you remember B.J. Anya from NC State?
I don't.
Basketball player, weighed 344 pounds.
No.
There's a recent history of it just came up while I was looking up Burns. Yeah.
I love that you put in. What did you put in? And it popped up.
I started to type. I was going to type in fat player NC State to remind myself of his name. And before I even finished before I finished the word player, it auto suggested fat player NC State.
Okay.
So DJ Burns is getting a lot of action this morning on
Good
Google.
news for the NCAA tournament, man. Yeah, it's drawing some eyeballs to the tournament. All right. I did an event with CJ Stroud on Tuesday of last week. This is the first time I've been back in studio since doing it. I did a sit-down interview with CJ Stroud for a charity event last Tuesday afternoon. Stuff I learned that I did not know. I've got 5 things that I learned about C.J. Stroud in this conversation that I think the audience will find interesting.
I'm very excited for this.
Yeah.
Fun,
This is a private event, but I don't think I'm, doing anything out of sorts here. So 5 things I learned about C.J. Stroud in my event with him that we did last Tuesday. That is coming up next.
It is true. Like there was very little written about that event or anything. I haven't talked to Sean about it, so I'm very much looking forward to these 5 things we're going to learn. If you are looking to build your own custom home, then you're looking forward to finding the
play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I did an event as we welcome you back in on a Monday here, 7 o'clock hour. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. I did an event with C.J. Stroud last Tuesday. It was a luncheon over at River Oaks Country Club for Christus Foundation for Healthcare. Really cool organization. Does a lot of great things for underprivileged people in the healthcare area. So it was a fun event. Saw some listeners over there and had a nice, probably about 40, 45 minutes sit down with CJ. Got to break a little bread with him in the green room. That was fun.
I liked your suit.
Oh, yeah, it was bad. Suit Mart. Thank you, Gary Dante. I got a lot of compliments on that suit. Yeah, it was kind of stepping out for me a little bit with that suit design.
Looked like a Southern lawyer.
Yeah.
You look like you're about to set the record straight.
Felt good.
Montgomery, Alabama.
That's
or something.
right.
Yeah,
it felt good. It felt good. He was great. C.J. Stroud was outstanding in this. You never know. You never know when you sit down with an athlete or anybody and you do a conversation with them, even if they're super engaging at a podium or they give great answers at a podium, you know, how are they doing with a live audience there? And he got a standing ovation when he came out before he even said a word, so that probably helps break the ice a little bit. And you go in and you've got X amount of time to sit down and do this thing with him. You know, you've got whatever the time limit was. I think it was 40 minutes. And so I had all kinds of questions ready for him, and you always have way more questions than you think you need. And after the first answer, I'm like, well, I'm not going to need this page, and I'm not going to need this page.
Oh, yeah.
He gave long answers, but like really good, thoughtful answers. He was excellent.
It doesn't surprise me that he gave long and thoughtful answers because even in a press conference setting where things tend to be shorter, he'll go long.
Yep.
You know, he usually like provides an answer and then expounds upon it.
Yeah,
which is cool. That's nice. It's not a requirement in a good quarterback or anything, but it makes it more fun when a guy will actually give you some of that.
Yeah.
So I bet it was really good experience for you.
He was great. Now these are 5 things that I didn't know when he said these. Now some of this may be out there already in other interviews that he did, but these are all things that that either made me laugh or in the case of the very first one, I was like, wow. I don't know if he's ever said this before, but we went through. I said, okay, let's go back to draft night, you know, and let's go through each of the things that happened. You tell me what you were feeling as each of these things happened. So Bryce goes number 1. You're sitting there at number 2, and he had no idea the Texans were going to be taking him. He'd visited the Texans. That was one of their 30 visits. Was C.J. Stroud, and he said that he's sitting there and he thought. He even brought up the S2. Like, this test happened before the draft, and this could have affected. Really? Yeah, like he was feeling that.
He's been more open about that in a couple interviews lately where he said that, like, okay, yeah, it did affect me. Before he was saying, like, no, I had tunnel vision and everything. So, I didn't know. And he had said that he didn't know when he woke up that morning if the Texans were going to take him.
He didn't know.
But as far as, like, sitting there right there not knowing that the Texans were going to select him, that's pretty crazy.
Not only did he not know. Not only was he thinking the S2 could make him go as low as he said 10. He said, I thought I could get anywhere from 1 to 10.
Oh.
He said he didn't think the Texans liked him. He said, I didn't think the Texans really liked me. And he followed it up by saying, Nick plays things really close to the vest, which as a Texan fan, I loved hearing that. You know, like that.
Right, yeah, because obviously they liked him. Yeah.
Which played into probably some of the mystery that people were feeling leading up to the draft. Like, who knows? That could have been something that CJ's camp was feeling from the Texans.
That's what I got so frustrated. Remember when Jeremy Fowler reported that an unnamed executive said that nobody knows what the Texans are doing?
Yeah.
And Fowler reported it like in the tone of voice like nobody knows what the Texans are doing.
Right.
Almost like because the Texans aren't going to draft a quarterback. What a bunch of idiots. I guarantee you that anonymous executive, when he texted it, actually meant genuinely nobody knows what the Texans are doing.
Correct.
Like it's flat out the truth. Like nobody knows what the Texans are doing. Good. I'm glad they didn't need to let CJ know any sooner than until they drafted him. Good.
He chuckled and he said, "I didn't even think the Texans liked me." so they liked him.
Did he give any indication as like why he didn't think they liked him?
No. Well, he followed up by saying Nick plays things really close to the vest. So I'm guessing it was just a vibe that he was getting. I would have. It was a follow-up that after the thing I thought I probably should have asked, why do you think like they didn't like you? That would have, but you know, you get X amount of minutes.
I think also, Sean, too, aside from the S2 test, I mean, there might have been a little bit of a question mark around David Mulligetta, too.
Yeah.
That was a very real – I tried not to buy into that at all just because of a couple things that I knew and had heard, and yet it was hard to ignore the fact that Mulligetta was his agent, and the Texans have a history with Mulligetta client.
Yeah. David
Not even clients, just client.
Right. No, Mulligetta was at the event. He was there.
Yeah.
He was there. I chatted with him for a little while, too. It was fun talking to him. Number 2, things I learned in my event with C.J. Stroud. I did a little word association where I had a few of his teammates, D'Amico, and I had his mom in there too. Like, just I say his name and then tell me the first thing that comes to your mind. And the very first one I did was Tank Dell. And I kind of joked. I said, this is one of the rare occasions where Tank's not right alongside you here. So my first one, Tank Dell, he got a look. First he chuckled, and then he got a look on his face about Tank. And as we kind of dug into Tank a little bit, I think he thinks Tank is going to get like 2,000 yards receiving this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I told him about started. I mean, CJ's really high on Tank. Let me just put it that way. And I told him about when you and I got to practice last year when they were practicing with the Dolphins. And I said my co-host and I got there a little late because of the time frame. Our show is still going and those practices were starting. So we got there and we were there for 12 snaps and Tank scored 3 touchdowns. And he's like, "Bro, you have no idea. Like, you have no idea how good this guy is." Like,
really?
Yeah. So he's super, super high on Tank for this year.
Like, I guess, like, the knee-jerk cynicism there might be, okay, well, what does CJ really know about how somebody can do in the NFL or what have you? He's only been there for 1 year. I think the big thing if I'm thinking about, like, why CJ might feel even more strongly than other guys that had a promising performance was something that T.Y. Hilton actually commented on. Like, T.Y. Hilton was on Zaire Franklin's podcast. I think we played this audio a week or two ago. Yeah. But T.Y. Hilton was asked who reminds him of himself, and he said that Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud's relationship reminds T.Y. Hilton of T.Y. Hilton and Andrew Luck, where they just have this certain ESP type communication almost, where they just know what the other one's thinking all the time. And that's what they had in year one. So I think to build on that, I think it's very, very realistic to say that, yeah, you're gonna see an even better version of what you saw last year, now that both these guys actually know a lot more about the NFL going into the season.
Yep. Number 3, and this feels like something that may be out there already, but I didn't know it, and I don't think the audience knew it. I said, what's the first really nice thing that you got your mom after you signed your NFL contract with the Texans? Yeah. And he said, it's actually before I got to the Texans. When I was at Ohio State, I bought my mom a new house, to get her
the NIL money.
That was the funny part, because it's, these charity events. Yeah, half the crowd are not sports fans. They're there.
Yeah, they don't know what NIL is or anything like that. Yeah,
but he didn't even say NIL. All he said was, "I bought my mom a house when I was at Ohio State." And I think you don't even have to be a sports fan to know that decades and decades of college football have been rife with bagmen dropping money on kids. Half the crowd probably didn't know that NIL was a thing. So I made sure to remind the crowd that NIL was a thing, just so everybody knows.
Yeah,
it was perfectly legal what he did. Yeah. So that was cool. He bought his mom. Said that he didn't, wasn't crazy about where she was living, so wanted to get her out of there and get her somewhere a little bit nicer. So,
cool.
Yeah, got his mom a house with his Ohio State.
Probably good that he bought her the house with the NIL money instead of the NFL money, because it's probably at least like a more realistically
more modest
home. Yeah. Where I think some players get into trouble where they end up buying. They want to do really nice. Their heart's in the right place. They buy a really nice house for their parents, but it's way too much house for people that are retired with the kids out of the house and everything. It ends up being a pain in the butt. Well, not to mention a financial drain.
Property tax.
I like that she's just in a nice wherever she is. Yeah.
Yep. So bought his mom a house with his NIL money. That was the first big splurge he had for his mom. Number 4, he credited early on in CJ's career when he felt like he was struggling. It's hard to look at box scores from Ohio State and see any sort of extended period of struggle for CJ Stroud. Yeah. But he was feeling like he was struggling, I think, just because he knows what it's supposed to look like. And he credited a compliment from Garrett Wilson, who's on the Jets now, wide receiver, after a touchdown pass early in his first year as the starter, for giving him the confidence that he could be the guy. And it was cool because it led to a nice sidebar with me and him about how, man, sometimes just a little thing that you tell somebody, you don't know what kind of difference you can make for somebody. When he said that made a huge difference in his compliment. And I said, did you ever tell Garrett that? And he said, I don't know that I ever did. He texted me this morning. I said, well, you are going to text him and let him know. I felt like I was a bit of like a friendship therapist in that moment. I felt pretty good about myself. Yeah.
That is, you know what? That is a really good lesson to dole out on your behalf, Sean.
Yeah.
That express that gratitude to somebody. So a lot of times it's the smallest little gestures that somebody might not even remember. Like Garrett Wilson, that's just the way he operates. He might not have even remembered giving that encouragement, and then you realize like, oh, and then all of a sudden Garrett Wilson remembers and realizes like, oh yeah, I got to do that more often with other young guys.
Yeah.
Because it actually does matter.
Yeah,
it is really. Yeah, it's amazing because you do that after you've been in the NFL for a while, like. People, and Garrett Wilson obviously wasn't in the NFL at the time, but you hear from players that you don't even remember having conversations with. I'm like, hey, I remember that time you told me, you gave me that encouragement before this practice.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, I barely remember your name. Okay, cool. That's awesome.
But there's like an exponential effect. And I'll just before I get to somebody takes 15 seconds to do something nice, and it brightens up like hundreds of people's. I'll use an example from this CJ thing. I'll get to the fifth one here, the not overreaction. That's the Astros. But I'll get to my fifth thing I learned here about CJ. But just along those lines, one of Amy's coworkers is a first grade teacher. She's a huge CJ Stroud fan. She had her class write letters to CJ at the end of the year and draw pictures of him. About how awesome he is and I love you and you're great at football. Things that first graders write. And he got those. I know he got them because I gave them to the Texans staff, and he got them. And privately, when I was hanging out with CJ before the event, I asked him, I said, do you ever see those pictures? He said, oh, yeah, I saw them. They were cool. My mom's got them now. And I said, hey, would you mind doing just like a quick 15-second video for her class, thanking them for the pictures? And he's like, oh, yeah, let's do it. And we shot the video. It was 15 seconds. It was, hey, CJ Stroud with the Texans, hey, Miss Cox, your class, blah, blah, blah. Texted it to her. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but she was in tears when she got the video. The teacher was. She played it for the class. They shot video of the class. The class went crazy. These first graders are all jumping around. The next day, they played the video on the announcements at the school, and the school went crazy. And it's it's like he took 15 seconds to do that, and these kids are going to be talking about this forever. That C.J. Stroud did this video for our class. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just cool stuff.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Last one here. A lot of YouTube watching. I brought up the YouTube watching of Drew Brees.
Yeah.
And I said, when did that start? And he said he started doing it with his dad when he was 5 or 6 years old. They were watching YouTubes.
Yeah.
And then through high school, he would watch during class. He would watch the YouTubes, and he apologized to all of his teachers. And then he kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, but it all turned out okay.
He's pretty funny when he talks about some of that stuff. Even with the S2 stuff, he's talked about how, look, you can look at my grades in college. I'm not an idiot. I did enough to get by. I wasn't the best student in the world.
Yeah.
But come on. These S2 score tests are making me look like I'm a dullard.
Dude, his sense of humor is very underrated. He can be very funny.
Yeah.
He can be very funny.
That's cool. So he had started doing that when he was 5 years old.
Yeah.
Because YouTube was already a thing then.
It was already a thing,
it was actually right. Or he was probably watching videos or breaking down videos, even on he might have been looking at Vines at that point.
Yeah.
But, honestly, a lot of the stuff that's happening in sports in general right now because of YouTube is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And it's allowed. I just watch pass rushers, for instance, and it's kind of nuts, the kind of stuff, even some of the pass rush moves that didn't really exist 20 years ago.
Yep.
They're using a Euro step. They're doing these their ghost moves and all this other stuff. It's Olympic wrestling is different. Quarterbacking, I think, is more advanced in some ways because these guys just see they can watch film like pros almost when they're 12 years old.
That was one of the things that kind of popped the crowd a little bit because, again, this is a crowd that's probably 50% sports fans and 50% people who are just there for the charity. And I think that's one of those things that if you're not, that's one of those things that if you're not a sports fan, it resonates. Hold on. He's watching YouTube of Drew Brees, and now he's the second pick. And there's a lot more that goes into it than that. But the nature of the answer to the question, people are like, oh, you could hear like that kind of air sucked out of the room. Yeah, I'm and I kind of I felt that, and I'm I'm using YouTube to reset my Amazon password. He's using it to become a quarterback in the NFL.
To become a great quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, you know what though, Sean? I mean, look at it. It all does go back to though too. I think if you're trying to look at the intangibles headed into last year's draft, there's always a part of me that wonders, like, okay, if these guys like Bryce Young or other quarterback prospects, if they have all this great instruction from the time they're in high school and they have private coaches and all of that, then how come their mechanics still suck?
Right.
Like, how do I trust that this kid actually is, like, how obsessed is this kid? If, like, the most very basic thing is so sloppy and ugly, despite having all the best instruction, like, what exactly am I supposed to believe is going to happen when you get to the NFL? Like, Bryce Young is going into his second year in the NFL, and people in Carolina are understandably, like, getting excited about the talk of all the mechanics changes that they're going to work with him, with Canales and all that. Like, all right, yeah, that's great. Right. I'm pretty sure Josh McCown probably said the same thing. Like, what the hell? The kids, is some huge mystery about, like, what the proper footwork is? But CJ, with YouTube and watching Drew Brees, has got the best mechanics out of any of them.
Yep.
What's that tell you? S2.
Yeah, S2. Yeah, when he brought up, he's like, I couldn't afford private coaches like all these guys. YouTube was my, that was my outlet. That was my resource.
Thank you, YouTube and Google Corporation.
Thank you.
Or Alphabet or whoever it is at this point.
For hand-delivering us an elite quarterback. We appreciate that. Good work, YouTube. Maybe
it makes it all worth whichever secret file they have on me.
That's
out
right.
There. Yes,
we can get a Super Bowl out of this. They can whatever you want. Whatever you want.
I don't care how much of my information you sell to China.
That's it. Whatever you want. I just want to be in a Super Bowl parade. That's all. All right. All right. Speaking of accolades, acknowledge me. We do it every Monday, coming out of the weekend. All right. It's a rough one here in Houston, but believe it or not, I've got a couple Houston acknowledgments that we've got coming up here. We will acknowledge elite performance coming up next.
Lewis, Flory, and Ability Trees. Lewis has
Center.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you know what that music means as we welcome you back in on a Monday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Good to be with you. That is our Acknowledge Me music. That is the walk-up music for one Roman Reigns. And we acknowledge performance, elite, great performance from the weekend or the week that was. And we will acknowledge each of them by hitting the old Acknowledge Me hotkey right there. I'm going to start with this, and I put this in the rundown, Seth, last night. Before the Rockets game, they were in the rundown to get acknowledged, win or lose. And look, they were underdogs last night at home to the Mavericks, and as it turns out, rightfully so. They lost by 18, 125 to 107. They were only 3.5-point underdogs. It would have been nice for some of us on this show if they could have stayed inside the 3.5 points. It's not Ben, it's not Seth. Do the process of elimination. Nevertheless, I will acknowledge the Houston Rockets. Because that 11-game winning streak was a fun little ride, and I think taught us some things about this team, particularly Jalen Green. At the very least, that 11-game winning streak, I think, made Rocket fans feel a whole lot better about Gerald Green moving forward. Or Jalen Green. Well, I love Gerald Green. Jalen Green, obviously, is who I'm talking about, yeah.
I think the biggest thing about that win streak was that it gave you that shot in the arm and some positive reinforcement that a lot of the things that you're doing are the right things. As long as you play this way, you can do some really good things. There were going to be questions when they ran up against genuinely good teams that aren't weakened by the loss of one of their best players. Yesterday, going into yesterday's game, there was Doncic was questionable. And I'm kind of glad that he played because you saw very much where how much progress you still have to make. And also, I think it was a little dose of reality to anybody that had immediately over the course of 11 games thought Şengün, Mangoon, whatever, get his ass out of here. Like, man, it really would have been nice to have a Şengün in there. Well, the Mavs are blitzing Jalen Green, and he's got really nobody that's picking up the slack.
Yeah.
There are times that Jalen Green could have been a little bit quicker with kickouts and what have you. But for large part, they weren't doing anything to take any of the pressure off of Jalen Green. Ideally and ultimately, if you want to be genuinely good, there can't be any of this it's either this guy or that guy stuff. They got to figure out a way to make it work together.
Yeah. Which makes this offseason a fascinating one. I know there's still 8 games left in this year, and mathematically they've still got a shot at the play-in. It's going to be tough. They're 2 games back now of the Warriors in the standings. Really functionally 3 games back because the Warriors have the tiebreaker. So math is not on the Rockets' side. They lose a few more games here, and it's going to be curtains. But I think a reasonable goal is to finish with a winning record. I think if they finish with a winning record, Ime Udoka deserves a lot of accolades and potential for Coach of the Year, especially considering there was a nosedive going on and he pulled them out of the nosedive. That might be the thing, other than Jalen Green, that makes me feel so good about this 11-game winning streak. And I know it wasn't against the greatest of competition. There were some good wins. I mean, they beat OKC in there. There some good wins. That in years past, that type of nosedive, they'd have checked out on Steven Silas,
Yeah.
And that they're responding to Udoka still. Even when things were going poorly for the team, they responded with this.
Yeah, 100%. I don't want to have a post-mortem on the Rockets just yet with 8 games left. And the Warriors very capable of melting down, So there's but with or without an actual playoff appearance or play-in appearance, they proved something over the last 12 games, including this last loss. I don't think a lot of us, myself, I'll be honest, I didn't think they had it in them.
No.
So I think probably to themselves, however much doubt or questioning there might be about overall strategy, it does give you a dose of confidence heading into the offseason.
Yeah, this is the first taste of success that a lot of these guys have had in the NBA, period, and they've been in the league for nearly 3 years now. All right, so Rockets, not great last night, but we're going to do sort of a global acknowledgement of your 11-game winning streak. The UConn Huskies. Acknowledge the UConn Huskies because they're in the Final Four for the second straight year. They're the defending national champions. Those are all good reasons to acknowledge somebody. On Saturday, game was close at halftime. We were actually watching the game at Biggio's before we went over to the Astro game. My buddy Jay, who I was with, he's a UConn grad, so we wanted to watch a little of it. We go over to the stadium, to Minute Maid Park, decide to check the score on our phones, probably middle of the third inning of the Astro game. And what was a game that was close at halftime was all of a sudden like 52-25 or something.
Yeah.
Like literally, like they went on a 30-0 run in this game. That's the type of stuff you do in a 1 versus 16 matchup. You don't do it in the regional finals against the 3 seed. That was crazy on Saturday.
A question for you.
Yeah.
Is Bill Murray's son is a coach for UConn?
I didn't know that till last night, honestly.
Yeah. Do you think, how many of the kids on UConn you think know who Bill Murray is without an explanation?
Okay. Now probably all of them, just because he's been,
right.
When he got hired, I would say, if it's a 12-man roster, we'll call it, I would say 6. I would say half the roster, probably.
Yeah, because I bet, some of the Caddyshack is no longer a go-to movie
right.
for younger people. I think Groundhog Day might be enough of a classic.
Yeah.
That it probably, I think a lot of young people may have seen Groundhog Day. That's still in rotation on cable television and everything.
Yep,
yeah.
That's probably the movie they associate him with. But, Bill Murray. Big UConn fan, obviously, because his son's on the staff and going against his home state team of Illinois, because he's a Chicago guy, Bill Murray. Must have been torn to shreds during that game, I would imagine.
Well, and they were and it was UConn. I mean, that's like 90 miles from UConn.
Where did they play? I didn't see where they.
In Boston.
They played in Boston. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Yeah. That's like an hour up I-84. It's not far. It's not far. All right. So we'll acknowledge UConn, who won the championship here at NRG Stadium last year, and they're about to win another one. It would appear be a major upset if they did not. All right. New York Yankees.
Acknowledge me.
We're going to acknowledge
What?
Going to acknowledge the Yankees. No, I got to congratulate them, Seth. Congratulations on your April World Series win. Huge April World Series win for the Yankees, dancing around and strutting around and doing your thing and taking a victory lap on social media, Yankee fans, congrats on your April World Series win, and I can't wait to see you in October where you get your teeth kicked in again. That's where
it's impossible not to remember other great stretches of Yankees run over this past decade, like in 2022 when remember they went 64-28 in the first half of the season.
Vaguely,
They were just the team that would never be stopped. It was almost a foregone conclusion that whether who do you pick? Take your pick. Which Yankees great team to compare them to? 1998. I don't know, sometime in the 20s. Oh, they got swept.
What
by
happened?
The Astros in the ALCS.
Hold up.
Yeah.
They got swept in the playoffs that year?
Yeah.
By who?
That's right. The Astros.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's exactly who did
when
it
was
to
that again?
Don't worry. Yeah, Giancarlo Stanton totally looks like he's going to stay healthy this year, too.
Oh, yeah.
He totally doesn't look like his legs are about to fall off every single time he takes a stupid step.
This Juan Soto thing is a problem, though. I will admit that. It's a bit of a problem.
I don't like it.
He's good at baseball. I don't like it either.
I told you, I was trying to act you know what? Juan Soto's not quite as shuffly as he used to be. There's not quite as much dancing and everything. Yeah, that took through about 12 or 13 innings before I started despising him again.
Yes.
And he was incredible this week. It was honestly, his outs, his hits, everything, he was just crushing. Absolutely crushing the ball.
He's excellent at baseball.
The only thing that you got to remember, though, too, I mean, that New York Yankees, they do things to a man. It's not always so simple to sustain that greatness through an entire season.
They do, but that right field porch in Yankee Stadium, he is going to pepper that. God,
oh, yeah.
He's going to hit 50 home runs. It's good. Yeah. All right, last one. Houston, Texas. We're going to acknowledge our hometown of Houston, Texas. Seth, according to the Chronicle, made the cut as one of the wealthiest cities in the country, beaten out by other Texas cities like Austin and Dallas in terms of millionaire population growth over the last decade, yet still one of the wealthiest teams. And I think that's emblematic of our teams here. We don't need to have a bunch of we don't need 10 stars to be a great city. You can have more millionaires, Austin and Dallas. We like to spread our wealth out amongst everybody and build a deep roster of great people here in Houston, Texas. So Houston, Texas, props on being one of the wealthiest cities in the country. We're rich, Seth. We're rich.
Austin has the fastest growing number of millionaires?
Yeah.
Okay. I looked at the article and I couldn't see. I didn't see the actual list based on exactly how they were doing. I just wanted to see where we measure up to New York City.
Yeah.
In terms of, I know that a lot of their millionaires actually live in Connecticut or New Jersey and bus in, but they take the express bus,
right?
Because they got the cash.
Yep.
Actually, I bet New York has the highest percentage of people who are millionaires but destitute, like feeling like they're living paycheck to paycheck. So I'll take this one.
Yep, we'll take it. 18 billionaires in Houston, according to this article. I would say
billionaires?
Billionaires, 18 billionaires.
How many of them do you know personally?
I would say the sports owners.
And I'll holla.
I'm assuming those are 3 of the 18.
Well, I don't know if Cal's a billionaire. I mean, like the family, obviously.
Yeah,
has a lot of money,
I don't know if he
that's
counts.
different when it comes down to the.
Yeah. So a potential, like without knowing who the 18 are, because I don't have the list in front of me. Potentially the sports owners. I don't know that any of the people I know personally fit the billionaire category. I have some wealthy friends, but I don't know that any are
I think there's
billionaires.
more billionaires. I would imagine. I have a sneaking suspicion that the majority of billionaires in the United States don't want a single
Keep
damn
it quiet.
person to know they're a billionaire. Yeah, and they keep it. There's some people that desperately want in on the on like the Forbes list, and they call up Forbes complaining if they're not on it. But they do. That's literally true.
They're a Karen, a billionaire Karen.
Yeah. So, but I think there are a lot that get their wealth and very much don't want anybody to know that they're billionaires.
I would agree with
I think
that.
I know a couple of them.
I would
but
agree.
I've never asked them. Like, come on.
Do you
Give me
think
your net worth.
Do you think I know any like that?
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
find out
easier
who
to be
they
a
are,
billionaire
exactly.
than it used to.
That's true.
I've
Just
almost
inflation.
stumbled into it by accident a few times. The last,
Have you? You flirted with it, and the market.
I made sure that I locked in my Bitcoin profits like 11 years ago.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
It was,
A lot of people saying on the text page, Bill Murray gets associated now with Ghostbusters because there's a sequel coming out to it.
right, but do the kids even know about the original Ghostbusters?
They do now because there's a sequel out to it that has Bill Murray in it, I believe.
Oh, it has Bill Murray in it.
Bill Murray's in that
okay.
Ghostbusters sequel. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe he is.
Does he play a main role, or is it like just
Can
a
I
little pop
make a
in?
confession to you? I never saw the original Ghostbusters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, never saw it. Never kind of intrigued me at all. Yeah.
I can see not being intrigued by it. It was kind of a silly and dumb movie, and yet it is a classic.
It is, and
Feel
I
you might
like
have to-
silly and dumb. It's just I never felt compelled to go see it. You know?
Yeah, for the good of just for your own well-roundedness, you should go back and do that.
And go watch it.
Yeah.
I will need
care.
to if I go care to watch the sequel. All right, Payne and Pendergast. That's our acknowledgments for the week. Good job, Houston, being rich. Nice work. Speaking of rich, the Texans are rich and flush in cap space now. What is Nick cooking up over at NRG Stadium? We will discuss and speculate coming up next.
What is Bayway Chevrolet cooking up for you? Incredible.
KOY. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so some of the danger of being gone for a few days, not knowing fully, not really having a full grasp on when things had happened last week. Did they happen on Friday after Seth and Sean Bajani got done? Did they happen on Thursday? Did these guys talk about this? But I think it's something still worth talking about because it's still sitting out there. Had they done the restructure, the Texans, on Titus's contract while you guys were on the air on Friday?
They did it. They did it during. We found out about it in the last half hour of our show.
Okay.
And I thought for sure it meant that because the Texans had converted some of Titus Howard's salary to signing bonus to clear up a little bit over $10 million in cap space for the Texans, I thought for certain there was going to be a corresponding roster move at some point, like half an hour after our show, because that's usually how it happens.
Yeah.
The big news and the big transactions happen afterwards. So far as we can tell, there were no free agency signings. There was not a mega trade of any sort.
No, it was quiet this weekend, man.
We're just left wondering, okay, is there something imminent, or is this Nick Caserio just keeping his options open? Maybe he's got a few things in the fire right now. But I'm still kind of almost waiting for something to happen today. Maybe, okay, it was a holiday weekend. Maybe they just put whatever they were working on hold, and today something gets done.
Yeah, when I saw this restructure, I went on Twitter and I put my chips on a Nico Collins extension.
Yeah,
that was, and I had several people point out to me, well, a lot of that money wouldn't be hitting until future years, so why would you open up cap space now? To which I would say a couple things. One, there'll be some that hits this year. There's going to be a signing bonus involved. I know that gets spread out over the life of the deal.
Yeah.
But there will still be new money in 2024 for Nico Collins if there is an extension. I think the other thing people forget, like, you can roll cap space over to future years. You know, like,
right. Yeah. I would be. I think personally, I do think that for the most, like a move like this, you wouldn't necessarily have to do for the Nico Collins extension.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that Nico Collins, according to an interview he did with TJ Houshmandzadeh, as of like around the Super Bowl, the Texans hadn't reached out to his agent, and I wouldn't expect them to at that point. It'd be something, after things settle down with the free agency and what have you, and possibly even the draft.
The draft too, yes.
But Nico Collins did say that, and we played this Thursday or Friday. Nico Collins said at that point, like he sounded genuinely like he had no interest or no pressing level of concern over whether he gets a new contract this year. He used the phrase, "I've got a lot to prove," 3 times in this answer that he gave TJ Houshmandzadeh. So I don't think this is something that Nico is going to be pressing for. I think Nico, A, understands that the cap keeps going up, and B, like really just does genuinely want to prove that he belongs in that top category. So whatever negotiations there might be would be simple. Things can change, but he didn't sound particularly concerned with everything.
I could totally see Nico Collins wanting to play out this year.
Yeah.
And looking at last season, looking at the connection he has with C.J. Stroud, with or without Tank Dell on the field. I'll remind people, Nico Collins had his best game as a pro in Week 18 with no Tank Dell out there. He tore the backside out of the Indianapolis defense. I could see Nico saying, look, I've got a better regimen in the offseason than I've had my first 2 years.
Yep.
I was healthier this past season than I've been my first 2 years. He missed 2 games. And I think everything's a gamble. And I think Nico could look at this and say, man, I'm going to gamble that I'm going to be healthy again. Always a gamble because there can be injuries that happen that have nothing to do with your routine. But I could see him gambling on that. I could for sure see him gambling on him having another huge statistical year. And if that's the case, then he goes from being an $18 to $20 million a year guy, which I think is a reasonable price for Nico based on his body of work, to being a guy who's now bumping up against the top 5 or 6 guys in the league. If you put 2 seasons together like he had last year, he's going to get – and he's going to – at the minimum, he's going to get a franchise tag out of it. You know what?
Look, and some of it, too, it comes down to at some point here before the beginning of the season, I think Brandon Ayuk's going to get a new contract.
Yeah.
And that might be the one, especially you look at this offense – you look at Brandon Ayuk, this Texans offense and its similarities to the San Francisco offense. You're going to see Brandon Ayuk get a huge number. And I think Nico's going to look at that and say, all right, let me go out and put up some Brandon Ayuk numbers. Yeah. And we've got the contract. Yeah, and without even, and honestly, I was very refreshed by Nico and him talking about it with TJ Houshmandzadeh. It just how much he does genuinely seem focused on caring about getting the football part right, and really just kind of being almost dismissive about the contract talk, multiple times, just kind of saying that he's not worried about it, and he's got a lot to prove. That part of it felt good. As far as what they might actually be clearing space for, the thing that a lot of people got excited about was a possible Derek Brown trade.
Oh, with the Panthers, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is what happened. I realized this last week, Sean, while you were gone.
Mm-hmm.
I kept getting questions about rumors of a Derek Brown trade, the defensive tackle for the Panthers. And the more I looked into it, all I could see was that a couple of websites, like the 33rd Team, and I think maybe somebody from Pro Football Focus or something, these websites had speculated or suggested that would be a good trade. I'd be really, really, really surprised if the Panthers also traded away Derek Brown after having also traded away Brian Burns.
Yes.
I think people look at the Burns trade and think, well, oh yeah, look, it's a fire sale. I don't think that Dan Morgan, the new GM of the Panthers, is thinking that way at all. I think Derek Brown sticks around unless they just feel like there's no way they want to pay him that money. But Derek Brown is exactly the kind of draft pick that you want to keep.
Yeah, he was drafted in 2020, so he's been around a while now. Seventh overall pick.
Was it 2020?
That's what I'm looking at his Wikipedia page. It says 2020.
Oh, yeah, because he's had 4 years. Then in his fourth year, it really all came together for him.
Yeah.
He's followed that progression of a guy that over the course of 4 years, he's just steadily gotten better. It wasn't like his free agent year or anything that all of a sudden he had a huge bump. He's turned into everything you want a 6'5", 320-pound physical specimen to be. Not a ton of sacks or anything, but a really good two-way presence. And I would love to have him because I don't think there's anybody like him in the draft this year at all. But I'd be really surprised if the Panthers let him go.
I would too. I'm guessing they exercised his fifth-year option. He's in his fourth year. He was a first-round pick. I'm guessing his fifth-year option is exercised. Otherwise, he'd be a free agent. So, yeah, he's heading into his fifth-year option here. So that would stand a reason why you're opening up cap space for a deal like that. He's due a big raise. He's going to want a lot of money. So that
T. Higgins, if you trade for T. Higgins, you got to also give a big raise. Most of the people that you would trade for and get excited about right now, you're also going to be giving a new contract.
Yes.
Eric Armstead, and I think, Eric Armstead had some stuff, Sean. We played, I think it was while you were gone.
Yeah.
I
saw it.
Him on his
I saw it while I was on vacation, yeah.
Eric Armstead talked about how the 49ers tried to get him to take a pay cut. He said, go pound sand.
It's a big pay cut they asked him to take.
Yeah, they asked him to so he ended up, they wanted him to take, they wanted him to get paid $6 million a year. Ultimately, he would go on to get a 3-year, $43 million contract. $51 million contract.
Yeah, with Jacksonville.
So making way, way more than 1 year, $6 million. So I don't know. It's interesting. I was hoping that he would go into more detail on the potential trade or the trade falling through with the Texans. It does make me feel better that – because one of the questions I had in my mind was, okay, well, if the Texans want Eric Armstead, why do the 49ers want Malik Collins? This makes a lot more sense because Malik Collins is willing to pay for that kind of money, whereas Eric Armstead wasn't. Yep. And so Eric Armstead is still – I was starting to wonder, okay, what do the 49ers know about Eric Armstead that the Texans don't? But I think it was just simply a matter of the 49ers got to pay Brandon Ayuk, and they weren't going to be able to pay Eric Armstead the kind of money that he wanted.
Hell, dude, they're going to need to pay Brock Purdy in a year or so. If he's going to be their guy moving forward. Brock Purdy's 2 years in on a 4-year deal. So, yeah. The other
Brock Purdy's going to be that guy that a woman marries just because he's there.
Yeah.
Biological clock's a ticking, and this guy's not a bastard. So, all right, I guess.
Here's your $35 million. There you go.
Guess I'm not going to do any better at this point. All right.
It's kind of it, right?
Great.
Yeah.
This is life, I guess.
Jonathan Allen was another name I've seen that as a potential target, the defensive tackle for the Commanders.
Yeah.
Now, he's somebody who's already gotten the contract, so he's an already big salary. But I'm here for a trade for a defensive tackle. If that's what they're opening up the cap space for, then I think all of a sudden this offseason, almost feels complete if they do something like that.
Honestly, I look at this year's defensive tackle class, and there are a lot of guys at the top of it. Like, the guys projected to go in the first 2 rounds, a lot of them you can very easily look and see, like, all right, well, this guy might very well just be another Malik Collins. Maybe the upside is high, and they could definitely be way better than Malik Collins. But they're all like 295 to 305-pound guys who are very, very quick, but not necessarily, you can't guarantee that they're going to be good anchors versus the run, except for T'Vondre Sweat. And then T'Vondre Sweat is the opposite. He's like a gigantic monster of a human being, but without that extreme athleticism that's going to get him taken in the first round. So when you want somebody who's the complete total package right now, it would have to be a trade, most likely. Now, not to say some of those. A couple of those guys from the draft might turn out to be, Hall of Famers or what have you. I'm just saying, like, in terms of body type and everything, none of them are an Eric Armstead, who the Texans were trying to go after.
Yep.
And I guess if you look at wide receivers, okay, the Texans tried to go after Keenan Allen. Like, all right, well, there's a few guys in the first 2 rounds that might end up being like a Keenan Allen, who was originally himself, a 3rd rounder. So I think that the defensive tackle makes the most sense right now if they're trying to make a push for trading for somebody.
It's got to be something, though, right? You open up all that cap space, you don't do it for no reason. It's got to be something.
And it might not even be something specific other than that there are also, Justin Simmons is out there. There are veteran defensive backs. Stephon Gilmore is out there. There's some veteran guys out there that you would love to give a 1 or a 2 year deal, like a very lucrative 1 or 2 year deal. So it might be simply that, too. That it's either going to be trading for I'll call my shot right now. Okay. It's either going to be trading for a defensive tackle or trading for or a big free agency spend on a defensive back.
Yeah, I'll say it's I originally said Nico Collins. I think you bring up a lot of good points as to it. Now, I'll stick with that because that was my original prediction. But in the free agency realm, I don't know that there's anybody out there that they need $30 million for, but I could see maybe if they're looking to go, okay, if we have $30 million, we can aggressively go get that guy, and that guy right there. You just shop a little more freely.
Well, because you still need that space, though, too. You want to be sure you got, it's nice to have $15 million of space right now. So if you go out and you give a Stephon Gilmore a lucrative 1 or 2 year deal, then that gives you that space that you want. So I would say 75% chance something gets done this week.
Yeah, with someone. Texter brings up Stephon Diggs' name. I'm not into Stephon Diggs on this football team. Yeah.
No energy vampires.
Nope.
He's a known energy vampire.
He's an expensive energy vampire.
Yeah, and do you really need Stephon, or do you need Stephon Diggs' brother, 6 months from now agitating via Twitter for him to get traded yet again or what have you? No, I'm not. They don't need that, man. They got a good thing going with the energy in that room, and Stephon Diggs, his own teammates will just talk about how he's got kind of non-violent Draymond Green tendencies, where he's got to make a stink at some point about something. He's got to make it about Diggs way too often. I don't need it. I don't want it. They've already got. There was one thing when the Bills brought in Stephon Diggs, they didn't have anybody. Their cupboard was bare.
Yeah.
They needed Stephon Diggs to legitimize Josh Allen.
That's right.
Which happened. C.J. Stroud is already legitimized.
Yep.
They don't need to bring in a Stephon Diggs to legitimize C.J. Stroud.
Well, and if you're making a list of your most important young football players, I'll say guys still on their rookie deals on this team, which Nico's one of those still. If you're making that list, 2 of the 6 or 7 most important foundational guys on this football team are in the wide receiver room. Nico Collins and Tank Dell. I don't want Stephon Diggs near either of those guys. I don't need that.
No. I'd love to have Keenan Allen near him.
Yes.
That would have been awesome if they could have gotten Keenan Allen near him. One of these young rookies. It's good to have them around. I don't need the Stephon Diggs.
I have no problem with T. Higgins being around them either. I just don't think T. Higgins is a fit. Football wise, I don't think. Yeah. I don't think it's the optimal use of resources to trade draft capital to pay a wide receiver whose, I think, skill set is duplicates some of what you already have on the football
T. Higgins,
team.
The thing with the difference between T. Higgins and Keenan Allen would be that you're gonna need to trade more draft capital for T. Higgins most likely, and you're gonna have to give him a huge contract.
Yes.
That's where with Keenan Allen, I thought it was perfect. Where especially going into this year, you might look at they could have traded for Keenan Allen, given him a nice little deal, like I say, quote unquote little, but a deal befitting somebody in their 30s. and gotten some good production out of him, and still drafted a wide receiver that you feel is promising.
Yep.
So, that's not I'm not crapping on Stephon Diggs and acting like he's not an awesome football player or anything. It's just to spend that much on somebody who also might be a headache. That's not what this team needs right now.
Not at all. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Here's the 8 at 8. 8 big stories. Get your day going. Here we go. Number 1, the Astros swept by the Yankees over the weekend. It was, it's never fun getting swept by the Yankees. The Astros the starting pitching, by and large, was pretty good this weekend. That's a positive. I think they probably ran into some bad luck this weekend, in terms of just there were some hard hit balls that didn't go their way. There were some lightly hit balls that did go the Yankees' way. Sweep's a sweep. It's never good. I think the biggest concern, and we'll get into our, not a circle of trust, our phantom zone of distrust in the next segment. But early on here, Seth, 4 games in, the bullpen is a major, major concern for the
bullpen
Astros.
is a huge concern. I guess some of the guys in the bullpen that were also part of the problem this weekend, I'm trying to talk myself off of the ledge that I walked right up to the precipice of at 6 a.m. The guy, I'm not worried about Brian Abreu, obviously. Josh Hader was great other than yesterday, and luckily there's another hit that was saved possibly by him getting creamed himself.
Getting hit in the foot, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad he was okay after that. I think that, but the relief staff, the sum total of the relief staff, you're reminded that, this is modern baseball. We just can't rely on Abreu, Presley, and then Hader every single game.
No.
These starters are not gonna. They can't be bothered to go 6+ innings in any given week.
Yeah. It's Toronto coming to town tonight. The season rests on the right arm of Ronel Blanco. 0-4 I can live with. 0-5, Nope, season's over. Sorry.
Real quick, the other thing I would say, too, about just the Yankees in general, aside from, we saw in 2022, they were the most incredible team that ever was, and then they got swept by the Astros. Juan Soto looked incredible. He currently right now rocks a 1365 OPS, which is only slightly better than Oswaldo Cabrera and slightly worse than Anthony Volpe. 2 of those 3 things are not going to be sustainable.
Correct. Yeah.
Cabrera and Volpe are not going to continue to be better than Ted Williams for the rest of the season. Juan Soto might, and that's going to suck. But I also know that Giancarlo Stanton is not long for this earth. This dude is going to be – his leg is going to fall off within 10 games.
Yeah.
He is. Did you watch him try to hobble around the park?
It's a tough watch.
This is a lighter Giancarlo Stanton, remember?
Yep. So, Blue Jays in town tonight. Let's get a win, Astros, all right?
2.
Rockets, 11-game win streak is over. They lose to the Dallas Mavericks, 125-107. All you need to know about this game is the Mavs shot 51% from 3 in this game. Luka was crazy numbers. Luka, I forget. He hit 10 3-pointers. Kyrie Irving was really good in the second half of this game. He was 4 for 9 from 3. Hell, even Hardaway's kid, Tim Hardaway Jr., went 3 for 6 from 3. A lot of that.
It's really a heartwarming story of everything coming together for the Dallas
Mavericks.
Yeah,
it really is. It's just
it was almost the damn near flu game for Doncic. Yeah. He was questionable at the start for non-flu reasons, but I don't know. The Russians hit him with a supersonic weapon or something.
Did he? Did he look like he was hobbling? He looked early in the game. I'm like, okay, this is good. Luka looks like he's hobbling. Of course, he may just look like that all the time. He's not like the most fleet of foot guy, but yeah. Looked like he was hobbling, but
he probably hung over. I don't know. It didn't matter. Everything was going to be. He was that drunk guy in your rec league.
He was.
He's doing this to you with a cigarette dangling from his mouth.
No, only a drunk guy takes the scoop shot from 20 feet away from the rim that he took. Ball fakes a dude, gets him in the air, and then throws up an underhanded scoop shot from the top of the key. It was crazy. Yeah, you got to be drunk to do that. Good job, Luka. Oh, let me acknowledge Luka for playing so well hammered last night.
Acknowledge me.
Good job, Luka. Good job.
Good job. It takes guts, man.
Yeah, man.
And God bless the Rockets for allowing Luka to feel so good about himself. You say, hey,
nice
just explore the space, man.
Yeah.
No, W? Gosh, no.
Right.
We've got to not cover all these other guys.
That's right.
Okay? This is the thing. This is the thing, Luca. Let me explain American basketball to you. We trust that the rest of the players around you are going to take shots if we try to focus too much energy on you. So we're going to go ahead and let you pass it to them, but also not guard those guys either.
Right.
Sorry if we have to explain American basketball to you. I know you're a Euro and you're not good at defense. So, this is the way it works.
Mansplaining Luca. I like that.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah.
They mansplained Luca.
They did.
They mansplained Luca like, well, let's see if you can handle our switches. Yep, you did. Okay.
Sure could.
For you.
Glad we found this out.
3.
All right, Final Four is set. UConn, Purdue, Alabama, NC State. No Cougs. They lose on Friday to Duke. That one hurt. Jamal Shedd goes out early with an ankle injury, and then he got it out against Duke for the next however many minutes it was. He went out, about midway through the first half on Friday Jamal Shedd did. And it's interesting, reaction. Ocho is reacting big to this on the text page, saying, hey, man, like this whole thing of I'm paraphrasing because the text page is going crazy right now. But the whole thing of getting guys who work hard, defend well, the try-hard guys, kind of the underrated chip on the shoulder guys. Eventually, eventually getting a few 5 stars would be good too.
Getting 5. You know what? It's a very very valid point. As the Cougs are going to enter a transition period here, obviously,
big time,
and it's going to be a different team next year.
Yep.
I think this is where being in the Big 12 and having whatever recruiting advantages there are from having had this stretch that you've had since 2017. That's the next big leap for them in this era. Now, and it's also look, you did well with guys that have got age and experience on your side. It's a different game when you're also, then having to deal with guys that are only going to be around for 1 or 2 seasons. How do you get, Kelvin Sampson, the types of guys on this team are the kind of guys that respond to Kelvin Sampson.
Yep.
Where there's a blue-collar element to that. What happens if you have to stray away from the blue-collar? And that's the next test and challenge. It's not anything that Kelvin Sampson's unaware of or anything, but that to break through it might be that.
To break through, yep, absolutely.
4.
All right, this was an interesting story from over the weekend. We've not touched on it yet, but police, as of yesterday, were searching for Rashee Rice, Kansas City wide receiver. I've not seen anything about Rashee Rice turning himself in or them finding him. But he was
casually walked away from a really bad accident that happened on a busy highway in Dallas this weekend, where there was dash cam footage of him in a black Corvette racing somebody else in a black Lamborghini and getting a big old pile-up. 6-car pile-up?
6-car pile-up, including
was
their
it
two.
on I-45?
Yeah. It was not on I-45. I don't see it may be I-45, but it's called something else up in Dallas. I don't know.
Jerry Jones Parkway.
They're searching for him because, as Seth pointed out, they walked away from Rashee Rice and others that were in the fast-moving cars, walked away from the accident, leaving behind 4 other cars. There was a woman who was injured. There's no fatalities or anything like that. But the Dallas Morning News reported a vehicle believed to be registered or leased to Rice was involved in the crash at 6:20 local time Saturday evening. A police call sheet obtained by the Dallas Morning News confirmed that officials are searching for Rashee Rice in connection with the crash. Now, we should point out there's dash cam footage of the accident itself that wound up on TMZ, and there was another video taken by either a victim of the accident or a bystander, one or the other, because it stopped traffic, who had an iPhone out and was filming what looked like Rashee Rice and 3 cohorts walking away from the accident, even saying to them, hey, you guys just leaving? And they're like, yeah, and they walk away. Not good. There will be discipline coming for Rashee Rice.
The walking away is the big thing.
Yep.
Thankfully, nobody was, as far as we know, really badly injured, and certainly, thankfully, nobody died, because then that would have been. Then the circumstances could be extreme. I wonder exactly what the suspension ends up being for this. There will be a suspension. Walking away from the accident, the driving recklessly and getting the accident, obviously was really bad. But then the walking away from it afterwards makes it 3 times as bad.
Yeah.
And so there you go. I think if you're the Chiefs, if they may have been thinking about drafting a wide receiver anyway, this almost guarantees it in a year where wide receivers are very plentiful in the draft. They might get the Texans might be competing with the Chiefs, like one extra team for one of these receivers in the second round.
I'm with you what you said initially. I think they were in on one anyways. This one hurts though because he was I mean, not that this is a death.
Coming along.
It's not that this is a death sentence. He'll likely come back from whatever suspension he gets and become a good football player for them again. But he's a second-round pick on a team where they've shown they're not willing to pay wide receivers, so they got to make these young guys on rookie contracts count. And this is at least some sort of blemish where you just feel like you can't trust the guy a little bit,
Well, and you look at all of last year where the Chiefs struggled by their standards offensively, and Rashee Rice was one of the guys that it came along, and you figured, yes, this year it'll be different. He'll can pick up where he left off, and Pat Mahomes will have that option. And then you also. You add on to the fact that Kelsey is now another year older, too. And Kelsey did not look great during the regular season. Yes, he picked it up during the playoffs, but I don't know. This I can say this because nobody was seriously injured.
Thank you.
And nobody died. But this is kind of nice for anybody that might want to be competing with the team
if you're
in the
buying
AFC,
into these lists that have the Texans as one of the teams that can compete with the Chiefs.
This is one that had me, as I've been reading articles, to be like, clearly I'd never be the person that would hope for something like this to help my team out, not if there's any injuries or deaths involved. Okay,
right.
Good. I can feel good about this. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Here we go.
5.
All right. Number 5, trade over the weekend in the NFL. This is a player that actually there were some rumors floating around about the Texans being in on Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
Now former edge rusher for the Eagles. He is now a New York Jet. So functionally, these two teams basically just swap edge rushers because Bryce Huff signed with the Eagles in free agency, 3 years, $51 million. The Jets then acquire Hassan Reddick to replace him for a conditional third-round pick in 2026. Could become a second-rounder based on some sack totals and playing time percentages and so on and so forth. But Hassan Reddick, now a New York Jets.
When did the news come down? I haven't seen the Texans linked to this at all afterwards, or like any kind of postmortem that said the Astros had made a strong offer or anything.
The story of this trade came down on March 29th at 4:10 p.m., which would be Friday.
Yeah.
So there's that. The rumors of the Texans and Hassan Reddick were like 2 weeks ago, like at the beginning of free agency.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping to see that, okay, it would have made sense if the Texans thought they were going to try to clear some space for Hassan Reddick or something.
Because he's looking for a new deal also. He's on the last year of his deal.
It is. I wish the Jets weren't in the AFC because now I'm super intrigued by the offseason they've had.
Yeah.
Where they're like so much. This feels a little Bill O'Brien-like in that there's a lot of parlay going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Where like, okay, well, if Mike Williams can be healthy, and if Tyron Smith can stay healthy, and if Aaron Rodgers comes back from Achilles tendon at the age of 40, then this could be a really good team. And yet, even though I know the folly of doing all that, I'm looking at their roster right now. I'm like, boy, they improved an already great defense. They got an extra receiver in Mike Williams. They got the bookend offensive. Morgan Moses, the right tackle they brought in, he had all kinds of injury issues last year too.
Yeah.
So they got to parlay their way, but if a couple of these parlays hit, Sean,
super intriguing, man. Super intriguing.
6.
You know who was almost a New York Jet? Jadeveon Clowney was almost a New York Jet, according to stories over the weekend. Jets were in on Clowney. Clowney instead opts to go home, back to the Carolinas. He's, of course, as we know, a Rock Hill, South Carolina native. The 3-time Pro Bowl selection, signs a very out of sorts contract for Clowney. He's been a 1-year mercenary. 2 years, $20 million. It could reach $24 million with incentives based on sacks to head back to play for the Carolina Panthers in what he has called the follow-up to his Kobe Bryant year with the Baltimore Ravens.
That's why I wore number 24 last year.
Oh, is that why?
Because he was playing with a partially torn triceps tendon in Cleveland. And it got kind of ugly towards the end because he felt like Myles Garrett was getting preferential treatment.
Because they had the nerve to line the Defensive Player of the Year up over different guys and not him. Yeah.
He accused them of giving preferential treatment that he very much deserves. Yes, that was Clowney's issue. But he goes to Baltimore, did a great job. Honestly, I watched his entire press conference which, don't give me an award. It was like 15 minutes.
Sure.
But I watched his entire press conference, and I was very happy for Jadeveon Clowney. He started it off with his daughter on his lap, very cute little girl. And then after his daughter, after a few minutes, ran off to the mom or something in the sidelines. But he talked about how it would have earlier in his career he wouldn't have handled playing for Carolina well. His high school is like a 33-minute drive from Bank of America Stadium.
Yeah.
I Google mapped it this morning.
It's right over the border. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's very, very, very close to home. His hometown is like 30 minutes south of Charlotte. So he said he wouldn't have been able to handle it when he was younger, but he's mature enough to do it now, which was bittersweet for me because I thought would have been nice if you were super mature back when you were the Texans.
That would have been great if you just said, when I was a Texan, I would not have been equipped to do this.
The other thing about Clowney, though, is, honestly, if he had just been drafted at the appropriate spot, he could be a legend. If you're a second-round pick, people would be talking about him like, my God, he doesn't get double-digit sacks, but, he's a force against the run, and he gets enough sacks, and he gets enough pressure on the quarterback. But it's always the entire time. He had a 2.5-year stretch here where he was really, really good, but you could never get away from the asterisk, which is like, dude, not worth the number 1 overall pick.
If that Michigan running back had just actually buttoned his helmet up better, and Clowney didn't look like he knocked his head off, I think the world changes. I think Clowney's probably like the 20th pick overall. Yeah.
If he was late first round, I think people would regard him that way.
Yeah.
It was just like, man, what a pickup.
He's a good player.
What a perfectly drafted guy.
He is. He's a good football player, no doubt. 7. Cowboys and Ezekiel Elliott open to a possible reunion. Oh, this needs to happen. According to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, the Cowboys and free agent running back Ezekiel Elliott have mutual interest. While a deal between Elliott and his former club has not been reached, both sides are open to it. And the Cowboys have a need at running back right now, believe it or not. Like, Elliott immediately, even at this age that he's at, and this, he did rush for a robust 3.5 yards a carry for the Patriots last year.
This makes Jerry Jones look like late-stage Sharon Stone in Casino. Where, after she was really strung out really and still, with James Woods, her old boyfriend and everything, and, everything was just pathetic. That's where it is right now. You're just a methed out old crank. Oh, no. Get out of here, you old hag. That's what Ezekiel Elliott should say to the Cowboys. I
love that. So, in this case, Ezekiel Elliott is James Woods and Jerry Jones is Sharon Stone is what I'm hearing right now. Is that,
no, Ezekiel Elliott's not James Woods.
Okay.
Ezekiel Elliott would be the Robert De Niro character.
Oh, okay. Sam. I forget what his full name is.
He's wasn't he finally done with Sharon Stone by the end? Right,
threw her stuff on the lawn. He was having none of it. He was having none of it. 8. All right, last one here, a little local story, probably deserves more time than we have. But I hate seeing all the eateries have all sorts of litigation going on right now. The Turkey Leg Hut has had its drama, serious drama going on, crazy drama. Now, Bun B's Trill Burgers, man, there's accusations flying back and forth of 2 of the founders may have stolen money from $45,000 from Trill Burgers to help pay some of the expenses at their other eatery, is what they're being accused of. And now the ones that allegedly stole the money are suing Bun B and his co-owners for stealing their idea for the Trill Burger.
Yeah, they're claiming that I know. In reading through this, I was kind of just hoping there wasn't anything that was going to be extraordinarily tough for Bun B or anything, but it looks like without knowing all of the details of this, it's I feel like it's a whole lot of he said, she said, especially stuff that starts at the beginning of a business, like Facebook style, where people have potentially an outside idea of how much their contributions matter.
Yes, yeah.
I'm guessing that there's enough paperwork to settle all of this. Not the theft part.
No.
But Bun B wasn't accused of stealing anything. They're claiming that Bun B that they deserve more ownership.
Well,
right?
Bun is accusing them of stealing money from the business. Yeah.
But the other side of it is more just what percentage should you be getting right now based on how the place was founded?
Yeah. It's just I just don't like seeing my places I like to eat having fights like this because I think they're going to be around for a long, long time. They actually have texts in the article going back and forth between Bun and one of the 2 people that are fixing to sue him. So man, Godspeed to all involved. It is a delicious burger, I will say that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, the Astros, it was terrible this weekend. 0-4. Swept by the Yankees. we have a circle of trust that we do, but it's a little early in the season for a circle of trust, especially for a team that's 0-4. It might be empty. But we have no problem doing the phantom zone of distrust. Who are the people early in this season that Seth and I are ready to jam into a flat piece of glass like Superman 2 and jettison into space?
And let's remember that almost everybody starts off at distrust until proven otherwise. So this might be a little lengthier than our normal.
We might go
circle
over,
of
Ben.
trust.
We should have saved this for 9 o'clock, but we're going to do it coming up next. But right now, hey, there's certain Astros that I still trust greatly enough to put into my entry for Prize Picks tonight. You got that right. Baseball is here, so you can put some baseball.
SportsRadio.com/print for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's do this, Seth. I think this was a great idea that you came up with organically earlier in the show. It's too early. Not only is it too early to do a circle of trust for the Astros, it would be an empty circle right now, probably, based on how the season has started. Yeah,
wasteland, post-apocalyptic nightmare.
That's right. That's right. So we're not going to do a circle of trust. We do several during the season. We're not going to do a circle of trust. Instead, we're going to do a phantom zone of distrust. We are going to take the Astros we don't trust, jam them into a flat piece of glass like Superman 2, General Zod, right, and his cronies. And they got jettisoned into space.
Right. Yeah. Right. We're not going to jettison them into space just yet, but we're gonna hold them in this phantom zone until they. Yeah.
We're gonna let them think we're jettisoning them into space, and we just won't do it.
We're gonna keep them at Julia's house.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
They have to stay in like Julia's garage.
Yes. I like
the temperatures grow steadily
flat
hotter.
Piece of glass. Oh, dude. Yeah. It's gonna be hot this week too.
Should we start with the hitting, the pitching, or the Espada?
Spin the wheel, man. It's up to you. Let's do this.
Let's start with the Espada.
Okay. Is he?
Are you at a level of distrust with Espada?
There's little things. I would say no more than I was of a level of distrust of Dusty. Dusty had his quirks.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're a little more distrustful of the Espada right now.
I was rattled right from the get-go with putting in John Singleton to pinch
hit
because lefty on left. Whoa, gotta get a lefty in here. It's 1973, and I've been doing acid all weekend. Yeah.
I'm fine.
Whenever somebody is put in because they're a better matchup, meanwhile having batted 160 last year.
Yeah.
In any situation, I get a little bit nervous about that.
I'm fine with putting him in there if you want to. I'm not going to contest it if you want to put him in the phantom zone of distrust right now, because he should have to earn it to some degree, right? Because this is his first time being a manager. Yeah.
What were the other things that could have invited distrust from Espada so far over the course of 4 games? He moved Abreu down already in the lineup. So that's that. Okay. He moved Abreu down very quickly, and that keeps him out of the zone of distrust.
And it's not just that he moved him down; he moved Yiner up to the 5-hole.
Yeah,
Dusty would Yiner wouldn't have even been in the lineup. We'd have been dealing with Martin Maldonado for 3 of the 4 games. So I think the balance sheet. I'm with you on that. The balance sheet. Espada needs to mind himself, though. He might be on phantom zone of distrust probation right now, but let's keep him out of there for now. He's a first-time manager. Did some good things. Did some things that were very questionable. We had a few people texting in saying they need to call up Loperfido, the kid who tore up spring training. He had 3 home runs at Sugar Land over the weekend. And as a few people have pointed out, he can play first base. Let's get both these guys out of here, Abreu and Singleton. Get them both out. Put Loperfido there. All right, let's go to the pitching now.
Okay.
The phantom zone of distrust. Empty thus far, but I think we're going to start to add some names to this here. Fromber's got to be in it. There's no 2 ways about it.
Oh, boy, really? Okay.
Yeah.
No, you're exactly right. He was statistically worse in that game than he was in the second half of last season when he was an abomination.
Yes.
So he was almost a 5 point whatever ERA in the second half of last season, whereas right now he's sitting at, what is he, like 6 point something?
Yeah. Now, the big thing for me, and I know you pointed this out, the umpire strike zone in that opener was a little janky. He had 6 walks. Like, a janky strike zone doesn't excuse 6 walks, and it even felt like on some of the at-bats where he didn't walk guys, he was getting to 3-2 counts. He was not efficient at all in that game.
No, yeah. Those ground into double plays were cool, and it was fun to laugh at the Yankees. Yeah. Remember when we were laughing at the Yankees because they kept grounding into double plays?
It was fun.
They were also like right on that brink of disaster every single time as well.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't he walked 6 guys, So as of right now, he's in the zone of distrust. Yes.
The bullpen. We need a much longer segment to address the bullpen individually. Do we just put the bullpen as an entity and apologize? Well, I say apologize to Josh Hader. He's the one that gave up the winning run yesterday. So I feel like maybe to some degree, even though the other 2 outings he had, Hader looked unhittable.
Yeah.
I think we just take the bullpen as a whole and just jam them all in the flat piece of glass.
Yeah, I think we have to do that because, for one, too, we're reminded that, yes, Hader was brought in to be the closer because he's better at this point than Ryan Presley is.
Yep.
Ryan Presley is aging. And yet, I thought I accused myself of this before the season even began. I kind of was still penciling in Presley as being, oh yeah, the guy that Presley always was. Well, I go, no, he's being displaced for a reason. So it's not so simple that he's the guy to be used in all these high leverage situations or what have you. The bullpen in general, I distrust until further notice.
I am with you. Anybody they bring in right now engenders distrust. Even you, hater. After yesterday, giving up a hit to Juan Soto, if you're listening.
Seth Martinez is the only damn guy who hasn't let up a run yet.
Yeah, he's actually been good, but sorry, it's a group effort. We don't have time in this segment to parse out each of you. So, Seth Martinez, we apologize. All right, now to the lineup. Jose Abreu, you are in. I don't think we need to debate this one. Yet to get a hit so far this year.
It's a reminder to people just joining us. This is not the circle of trust.
At all.
This is the phantom zone of distrust.
That's right.
If you're wondering, wait a second, why is Abreu in? It's because he's in the phantom zone of distrust.
Yeah, the hitters that I'm nervous about are all guys that I was nervous about coming into the season. You know, like Abreu, I was nervous about coming into the season. The guys that are going to hit are going to hit. Like, Tucker, Jordan, Bregman, Altuve, Yainer. I'll put him in that class as well. Like, they're all going to hit. Even Chaz. Chaz will get his hits.
Well, you know what, Yainer, this has been the most exciting part of the 0-4 beginning. Of all the different reasons you could get excited about an 0-4 start. Yainer hitting as well as he has is the most exciting thing. But then also, Victor Caratini.
Yeah.
Not bad either, my friends.
Dude.
You know, like, hey, you had Yainer. Wait a second. How many times was Maldonado the DH over the last couple of years?
Great point.
Where it's like, hey, you make Yainer the DH, you got Victor Caratini.
Yeah.
Victor Caratini dealing. All right, we can deal with this.
We got a two-headed catcher monster that's going to wreak havoc for years and years to come, or at least 2 years. Abreu, where are we on Jake Myers, the everyday center fielder who's now been pinch hit for a couple times?
No, it's okay. I wasn't sure if they ran him out of town the last time.
Do you feel like I do, where like if you're pinch hitting for your regular everyday center fielder, you really don't have a regular everyday center fielder?
And I feel like I sit here and I wonder, like, what are... I know we're just simple-minded sports radio hosts and what have you, but what's it going to take for people to, for managers to genuinely see what Mauricio Dubon is capable of? Like, I go through and I'm like, why? What, does Mauricio need a rest all of a sudden? I'm out there watching your everyday center fielder who you can't trust in critical situations at the plate, getting subbed for not even by, and then his Dubon still isn't good enough to come in.
Right.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. What has Dubon done to not deserve more credit and respect for everything that he's done?
I guess, if we're making arguments about Myers versus Dubon, if we're making arguments as to who the regular center fielder should be, I have a tough time saying every day because I feel like that position will not be an every day. It'll be one guy just plays more than the other. The only thing I could say is Myers may have a higher ceiling power-wise than Dubon, but it's not like we see it regularly, Right. Well, that's the whole, again, that was the conventional thinking comes in where you're like, yesterday, we need a home run sure would help us win this game in one fell swoop. Let's put in a guy who's almost guaranteed to not even get a hit. Like, well, what the hell? Like, why is Mauricio Dubon, every single time Singleton comes in, I will be furious that it's not Mauricio Dubon. If Mauricio Dubon is available, when they did it on Thursday, it's like, wait, there's a chance for us to get in Singleton and then put Dubon in the field? Yeah.
Why? Why? Yeah. Just put Dubon in there to hit.
That was bad. All right, so the only everyday or the only hitters, like field position players, non-pitchers I'll call it, that I've got in the phantom zone of distrust are Jose Abreu, John Singleton, and Jake Myers. I pretty much trust everybody else at this point as much as you can trust them 4 games in. There's Gray Kessinger. You don't
distrust him.
Yeah.
You don't distrust him.
I don't distrust him, yeah.
I don't feel like Gray Kessinger is relevant enough to be put in the zone of distrust.
Right.
So, if we wanted to, we could put the entire everybody in single A. I don't trust him yet.
Except for Looper Fido.
Yes.
he's the next great one. All right, so Fromber, the only one out of the starting rotation. The entire bullpen, Jose Abreu, John Singleton, and Jake Myers. We are jamming you into a flat piece of glass, a la Superman 2, and we're going to tell you guys we're jettisoning you into space. But really, Seth and I we may lay back on that a little.
I think also honestly, despite being 0-4, the circle of trust actually would be pretty healthy right this moment.
Yeah.
if you do look at, Altuve's been everything that you ever hoped for.
Some of the guys have hit. Yeah, some of the guys have hit. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Not a lot of pop so far in the lineup, though, right?
Pena, no, but Pena's hitting the ball hard.
Yeah.
I think Pena, the biggest, without getting into his actual numbers or anything, which he is at a 905 OPS right now, but even without that, he's hitting it. He's hitting it with some velocity. Like that, I feel a lot better about the changes he made in the offseason and that those are going to stick.
Yep, I would agree with that. All right, so there you go. Phantom zone of distrust for your Houston Astros. All right, up next, let's circle over to the Rockets. From one great story to another. Rockets' 11-game winning streak over last night. It was going to end at some point. You hate that it ends to the Mavericks. What are the most important things that we saw from the Rockets during this 11-game winning streak as far as the future goes? We will discuss that coming up next. But first,
application.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. This is, outside of football season, this has been kind of as close to a reaction Monday as we've had, I would say, because the Cougs, and we really haven't touched on the Cougs too much because it was 3 days ago, and it's very depressing. But the Rockets' win streak over, the Astros' win streak not started yet.
The Astros haven't even started their actual season yet for the most part. The Cougs losing, and then the Rockets breaking their win streak. And it's one thing, look, if the Rockets had lost to the Mavs, that would be one thing. That just, obviously, it's a really good, it's a good team with one of the best players in the league going up against this very young Rockets team. If they would have lost, that would be fine. But the way they were just so thoroughly throttled, and the way that the Rockets just allowed, they didn't just allow Doncic to do Doncic things, but allowed all of his teammates to do Dallas Mavericks things, like good thing, even better, like being better offensively than they typically are, even though they've had some very, very good stretches and runs offensively. I just felt like the Rockets were left straddling this fence the entire game, where they knew the dangers of overcommitting to Doncic, but they decided to not overcommit to Doncic and at the same time not defend anybody else at all either. Yeah. They were left in limbo. Like, do something. Yeah. Just do something. At some point, and this is where it goes back to Udoka, like at some point you've got to stop Doncic. Like that, take care of the biggest threat. I don't care. Like, don't overthink this thing. Stop letting the biggest threat have his way with you. And they never did that in the entire game.
Talk to Belichick. Belichick will tell you, chop the head off the snake. Belichick's available for consultation, I see, too. You know, he's out there right now.
But he's just sitting there waiting for the phone to ring.
Belichick would have told you, take care of the toughest thing. Exactly.
Are the Rockets too good for Belichick?
Apparently,
is that the problem? You don't feel like it's time to call in a consultant or something now that you're on a losing streak?
That's right, a one-game losing streak.
Yeah.
I'm taking a look right now. We're going to get to the good things to come out of this 11-game winning streak here in a second, but
Jock Landale.
He was touching the ball way too much last night. I will say this, that's not way up the list, but him appearing to be a competent NBA player at times during the win streak actually was a positive. But the Rockets and the Warriors both have 8 games remaining. The Rockets are 2 games back of the Warriors for the 10 seed right now, which would get them into the play-in. But they can't be tied with the Warriors. They need to beat them. So they got to make up 3 games in the standings here. Now, the good news is you get an opportunity to make up one of those games on Thursday this week, April the 4th. So there's that. But then you got Dallas after that and Utah after that. Who you've beaten already a couple times, but then Lakers, you got the Pelicans on there.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the Warriors schedule. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. They got Warriors have Dallas tonight, then the Rockets, but after that, like not the toughest schedule. Utah, the Lakers, Portland, Pelicans, Utah again.
Get your schedule reading on point. You can't be letting. I swear to God, you've let the Astros sloppiness sift over into your life.
It's true.
But we knew this all along with the Rockets. There's going to be a test of, hey, you've faced a very soft portion of the schedule, but you've done fantastically well through it. They hadn't lost to a losing team since before the All-Star break. Like they have substantially improved as a basketball team.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it whatsoever. But I think this was just how far away. Like, how far can we go with this once you run into the really thick, meaty part of the end of the schedule? Like, this was their first huge test without an injured player like Oklahoma City had.
That's right.
And they didn't do very well. It wasn't a close loss. So how do they rebound from this? I don't care whether they make the playoffs or not. I just need to see them rebound from this and put in a better performance versus the good teams.
I agree, and I think in the spirit of the short list we're putting together here, the most important things we saw in the 11-game winning streak, I think Jalen Green is kind of a microcosm of that. Not a great game for Jalen Green last night. The Mavs threw the kitchen sink at him, which is what's going to happen when there's not another elite offensive threat out there with the Rockets. How does Jalen Green bounce back? And I'll say this, too. Like, this rise that Jalen Green has had during this 11-game winning streak, and it even predates it. Like, he was playing well even before Şengün went out with the injury, but, like, the a lot of how we feel about Jalen Green and this rise that he had over the last 11 games of these wins here is going to be colored by how he finishes out the season. You know, if the schedule gets harder and he looks like the Jalen Green that was getting benched at times during the first half of the season, then I think it does give some of the equity back that he's built up here.
And I think I get part of that, though, too, lies on the shoulders of the rest of his teammates.
Yeah.
I know it's not like Jalen Green wasn't trying to kick it out and wasn't trying to distribute the ball when he was getting double-teamed yesterday. And he wasn't always perfect with it, but, Van Vliet was nowhere to be found early on. Amon Thompson gets into foul trouble very early on. That's a big factor. I mean, that's another – Thompson as a starter has been another big revelation over the past month. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot yesterday that I'm talking myself back into just not being as upset by yesterday's loss. But there are a lot of things that they can clearly identify need to be better versus the good teams, and I think they're capable of doing.
Jalen Green looks like a legitimate scorer, like he's been an efficient scorer, not just a guy going out and getting you 22 points on 25 shots.
Yeah.
I think Amon Thompson is a big one. Like, Amon Thompson is doing things statistically when it comes to, like, points, rebounds, assists that he's, certain permutations of he's brushing up against, like, Hall of Fame level names. I'm not saying he's a future Hall of Famer. I am saying, like, for a rookie that's 2/3 of the way, or now probably like 90% of the way through his rookie season, he's shown that he's got a ton you can build off of with him.
Look, and he sets screens. Yeah. He gets offensive rebounds. Yeah. Like, he does a lot of stuff that just makes things happen in a way that, he's grown. And I feel good about that. Jonathan Fagan had an article before the game yesterday about the 11 reasons that they've gone on that 11-game win streak. Mm-hmm. And I was we could rapid fire this, like, which ones did they hold up on and which ones did they disappoint? So, like, yesterday, Jalen Green's rise. Do you feel any different about Jalen Green in yesterday's game compared to what he had been in the previous 11 games?
I mean, other than he didn't have a great game, but I don't feel like, oh, that game yesterday, now that 11-game rise is a phony. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, no, I still feel really, really good about Jalen Green.
I would say Amon Thompson as a starter, like, that's another one we just discussed. Up. Yes, that's been very real. And
yesterday
when he wasn't able to be quite himself, it hurt.
He was out. It got really bad,
Yeah, like Jabari Smith Jr., Jock Landale, Fred Van Vliet. All three of those guys. You still feel good about?
I still feel, I mean, Landale is just I feel better about him that they may get, the $8 million that they invest him in every year. They may feel okay. Jabari's still a little up and down for me. He's a little inconsistent.
Yeah.
And I think Van Vliet, I think, is what he is. Like, he's a leader. He's a leader. He's a floor general. He gets you into the right sets out there. If he's not knocking down threes, then he becomes a bit of a problem because he's going to take threes.
All the other ones, like, honestly, kind of boring. The final one that he had said, and this will be interesting to see how Udoka responds to this. That Udoka has cut way back on practices and even shoot-arounds, saving legs for the games, and has been rewarded. This is I've played for Ime Udoka before. Not him specifically, but every other Ime Udoka that I've played for, whether it be Tom Coughlin or anybody else. You always have to be careful when they throw you a bone, because at some point they're going to ask for a receipt for the bone, and you're like, crap. He threw me a bone, but now he's going to remind me that he threw me the bone. And this is a classic moment where Udoka can say, I tried to treat you guys right, try to give you a little break here and there, and then this is how you come out versus the Dallas Mavericks. No, and then they're running suicide.
Well, I was about to say, what would Coughlin have done if he was the coach of the Rockets? What would the Rockets be doing this morning if Tom Coughlin were their head coach?
He probably would have shot 3 people in the head.
Okay.
Like, he would have had him. He would have made get him in front of another team. This happened all the time back in the day. He would have like a long snapper get up, and he would have to get down on his knees in front of everybody, and then Coughlin would shoot him in the head.
That's right. Yeah.
It's pretty. Look, times were different, but it was still alarming. It was something that got our attention.
Right. Everybody thought concussions were the real problem. It was actually Coughlin shooting people in the head that was the big issue.
The thing about Coughlin, a lot of people get a lot of stuff wrong about Coughlin. You never had to worry. He wouldn't actually. He might have torturous practices, but he wouldn't torture you before he assassinated you. He would just call you, it was very mob style. Just call you right up and pop. Boom.
Yep.
With that second shot, to be sure. Mm-hmm. You didn't have to, you weren't going to suffer, is the whole thing.
How was he as a next-door neighbor?
Never shot me. He brandished a weapon pretty frequently, but he never shot me.
That was after your playing days were over. Seth, I'm going to put you out of your misery. Here we go.
I almost when he was my neighbor, he was an awesome neighbor.
Yeah.
He was really good.
Oh, yeah.
He's not. It's not like Coughlin's over there having parties that last until 3 in the morning.
No, dude, he's probably got a garage full of tools. He's probably
No, he really more because he's just such a workaholic. It wasn't like he was going to be anybody that ever tinkers around the house. Or anything like
he
that.
outsourced it all. I got you. That makes sense. All right.
He had a really badass elevator in his house. Like it wasn't.
Elevator.
Sometimes you get into you go to a house that has an elevator and you're kind of like, all right, this is like, this is not as much fun as I thought it would be. This one was fun. As a 30-something-year-old man, I was like, can I ride your elevator, Tom Coughlin?
I have so many questions. What was so fun about his elevator?
I don't know. It was well appointed. It was like decorated a certain, and it wasn't huge, but it wasn't claustrophobically tiny.
Okay.
But he lived in this beach house. It was like a 3-story tall beach house.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Plus the garage below, so it was like 4 stories. So it was just kind of fun to ride on Tom Coughlin's elevator.
Think 2.5 at his age, 2.5 is the over/under on where it's acceptable for you to have an elevator in the house. Anything above 2.5, fine. You can have the elevator. And
anybody above 2.5 stories?
Yeah.
Well, I think no, but they also designed the house figuring like, okay, we're getting old, like at some point, you got a big elevator. So they did.
You're going to need it. They're planning ahead. I get it.
It wasn't like an ostentatious elevator.
It didn't have
It wasn't an elevator where you were like, oh, come on, who are you kidding? you think you're the Shah? Come on.
You just scared the hell out of Ben. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do a little shopping for the Texans in the next segment. We're kind of down to the DVD bins where the DVDs are all like $6.99 as far as free agency goes, but I think there's still a couple names. Maybe that's what this cap space is for. We will get to that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you, Berkeley Eye Center. If you're waiting for the right time to have
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. So, Seth, you are of the opinion that you think we're gonna see something these next few days with the Texans. Restructure. Yes. They restructured Titus Howard, and they restructured Shaq Mason. Their contracts, not their physiques, they still look the same, but their contracts are restructured. So the whole right side of the offensive line shoved a bunch of money into the future. Yeah, you don't just do that for no reason, I think. So you
don't do it for no reason. Yeah. I guess the only thing that would keep something from happening, or one of the things that would keep something from happening, would be if maybe the Texans were in on the Hassan Reddick trade and they had cleared space because they thought that was imminent, and then Hassan Reddick ends up getting traded to the Jets for a conditional third-round pick. It's a 2025 pick, though, is
26.
It not? 26.
26, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I would imagine the Texans, for one, like if they wanted to trade a 2026 conditional pick, I think people would look at it realistically and say, well, the better bet is that the bet would be that the Jets is going to be a better pick.
Yeah.
Just because if Aaron Rodgers works out or if he doesn't, he's probably not going to be around in 2000. Like, there's a very good chance Aaron Rodgers won't play in 2025, and the Jets will kind of fall apart. So, maybe the Texans were okay with like a 2026 conditional third-round pick, but the Jets was just a more valuable one.
Do you think edge rusher is still a heavy need for this team?
No, and that's the other part of it, is that after they'd spent on Danielle Hunter the way they did, which they did after they had already spent on Danico Autry.
Yeah.
I don't think that they'd be making a play for Hassan Reddick. Like that, those are resources better spent at defensive tackle, at cornerback, potentially wide receiver, and then also depending on how he really feels about Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and the interior offensive line in general, maybe still an offensive lineman to be traded for or picked up in free agency.
The Derek Brown thing is really interesting. We're going to get to free agents here in just a second, but as long as we're talking about this, the reaction from several of the people replying to my hypothesis that it was attached to the opening up of this cap space was somehow attached to Nico Collins. A lot of people replying with pictures of Derek Brown. Yeah. I can get with that. That would be, because now, again, you're trading. I don't know what the draft capital would be. I don't think it's a Brian Burns kind of trade where you're trading. Although the Brian Burns trade wound up being like a second and a fifth. A year ago, it would have been 2 firsts from the Rams.
It's there have been a lot of like trades so far this offseason that would have previously been just lambasted for wrong value, and yet that just seems to be the way it is right now.
Might be the value now, the Snead trade. Like, why are you giving up L'Jarius Snead, Kansas City, for a third-round pick? What are you doing?
Yeah.
That's just the market. I think, I think teams are getting savvier about, Seth, is the concept of trading high draft capital for the right to, in all likelihood, overpay a guy. Like, the teams are just saying, we're not going to double whammy ourselves. We're not going to
Yeah, I'm going to trade, like they did with Laramie Tunsil, for instance. Yeah. You trade... I wonder how much the Laramie Tunsil dynamic especially played into that, to where at the time, you could have Trent Brown for just about nothing, and
Trent Williams. Yeah,
Trent Williams for just about nothing, and gotten an equal or better player. The age was a consideration there. But, I wonder, with Laramie Tunsil and Jalen Ramsey, you trade 2 first-round picks, but then you have to pay them. And is it genuinely worth it? Versus, if I'm going to be paying L'Jarius Snead, then God, no, I'm not going to give up 2 first-round picks as well.
Let's assume that Derek Brown is, gets not going to get a Matabike deal, but he's been a good player, recently. Let's say, 20 million is the number. 17, 20 million. Somewhere in that Armstead range is the number. What would you give? Would you give up one of the Texans' 2 second-round picks for him and then pay him? Would you do that?
I would do that, yeah. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah.
I would be very cool with that. I think that, honestly, it's still definitely going to be in D'Amico's mind. I mean, at one point, they were hoping to have Eric Armstead as one of the defensive tackles. And maybe they would have And then you would have had Danico Autry as one of the defensive ends. If that trade had gone through and Daniil Hunter had never become available. So, yeah, obviously there's a part of D'Amico and Caserio wanting an upgraded defensive tackle.
I think if you were to ask D'Amico about each of the guys individually on the interior of the defensive line, he would have nice things to say about all of them for what they do, for what they are. For what they are. But collectively, as a whole, he may still say nice things, but there's no way that he can feel like, oh, yeah, we're all set on the interior of the defensive line. There's just no way. You know?
I think it was John Crumpler, who's the blogs for the USA Today for the Texans.
Yeah.
He'd put up a picture last year, or a couple days ago, of why he felt like the Texans should still go after a linebacker. And it was on one of the bad run plays for the Texans defense against the Colts.
Okay.
And it was Blake Cashman missing a tackle. And then I saw people debating Crumpler about like who was actually to blame on this various play. And it's funny because there were actually like 3 people doing bad things on that play. It was just dependent on who you want in the draft. You were going to say like, no, it's the linebacker. No, it's the defensive tackle. No, it's the defensive end. And all 3 were true. So I think that it's a good reminder that, man, like right up until the end of the season, there were some huge blemishes defensively. I felt like they already addressed the linebacker blemish in free agency.
Yeah.
I think that at defensive tackle, there just simply isn't a guy there right now that is a havoc wreaker. You know what I mean? Like, there's guys that can rush the passer. There's guys that can be adequate stopping the run, but there's nobody that's just a huge hand grenade in the middle of your defensive line. That's what they were hoping Eric Armstead would be.
Yeah.
That's what a Derek Brown might be. And I don't know if, like, Tavondre Sweat is a guy in the draft who's massive and could just make you be a nightmare versus the run. But there's questions about just how productive he can be down in and down out at his body weight, especially since he doesn't. This is the thing that's going to hurt Tavondre Sweat. At the combine, in the interview I saw, he didn't look one bit concerned about weighing 360 pounds.
No, he was joking about it.
Yeah, and he was just flat out saying, like, nope, I'm not going to be any lighter. I'm like, all right, well, I think there's a lot of teams out there that would like you to be 340. Can you shove away from the buttermilk biscuits long enough to do that?
Yeah.
Can you not get the big stack of pancakes? do you have to eat all the guacamole?
Yeah.
Like, no. There's 340 is a spectacular weight to go through life, albeit a shorter life, but still, you can have a lot of fun just as much fun as weighing 360.
You know that. I mean, you were never 360, but you were an interior defense.
I was really? For a very brief period of time. It scared the crap out of myself.
I was going to say, you touched it. You're like climbing to the top of Mount Everest and then going back down. Like, oh, I'm here. I made it. Now I'm going back down.
All right. Well, no, I'll be honest with you, Sean.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get real for a minute, Sean, okay?
Yeah.
Play the dramatic music, Ben. No, don't do that. No, actually, because I will tell you very honestly.
Yeah.
I was when I was done playing and I was living my best life, I got on the scale one day, and I had an old-fashioned dial scale, and the thing started to get – it was like rocketing past 325, and I was like, nope. I hopped off like roundabout when it was rounding 340, and then I went on like a pretty strict regimen at that point. But that was when there were like 3 retired defensive linemen that died in their 30s or 40s, all within like a year or two each other. I remember Norman Hand and Reggie White and a couple other guys, and like I got scared. Skinnier.
Yeah.
I got scared skinnier.
Scared lighter. Yeah. So a dial scale, is that the one with like the needle that like spins around? Like what's a dial scale?
Like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Like
is that what it is?
Yeah.
There's smoke coming out the back of it. It's not even electronic. Yeah. There's smoke coming out the back. That's funny.
A cuckoo bird jumped out and slapped me in the face.
Get lighter.
Yeah.
Oh man. The reason I think why this Derek Brown thing has me excited is because there's not a lot of great solutions still left over. There are some positions where there are some really interesting names in free agency. I'm just going to frame it this way on the defensive line. 2 of the top 3 remaining free agents on the defensive line, not edge rusher, the defensive line, were on the Texans last year. Tier Tart is number 1 on this list I'm looking at right now.
Oh, wow.
Calais Campbell's number 2. And then Hassan Ridgeway is number 3. Hassan Ridgeway was a Houston Texan.
Calais Campbell's 38 years old. You know?
That's what's out there right now.
I know. There really isn't. And the defensive tackles, I'm not saying this as to besmirch the defensive tackles in the draft. I think there's some really good ones. It's just that, kind of for what I would think D'Amico really wants, if you're looking for a genuine, these 320-pound freaks of nature that have come into being in the last few years in the NFL. Or there just seems to be more of them than there used to be. There's not really anybody out there right now. There's guys that might project to be, honestly, you take a guy in the second round, and it's anybody's guess as to whether he's going to be Malik Collins or maybe he could end up being a genuine stud. The one thing about defensive linemen, edge rushers in particular, but defensive linemen in general, there's not as many examples of guys who are awesome finds in the draft. You tend to identify them by being physical freaks.
Yeah.
It's almost a prerequisite anymore that they're going to be a physical freak of nature. And there's plenty of exceptions, but it's to start thinking that your second or third rounder is going to be a perennial all-pro. You got to be careful and wishing for that.
How high up the board is cornerback for you if they're opening up this space or if they're still shopping for things? Just without even attaching a name to it, if you could pick a position, say, hey, Nick, go shop for one of these. I need one of these. What would it? How high up is cornerback for you on that board?
It's tough, I guess, because it depends on what kind of supermarket you're shopping in, you know? And, right now, it's not – it's
you want some names? You want some names? Here are the top names on the board on the list I'm looking at cornerback. There's a lot of accomplishment in these names. I don't know how much gas there is left in the tank. Xavier Howard, Adoree Jackson, Stephon Gilmore, fellow by the name of Steven Nelson.
I would put Gilmore and Nelson as probably the best options right now.
Yep.
Xavier Howard I'm very intrigued by because, you can trust – I think you can pencil him in as a starter, and he's not going to blow up your whole day or anything. But it's not been his typical last couple of seasons, and I think he's at his best when he's playing a lot of man. And I don't think that D'Amico's defense is ever going to be one that's going to major in man coverage, and they already have a guy in Derek Stingley that they've started to use to track the best receiver.
Yeah.
So that's why, in a lot of ways, Steven Nelson might be the actual best buy on the market because he's really good in off coverage. He can do a lot of things in this scheme, and you already know that it works with him. By the way, Stephon Gilmore was mentioned by Jadeveon Clowney as Stephon Gilmore played in high school with Jadeveon Clowney and has played for the Panthers before. And Jadeveon in his press conference mentioned that Stephon said that he's trying to get the Panthers to sign him.
Oh, really? He's doing the Xavier Howard thing with them?
However much we can trust Clowney as the reporter of that information, Clowney would be the best source of information for Jadeveon Clowney injuries. Where now he might be. Stephon Gilmore might be like, hey, man, I didn't really want you to tell everybody. I didn't want you to blow my leverage that I might have with other teams.
Thanks for ripping my cards out of my hand and showing them to the rest of the table, bro. That's funny.
But having said that, I think Stephon Gilmore has been more steady. Stephon Gilmore getting traded to the Cowboys was I don't want to say it jump-started him or anything, but he's been hit. Gilmore's had this kind of 1 year you feel like he's ready for retirement, then the next year he looks like he's an all-pro, and he's gone back and forth. I think Stephon Gilmore on a short-term contract in this environment would probably be pretty good.
It's crazy, man. I'm looking the names on some of these lists. It's I'm going to go through this today. I'm going to go through these lists today and find out which of these names would have the biggest disparity between how much they would pop a fan base, like the fan base would go crazy, and the actual player that they still are. Because Julio Jones is out there right now. Julio Jones has popped at least two franchises going, we got Julio Jones. And then 2 games in, they're like, we got to get rid of Julio Jones. He's not good anymore.
Okay, what about this? What about this then?
Yeah.
Because I think it's widely known and accepted that Odell Beckham Jr. isn't the guy he used to be. And yet, Odell Beckham Jr. is still a viable wide receiver.
Yes.
What kind of a pop would we get out of Odell Beckham Jr.?
That'd be a complicated one because I don't know how popular he is with the fan base. But he'd be our guy. He'd be playing with C.J. Stroud. I would say he'd get a decent pop out of the fan base. Odell Beckham Jr. It's a name. As you pointed out,
a Gulf Coast fan base. There's
LSU. I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of the LSU angle on the whole thing. I'd be fine with it, depending on as long as they're not giving him $15 million like the Ravens did last year.
Right. They gave him the money they had reserved for DeAndre Hopkins.
That's right.
Really.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, yeah, well, we got this money here. Then just go ahead. We'll give it to Odell Beckham Jr."
Yeah.
But it wasn't like. But he's still. I mean, he's not the guy that he used to be, or like in the potential that people were hoping he would live up to. But I think he's still just a very viable wide receiver who doesn't act. This is an important thing. I didn't get the impression that he acts like he's still the guy and needs to be treated like that. I feel like he's got the appropriate level of humility to where, obviously still very, very confident and all that, but he's not going to be a headache.
Dude, if they want to, honestly, if they want to cut Robert Woods, pick up the $5 million in cap space, and then turn around and give that to Odell Beckham Jr., I'm here for that. I'd rather have my top 3 wide receivers be Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and OBJ than Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Robert Woods at age 33.
The thing I wonder about Odell Beckham Jr. is if he's as precise a route runner as Bobby Slowick
as they look for. Yeah.
It's not. I'm not saying he's a bad route runner, but it's not. He doesn't necessarily. He can get creative with his route running, and some offenses are cool with that, and some offenses are not. And Slowick's more on the highly defined route running side of things. But even guys like that sometimes know that a rhythm changer is good too.
Yep. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. 0-4 to start the season. Doesn't help that I'm looking up at the TV in our studio, and Jake Myers has a feature being done on him right now. There's just nothing about the look on Jake Myers' face that I trust. But let's get to the Astros here. What are the power rankings saying about the first week for the Astros? And somebody who we did not put in the phantom zone of distrust that we did earlier for the Astros, that's taking some on the text page right now that we probably need to discuss. Does he deserve to be in there? And he's not a player. We'll tell you who coming up next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Craig.
turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Good to be back. Didn't like coming back to a sweep at the hands of the Yankees. That was no fun.
No
fun at all.
Honestly, Sean, I'm not superstitious. I'm proud of my lack of superstition. And yet there's two things that I am now superstitious about. Okay. One is that the Los Angeles Chargers are eternally cursed.
That's fair.
Two, that the city of Houston was sitting on the brink of a golden age of Houston sports. It was all sitting right there waiting for us, and then you decided to just take a vacation.
Go see Billy Joel. Yeah.
And, thanks, Billy Joel.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I'm sure it was worth it. I'm sure I was watching Billy Joel sing Piano Man as he needed help to get on and off of his bench there. And I don't know where you were, Central Park or something.
No,
I'm sure it was all worth except the Astros collapsing. The fact that you went to New York to watch Billy Joel as the Astros were taking on the Yankees, and then the Yankees sweep the Astros. I think it's pretty clear what happened.
It is a little selfish.
Not to mention the Cougs, not to mention the Rockets.
It is a little selfish. We went to the Sixers-Clippers game on Wednesday down in Philadelphia, and we had good seats. We were like corner of we were front row, but like down in the corner. And Amy tripped James Harden during the game.
She did?
Yeah.
Intentionally?
Not like full on fell on his face, but he drove to the hoop, got an and one, and kind of like his momentum carried him into the corner, like near the crowd. And he kind of caught his balance, circled to run back and take his free throw. And she had her legs crossed, and her leg was sticking out. And his shoe caught her shoe, and he kind of stumbled. And the Sixer fans were like, "Oh, you were 1 inch away from making our night."
Sounds to me like Harden was trying to make the moves on Amy.
Might have worked. You never know.
Or Amy tripped him and yelled, "Rushy right!" I know my timeline's a little off there. What was the reception like for James Harden?
Booze, lots of booze,
quite a few,
every time he had the ball. It's Philly. That's what they do. That's like booing with. I said this before. Booing with people from Philadelphia is like going with Spaniards and running with the Bulls in Pamplona. It's a local custom more than it is anything personal. This was both. This was the local custom of booing people and then singling one particular person out who had jilted them to boo extremely loudly every time he touched the basketball.
You're saying he's not quite Jason Kelsey status in the Philadelphia fan
No, it's the Harden-Kelsey scale. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but we had a good time. But I do apologize if people feel the same way Seth does, that my leaving had something to do with the Astros going 0 for 4. I was here for the last two, and they still didn't win. I was at the game on Saturday. I was there.
They were looking at you with those eyes saying, "Too little, too late, Buster."
It's
like when you come in, you came home late for dinner, and the dinner was sitting on the table cold. The candles had burned down to the base, but you had flowers.
Yep.
And you're like, I've got flowers, and another woman's lipstick on my neck. Yeah, that's what the Yankees thought of you.
Yeah.
The Astros thought of you.
Clearly, the person who took it most personally was Brian Abreu. Clearly.
Like Brian just couldn't, he couldn't. He was just sitting there fuming, waiting.
Super jilted. All right, you ready to see where the Astros are in the first set of power rankings that I've seen for the 2023 or 24 season, I should say?
I'll be honest with you. No, I peeked beforehand, Sean, and I'm dismayed and disgusted.
At me?
I'm distraught.
Still.
That's it. No, not at you. At these power rankings, and that with like me. In defending where you guys are going to be blown away by where CBS decided to power rank the Astros.
Yes.
And I'm sitting here just as I was tearing into people who were telling me to be patient about it being 162 games and everything. That's my only defense right now. I was like, well, it's 162 games. I mean, like, sure, they can't win, but there's 162 games.
Lots of games to go.
I'm going to show that I'm a better baseball fan because I know how many games there are in a season.
Well, the good news is they got swept by the third best team in baseball, according to these power rankings. The Yankees are 3 on these power rankings. Says, here's the winner for the most impressive start. 3 come-from-behind wins. Oh, God, that hurts to read. That they were all come-from-behinds. That just hurts to read.
That should be an encouragement, though. That reminds me, okay, this is a bullpen issue. The bats were not amazing. It's not like the bats. It wasn't like they were prime Astros hitting or anything. But it's not like the bats were the problem.
No.
It was very much a combination of a few other things.
There was enough hitting to split that series. You know, with a normal bullpen effort. Now, as I paged
especially
down,
when you have a healthy lead too.
Yeah. Page down here. Okay, Orioles, Rangers are 5, Diamondbacks 6. I'll for sure be getting the Astros. Oh, there's the Blue Jays at 7. The Astros play them tonight.
It was way more scrolling than my Astros index fingers had to do in a long time.
My fingers are hurting from scrolling. When are we going to get there?
Giving this power rankings a prostate exam.
14th on the power rankings. You know how I feel about the power. They dropped 11 big spots. As Casey Kasem would say, falling 11 big
modern record? When was the last time the Astros were 14th in a power ranking? Well, I guess maybe the COVID year.
Year, probably. The COVID year. Yeah. But that doesn't even really count. Here's what it says. Surely Astro fans are tired of hearing about the home record from last season. Oh, no, CBS. We love hearing about it. Continuing. But the team just won't let the story die. That's true. After going 32-42 at home in the regular season,
this sounds actually pretty good.
Yeah, compared to 1-5 in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I know.
Including games 6 and 7 against the Rangers, and then 0-4 to start the season. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I went to SeatGeek yesterday to look for tickets. I was helping my buddy Jay look for tickets for yesterday's game. I was looking for this Toronto series. You can sit. I'll look during the break, but as of yesterday, you could sit in the lower bowl, like not like Diamond Club or right behind the dugout, but you can sit not that far down the first or third base line for like $40 plus fees tonight. It's crazy. Like, I know the diehard Astro fans are saying things like it's a 162-game season, as you should. It's a long season. Some weird things happened in this Yankees series. They probably shouldn't be 0-4. They are. But the ticket prices are indicative of a fan base who has a very, very low tolerance for this type of baseball.
It's a Monday.
$40, man.
Back in session. I don't know.
Dude, I go to a lot of weekday games. Amy and I, not a lot, but Amy and I go to our fair amount of weekday games during the school year. Never seen this. Yeah. Not never. I mean, you saw it back in 2013. Haven't seen this in years.
It didn't seem like the Yankees' presence was that overwhelming during this series.
You weren't sitting next to my buddy Jay.
Yeah, was he wearing a Yankees jersey?
He wasn't. His wife was, though. His wife was wearing a very low-cut Yankees T-shirt.
Did anybody
wore it well?
That's interesting.
Yeah,
it's an interesting thing to note about your buddy's wife's shirt.
Yeah, he's sitting right here. He knows.
Okay.
He knows the deal.
What did any Astros fans throw beer bottles at her?
No,
the way that sometimes Astros fans
get
beer bottles thrown at them by Yankees fans.
I was very proud of the Astro fans because I told my friends Jay and his wife who were in town. I said they had described other places they'd been to games and things like that, and they described Yankee Stadium. This is probably a regional thing as much as anything. I said I think you guys are going to be pleasantly surprised by how friendly everybody is at Minute Maid Park, and they were. People around us were super friendly.
So George Springer in town tonight.
Yep.
He's currently very early into the season. I don't know if anybody knew this, but there's 162 games in a baseball season. It's just like whatever. That's like the remedial lesson that everybody wants to dole out right now. Hey, did you know?
Yep.
Choose from these 4. How many games are there in a baseball season? 4, 162, pi, or the letter G. Okay, it's 162.
162.
Is the answer.
Poop emoji, letter G, exclamation point. Nope.
Beorge Springer's batting 188 right now, OPS of 840.
Yeah, good.
That's always hit for some power for 188, so there we go.
$37 right behind, like the section right next to the end of the dugout on the Astros side. 37. Really? 37, yeah.
That doesn't seem right. Are you looking at the right series?
I'm looking at SeatGeek. I'm looking at Blue Jays at Astros, April 1st. And they better not be pulling any April Fool's shenanigans. Let me look at... should look at tomorrow just to see.
By the way, we always get a company email reminding us that you shouldn't.
I don't even like
go ahead and pull off an Orson Welles on April 1st. They're like, hey, listen, just to be clear, we don't want to get sued. Don't be going with any of your fake stories about there's an earthquake or something like that.
No, I didn't see. We may have. The two things we get warned about the most: April Fool's Day and Michael Buffer.
Don't say it. Okay.
Michael Buffer.
Yeah.
I'm just saying Michael Buffer.
That phrase that they use at
Yes.
the beginning of some fights,
Yes.
he's very, very, very protective of that.
Yeah,
if you utter it and there's any avenue to get some royalties off of it, they're going to come after you.
He ain't making any money off us, I promise you that.
Yeah.
14th in the power rankings, dude. This is here's the rest of what they say. The Astros,
John, if they lose today, they're going to be down in the bottom half.
0-5. Yeah.
This is a must-win.
0-5. I love where your head's at. It is.
162 games. It's a must-win.
Ronel Blanco, the season rests on the right arm and all the lightning inside of it of Ronel Blanco. That's where we are right now. As far as the rest of the AL West goes, the Rangers 2-1, Seattle 2-2, Angels 1-2. Oh man, I don't care that it's 4 games in, that we're behind the A's in the standings right now. There's certain things you can come at me with your it's a 162 game season thing. There's certain things that I don't care how many games we are into the season. Like seeing that 1-5 playoff record in writing again sucks. Seeing the Astros behind the A's in the standings blows. Like this is terrible. This is terrible.
I think the biggest part of me, the biggest shock, I guess, was that after 0-3, they were pointing out that the last time they started off a season 0-3 was in 2011.
Yeah.
I haven't checked up on the 0-4 part of things, but that part was shocking to me because typically, like, the easy balm or the salve on a rough stretch of Astros games over the last few years has been like, remember they lost 9 in a row, but then won the World Series that year. Oh yeah, they went 10-20 in July, but still made the ALCS. There's not really a lot to make you feel good about an 0-4 start, other than obviously I joke and kid about the 162 games. They faced a very resurgent Yankees team that made very defined improvements to their lineup. They addressed the issues that they had. And like Juan Soto, without even going any further, I think Juan Soto's obviously the real deal and was a menace to the Astros. You take one. So you went 0-4, but you had a lead. You had a healthy lead in 3 of those games, and it wasn't. I'm not going to get overly distraught about it. The relief pitching.
The bullpen. They've got to find some solutions in the bullpen. That's the guys are going to hit. Actually, honestly, other than the bullpen, Fromber's my biggest worry right now. That's my biggest one. Like, he comes out opening day, has a whole offseason to clear his head, and then he comes out and does that. 6 walks and everything else. Couldn't get through 5 innings, The
one thing was he didn't look overly flustered at any point. I felt like he was taking it all in good stride.
He was.
So that part of it is I didn't fear that he was about to start beaning people other than Rizzo, who I hope gets hit in the head. Okay, I shouldn't have said I hope he gets hit in the head. Although, look, man, if you're going to crowd the plate like that, if you're taking the coward's way out, then you can't ride around on the ground after you get hit.
Right.
Just go ahead and take your base, okay? Rizzo seems like everybody loves him too. That's what drives me insane about him is I hate him.
Yeah.
And it seems like all the players get to first base and they're like, oh, it's nice to get a hit, but mostly I get to chat with my pal Anthony Rizzo.
Chat with Anthony Rizzo, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have you know that season in 2011 where the Astros started out 0-3, they went on to start out 0-5. So we're going to hear about this for at least one more night if they lose. They lose tonight.
Did they win the World Series in 2011?
Let me check. Let me page
Can't
down.
remember.
Page down. They went 56 and 106. That was when they really started tearing it down.
I just had to double check to be sure that wasn't actually their first World Series.
Dude, they finished 40 games out of first place.
I know this is where even my Googling, I was going to sprain a finger trying to Google unfamiliar things like what's the longest a team has gone winless at the start of the season and still won a World Series?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to, but I don't. Usually I'm a world-class Googler.
Good.
I can't even phrase it properly to get the answer right now.
That's crazy.
I'm way out of my element.
Out of your Google league right now. Yeah. All right. Let's circle back to the weekend that was here because we talked about the Astros, talked about the Rockets. We've not talked much about the Cougs, and I'm curious with all 3 of these fan bases, what's the general temperature right now? Win streak's over for the Rockets. Astros off to a bad start. Cougs season ends in heartbreaking fashion. I'm curious what the temperature is on these fan bases right now. Text in 713-572-4610. We'll discuss. We'll talk to In the Loop coming up next.
Coach D'Amico is just fine with the Texans trade.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so hashing these things out from the weekend, Rockets, sucks that the 11-game winning streak is over, but, man, it was a fun ride. And look, we still got 8 games left. We'll see what happens. They trail the Warriors by 2 games in the standings, 3 in reality because they got to beat them in the standings. The Astros are 0-4. That really sucks. We've dug into that. Hopefully they give us many reasons to not overreact tonight. I think hopefully they get things back on track against the Blue Jays. But I think ultimately, Seth, I think the Rocket fans, regardless of how this season ends, I think feel really good about the trajectory of the team. I think Astro fans, the sane ones, understand that it's a long season. The bullpen might be a problem, but they've got enough offense where they're going to work around it. The Astros will be fine. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about our Cougs. I'm worried about our Coug friends because losses like that one on Friday to Duke of all teams. I mean, it's one thing you lose, but you get swept by the Yankees and you lose to the Mavericks, and on Friday you lose to Duke.
To whom you were favored.
Yeah, like you could argue those would be, in each of those sports, those would be the team I least want to lose to. And I think what I would compare it to, and I know it's different scales, but I think we've got a lot of overlap with these two fan bases. I think there's a lot of Rocket fans that still to this day are not over Chris Paul pulling his hamstring in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals against the Warriors in 2018. I think that set this weird fork in the road and trajectory that we've been on ever since then. Hopefully things are getting better. I know it's not an injury or a 7-game series. It was an injury in-game, and you didn't have Jamal Shed for the rest of that game after he sprained his ankle. But I think it's a similar thing where I think a lot of Cougs felt like this was the year. That this was going to be, and you were going to face NC State in the next round, who I know is now in the Final Four, but boy, it's an 11 seed. You're feeling pretty good about that. I think this is going to be one, especially with Shed now maybe being gone. Who knows? He's still got a year left if he wants it. That's going to be one that's going to be really tough. Of all the losses in the tournament, this feels like it would be the toughest one to get over for me.
I'll read, and maybe you were going to do this anyway, but Michael Beckman, very loyal listener to the show. Yeah. He's 76 years old, which surprised me. I didn't think Michael was 76 years old. He's doing very, very well for being 76 years old. This was him after and he's a Coug. He's University of Houston graduate.
Yep.
This was him at 1:26 a.m. on March 30th. so
it's the early morning after the game.
Yeah. I can't go to sleep. Just one more year, the dream of the Houston Cougars winning a basketball national championship is gone. Starting to realize it will never happen in my lifetime. I am running out of dreams.
Wow. I mean, that's as
so you ask how he's doing.
Yeah.
Now he went. I was actually kind of worried. I probably should have DM'd him. I feel bad that I didn't. But he got back into it. I was like, he's usually a very positive and upbeat person.
Yeah.
And he got out of it. But that's how he was taking that loss. I mean, everything was lined up you've got this tough, gritty team with this hero, Jamal Shed, and everything else about it. Yes, this after coming so close so many times since in the last 7 years, that it felt like this might be really the moment, and obviously it was not. So I feel bad for them.
Well, and then it's an injury that does it, and it's against Duke, and you fought till the end.
That's the whole thing. It's not even the disappointment of this particular team as much as that, like, okay, it's going to be a completely different team next year.
Yeah.
And it does. I think there's a tendency to feel like you're starting from scratch and starting over, where that's not the case. But that was a big old kick in the stomach.
Jamal Shed is at the level of player for the Cougs for this era of Coug basketball as the Phi Slamma Jamma guys were in the 80s. That my own observation, and from talking to other people who've been here for both, he means that much to this program and has meant that much to this program, and he could still come back. I think it's still up in the air if he does come back, but I think that's the thing that hurts. So I think Jamal Shed, that era possibly being over, that is a massive void to fill. And the fact that he didn't really have any say over how the outcome was of the season. It'd be one thing. I think as a Coug fan, I would be able to live with it easier if Jamal Shed stayed in the game and shot 2 for 14. But that he didn't even get a chance to do that he goes down with an injury in the first half, and you're grab-bagging it the rest of the way.
And I'll just clarify, I know just because I know there's going to be 10% of the audience that just thought that you compared Jamal Shed to Hakeem Olajuwon as a player.
Right.
In terms of importance to the team itself.
To the program,
Yeah, to the program. Given given the different eras of college basketball
Yes.
and all that. Obviously, Shed's not projected to be as good as him or Clyde or anything. But it's that kind of just that kind of an influence, not just on the team itself, but on the culture of the program and all of that.
100%. I'll just put it this way: that wall at the Fertitta Center that has Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, Michael Young, 3 or 4 others up there on the wall. Jamal Shedd's going to be up on that wall. I firmly believe that. He'll be up on that wall with a retired jersey. So feel bad for our Cougs, man. Feel bad for the diehard Cougs that we're hoping for it to happen this year. But as you point out, being in the Big 12 now, you won the regular season in the Big 12. Maybe this recruiting steps up a notch in terms of pure physical talent.
Well, no, and I think too, like just that arena and the environment that it's turned into,
it's tremendous.
And the fact that Kelvin Sampson is not slowing down at all. Like I don't think you have to worry about it as much. If there's anything, if you want to look for the silver lining of NIL and transfer portal and everything else like that, there's no such thing as a window anymore.
Yeah.
I think in basketball especially, where a lot of times you're looking at a 1 and 2 year time horizon, where he was probably going to start getting a better crack at 5-star recruits because of the Big 12 and everything else like that. So there's that. I think, though, as far as just like level of distress, Cougs, out of the 3 teams that lost big this weekend, University of Houston, Houston Rockets, Houston Astros, feels like the Cougs would be number 1 just because it's over. I feel like I think that as angry as some Astros fans are and as uncomfortable as they are with Espada, they also know that it's 162 games, and the Astros have been through plenty of rough stretches when things didn't quite feel right before. I wonder if the Rockets, if you had been tempted to dream of a 17 or 18 game win streak, or that you were really going to feast on all of these lesser teams, and then when you hit the hard part of the schedule, really show the basketball world what the Rockets were all about. That was a pretty big, tough kick in the chin, I think.
Yeah.
I think that was more of a letdown emotionally than the Astros losses were, even though it was to the Astros.
Yeah, that was.
Even though it was to the Yankees.
To the Yankees, yeah. I think, it's interesting. You're right. You're 100% right about the way that the streak ended. It sucks that it ended in a way that was not at all emblematic of what they had become through that winning streak. I do feel like there's levels, and I think Rocket fans are realistic about, hey, man, we weren't expecting an 11-game winning streak at any point during this season, let alone down the stretch to get back into the playoff race. So losing to Dallas hurts. The aesthetics of last night's game where it felt like everything went in and the Dallas shut up, that hurts. But I think by and large, Rocket fans feel like, okay, we're kind of playing with house money a little bit still here. They may not make the play-in, but they may finish above 500. Everything's going in the right direction. They're going to assemble some more pieces on this team, whether they be young pieces or maybe a veteran all-star piece in a trade. They got plenty of assets between this young core, and they've got Brooklyn's draft pick, which is a lottery pick right now, to trade. The Astro fans are just functioning in a different floor of the hotel. They're up in they're in the concierge level. Like, this is, my current temperature, text message, current temperature on the Astro, understandable growing pains with the new manager in the building, but I know they're capable of going on a run and get to a wild card if needed. This one says, I'm grim. How and why do you let Maton, Neris, and Stanek walk and gut the strength of last year's team with even shakier starting pitching? This is trying to win? And how do you fire Bagwell? Is he an employee? Like, they're still looking to fire Bagwell. I don't even know if he works for the team.
I mean, as far as the pitching status, it's probably for one, I don't know. I left that series feeling okay about the starting pitching. Obviously Blanco is still a huge question mark tonight.
Yeah.
I feel okay. Now, it's a long, long season, but I also know that Verlander's not there, Urquidy's not there. Harder to feel like, any level of confidence in McCullers, but Luis Garcia is coming back at some point. I think there's still just as good a chance that in the second half of the season, we're going to be back to wringing our hands over having too many good starting pitchers.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? We got 7 good starting pitchers. Oh,
I tell you
it's the worst.
No, but but here's the trap is that, okay, if Framber has regressed and he's just a semi-reliable starter, if none of them are a hammer, if they're all if there's 8 of them or 9 of them and they're all floating around in that mid-range, You don't go with a 9-man rotation. Like, then it comes down to, like, picking the right ones, Like, okay.
This is why it's more fun to be a Rockets fan right this moment than an Astros fan. Obviously, most people listening are both. But if you had to choose, I like the fact that in the coming week, for this week and this week alone, I mean, you're the Astros looking at like, all right, show me something, and it better be damn good.
Yeah.
You bastards. With the Rockets, I think it was a reality check against the Mavs, and I'm happy that they faced Minnesota and Golden State this week.
Good test.
Like, it's okay, yeah, great. You know what? If they lose to those teams, then so be it. All right, it's a better team than it was 2 months ago, but they've still got some work to do. If they manage to pull an upset off versus Minnesota, or they do something incredible versus the Warriors, if they go 2-0 in here, I'm going to be super, super stoked. Where the the Astros, because of our expectations, they got to get back to 500 before we even feel like giving them any kind of praise.
We're rooting for Dallas tonight because they're playing Golden State. Or no, tomorrow they play Golden State. So we're rooting for them. If somehow the Rockets can turn that Thursday game against Golden State into a game where if they win that, they're tied in the standings. You know what I mean? Like if they go out and beat Minnesota, Dallas does some dirty work for us tomorrow against Golden State, and now it would set up for a regular season game for a team that has not played a really important regular season game in years in that arena.
Right.
For there to be a Golden State Thursday night game where if the Rockets win that, they walk out tied in record with the Warriors, I think would be incredible. I think it'd be really, really cool.
I think one of the fun things about basketball or baseball, again, honestly, anytime you can get to a point where the regular season really, really matters, it's fun. Yeah. It's fun. It's stressful. I mean, we saw it with the Astros last year, right down to the very wire. Yeah. And I thought, by the way, I don't know why people dislike Smoltz. I absolutely love Smoltz.
I think he's good.
I like Smoltz. I'm always impressed. Like, he actually took, in the broadcast the other night, he was going through the playoff scenario at the end of the game. Like, he has a very good memory about all the teams that he covers and has done games for.
Excellent.
But just like it is with the Rockets, we went through year after year after year where in the regular season, you're like, all right, let's see what they do when they get to the playoffs. All right, let's see which version of Harden shows up in the playoffs. It's kind of refreshing to actually give a real damn about the regular season.
Amen. John Lopez, Brandon Scott is in for Landry Locker. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Fantastic.
Who doesn't like Smoltz?
There's people, you know how it goes. Everybody in the playoffs, everybody thinks the announcers are against their teams. Yeah.
Rangers fans more than anybody hate Smoltz.
Maybe.
I don't know. I guess there's always any announcer you see the very few announcers are like universally loved. Yeah. So I guess when I notice somebody talking smack about Smoltz, I'm like, hey, I actually feel like the guy he explains things in simple person's terms to where I don't feel like he's talking to me like I'm an idiot.
Yes.
He's not talking to you like you're an idiot. He's not talking down to you. He's informative. I don't have any complaints about Smoltz.
I like him a lot.
That actually surprised. But you're right though. The announcers, I guess the bigger the platform, the more
there's always a faction of every fan base that thinks national announce teams are against them, that they hate.
Can I tell you guys what I felt most guilty about this weekend?
What's that?
Yeah.
Was I was kind of hearing John Sterling do things with Juan Soto's name. It's actually pretty good. We'll play some tomorrow, Sean.
Yeah. Oh, good. We got some?
Yeah.
I'm not appropriately angry enough now. Let's play some John.
I know. There's times where I'll want to, kick John Sterling off on an iceberg somewhere, but then there's other times where he does some fun little things.
He does. The Stanton one can go. Giancarlo. Moisi Papi Topi Parlo, or whatever he says.
I was in the press box earlier, or I think I was in the media dining room on Thursday or Friday, and we agreed that it might have been me and Patrick Creighton who agreed that Giancarlo Stanton is Mike for now.
He's Mike.
As long as we don't like him,
he will be forever.
He's Mike.
Yes.
He's Mike Stanton.
Yep.
Not even Italian.
Absolutely. All right. Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies a go-go. Hello to John and Brando.
Moisi Parlo. All right, in the loop, Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
Hey, and that's the type of introduction that I'm here for, baby. I'm here for that. Look, what a weekend in Houston sports, Lopez. Like, I go into the weekend really on the highest of highs. Now, the Astros had already lost the season opener, but I'm like, they're going to get back. You know, it's the Yankees. It's the Astros. They're going to get back. Weekend's going to be cool. Cougs got Duke here in the Sweet 16.
Yep.
Rockets riding high. I was feeling good. There was even a tweet, Lopez, from John McClain, who's like, "Man, I've been here since 1976, and I don't remember anybody feeling this good about our teams since and kind of going on."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Yeah, McClain, that's right. I feel the same way. I don't remember feeling this good since 2019. So it hasn't been that long. But then, damn it, by the end of it,
dude,
I'm like, yo, great players, great institutions. Houston sports fell victim to both. Either a great institution, whether it be Duke, or great players like Juan Soto or Luka Doncic. We got clipped this weekend, man. This was one that hurt quite a bit, Lopez. I don't know about you.
It was only the Yankees, Duke, and the Mavericks. I mean, that's all. Just those three teams. Like those three squads that respectively you just hate.
Yeah.
Obviously the Yankees earned it. I mean, big time, and we're going to get into more detail on the Astros. Duke, I was so frustrated with Duke. They're not even that good.
They're not.
They're not a good team.
Well, as evidenced by their 54-51 victory.
Dude.
Like.
And the selfish part of me was like, dang.
With Shed out. So.
The selfish part of me was like, dang, had the Aggies pulled it out against the Cougs, they'd be in the Final Four.
Yeah.
Easily have been.
Well, but and Landry said this. Beast got in, by the way, for Landry Locker. He's out for the day on a reaction Monday. But Landry, I'll give him credit, mentioned this after that Aggie game, that if the Aggies play like that against anybody else, they probably win that game. Like they played well enough against U of H to have beaten anybody in the tournament.
But U of H won. But I'm in the back. You know how you are when you're pulling for your team. Like, damn, they could have been in the final. We could be talking about the Aggies in the Final Four today. But set that aside. The Cougs game, it actually hurt the most.
Yeah.
It even though they beat the Aggies, everybody knows I'm a big Cougs fan too. My son went there, all that stuff. And to watch this squad, like Duke couldn't even get a shot off.
Yeah.
First 5 minutes of the game. Like they couldn't even literally could not get a shot off.
Yeah.
and then of course to their credit, Duke came back a little bit, but then Shed went out, and I'm like, man, that's it.
Well, I was asked before the game if I did radio out in Dallas, obviously when the game was played Friday morning, and they were asking me if I felt like U of H could keep up in a track meet if they needed to. Like, could U of H be the team that scores into the 80s or 70s or whatever it is if that's what the game called for? And I'm like, yeah, no, definitely. If you had told me at that time that the game was going to be more designed to be played in the 50s, that to me would have been advantage Houston. But obviously, it would have all started with Jamal Shead being in the game. And that being a big difference.
Can they play a fast-paced game? I mean, didn't you see their previous game?
Right.
195.
I guess against Duke, I guess was the question, like at that level. But
I was hoping they would.
Yeah, I was like, hell yeah, they could. Yeah. But definitely, though, if it's going to be a game in the 50s, I'm thinking that traditionally is going to be advantage a Kelvin Sampson-led team.
All the time.
They just didn't have the horses when it came down
100%. And then, I was actually a little disappointed in the supporting cast.
Yeah.
Because this is not a chump team. No. I mean, we know they come from all angles. I said it on Friday. I said it on Thursday. What impressed me the most about the Cougs is, they have so many different weapons that can score. And for Shed to get out, I know there's an emotional letdown immediately, but I was a little disappointed that nobody really took hold of that game.
Yeah.
When Shed was gone, and then there's of course obviously the Astros. But
dude,
go ahead.
I cannot stand Juan Soto.
I like him.
Like,
is that blasphemous?
I am so sick of Juan. So I would like him if he didn't keep whooping my team's ass.
Killing the Astros.
Like, he's an Astros
By the way, how
killer.
old is he now?
Is he still 21?
I know.
Is he aging in reverse?
Yes, exactly.
But dude, Juan Soto, man, making an imprint on every single game of this series. I could not get past it, man. And I understand why you might like him. I could see him being likable if he wasn't killing your team.
Yep.
But dude, from the first game, throwing out Dubon in the first game. He's got the 3-hit game after that. He's got the homer after that. He's got the big hit yesterday. 2 out. Both of them. Gleyber Torres with the 2 out hit, and then you get, of course, the go ahead with Juan Soto. Like, man, this dude, and then it being against Hader on top of that.
Oh,
like, 2 outs. Hader throws him something that's outside the zone. Would have walked him, right? And he hits it anyway. He hits it anyway and takes the lead. Dude, you like Juan Soto, though.
I like watching him play. I didn't like him this weekend.
Dude,
but 9 for 17?
I'm over him. Are
you kidding me? 9 for 17?
Get that guy out of here. He's one of those great players who I feel like you have to acknowledge. He's inevitable. But, dude, if he's not on your team, like I'm more afraid with him at the plate than I am Aaron Judge.
Oh, I am.
Like, I've seen Aaron Judge fail enough in big moments. I've seen Juan Soto come up big enough in big moments for me to, not want to see him in a moment
and to put him in front of Aaron Judge is even scarier because he's going to get more pitches to hit, and he has. Like I said, 9 for 17 in the series, reach base 12 times. No, that guy is ridiculous, but I think there's other things that work here with the Astros too, and we're going to get into them. But the Yankees to steal that last game was just
10-20. By the way, B Scott in for Landry Locker here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop at 10:20. By the way, we are going to get into exactly what is wrong with the Astros. If you've been sleeping under a rock, living under a rock, they were swept by the Yankees over the weekend. As I mentioned, Juan Soto was incredible. We're going to talk about some of the things that are wrong with them. From the pitching to the lineup not coming up big at all this weekend. But, man, just overall, man, a disappointing weekend. I even sensed, Lopez, from being out there, the buzz on Thursday, tremendous.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I get it. Maybe by Sunday it could die down.
But it was good intensity yesterday.
Dude.
Yeah.
Man, like for the intensity to be there, for the energy that Astros fans bring to the ballpark, it is extremely disappointing that these dudes can't win at home.
Oh, that's another thing that it's actually part of the reason that I'm like, are we sure it's still too early? Yes, it is too early. We get it. But 9 straight? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
They've lost 9 straight?
Yeah, that's 4. Yeah, 4-4. Yeah.
And one before that.
And then one before that, yeah.
Yeah, so they've lost 9 straight home games. What is it? Like, it's something. It's not nothing. 9 straight is not just a one-off,
Yeah, man. And it's the damnedest thing because it's like, you remember last year they had all of those weird stories about the batter's eye.
And they fixed that,
and
allegedly.
They fixed that. And I'm like, still, tell that to
opponents.
Yeah.
Tell that to the opponent. Yeah, they're seeing the ball just fine.
Tell that to Oswaldo Cabrera and Juan Soto and Anthony Volpe and Gleyber Torres or whoever else. It doesn't really seem to be affecting everybody else except the Astros, the guys that play those games. So, I don't understand that part about it.
713-572-4610. I don't understand how you can lose that many games at home. There is a reason for it. But if it's a fluke, it's a hell of a fluke. I'll put it that way because that's a lot. And all season they were under 500 last year.
What did you think about, and we'll get into this again later in the show, what did you think about the Joe Espada debut? Got our first look at Joe Espada out there. And probably fair to say mixed results?
Well, no results. Literally no results.
Well, he did make a move. So he did the Singleton thing twice.
Yes.
At least twice. It worked once and it didn't work the second time.
Yeah.
Or it didn't work the first time and then it worked the second time.
Yeah. I think this is going to be something that we're going to discuss. By the way, it wasn't Dusty's fault. It wasn't Dusty's fault.
No, all on Dusty. Dusty did it.
It wasn't Dusty's fault.
Dusty being Dusty.
It's not just, let's just get this out of the way right now. Martin Maldonado had nothing to do with those not being able to win those games.
Well, he wasn't there to call the games, John.
That's right.
That's why the bullpen was so damn lost.
But I think we're going to be talking about this aggressiveness, that Espada has.
Yes.
On the record, since spring training, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to be like the Singleton move was just too aggressive. I mean, just flat out too aggressive. Jake Myers had hit a big home run, 415 feet, 6th inning, and you bring in Singleton. That to me was like in the moment. It's not like looking back, second guessing or whatever. No, in the moment, I'm like, what are you doing?
And see, I thought he was overthinking it. Like
That's what I'm saying. What are you
doing
doing?
this whole matchup thing. Oh, he's good against, lefty, one in the lefty matchup, and liking him against that particular pitcher's sinker, like saying that's a good matchup for him. And then the pitch that got him out was a sinker. that he lightly hit right back to the pitcher and was a non-factor. So I thought that. I will say this: the one thing that I like that didn't seem like rocket science that he did here with the lineup, putting Jordan in second or having him bat second. That to me, even though it didn't work out yesterday, that to me showed to be a wise move. And I think yesterday's scenario painted the picture for exactly why you would do that.
Yeah.
To come up and, you need a big hit, and you don't have to wait to get to Jordan in the third or fourth spot. There he is right after Altuve, ready to make a play.
For me, it's just a number of at-bats.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear.
He's going to get more at-bats. It's just he just is. And it seems to work out where the top of the order always comes up in some big moments. We saw Altuve come up. We saw others come up. I don't mind that move. To me, that's not necessarily aggressive as much as it's common sense.
Yeah.
Because you got a deep top of the order anyway. Put your stud right there. Get him some more at-bats in some key moments. No, I'm talking about like just his general
moves,
approach.
Yeah, his general approach. But just kind of in overall evaluating him over the weekend.
Yeah,
it wasn't until the end to where I finally was like, okay, feather in the Joe Espada cap.
Yeah,
right. I think that was the moment, maybe the only moment where I actually felt like that, or the first moment I finally felt like that.
And here's where I'm maybe worried is a bit strong, but slightly worried or certainly paying attention. Have you seen the Astros schedule upcoming?
Yeah.
Dude.
It's not forgiving.
It is, I mean, look, obviously there's always – but these are like – you got the Blue Jays coming in today.
Yep.
And then and
they just scored 9 runs, by the way, yesterday against the Rays. Split with the Rays.
And sometimes I feel like I do this too often, but I think it's appropriate in this case because you're 0-4, and you certainly don't want to go start like 3 and whatever. But you got the Blue Jays coming in. Then you go to the Rangers for 4.
Yeah.
Royals, for 3 games. And then the Rangers again, and then the Braves.
Yeah.
So you're talking about going into late April, perhaps, unless they turn things around, real quick, with, down, 4 games already under 500 or thereabouts? Because they're 4 under right now. If they just play 500, they're going to stay there, and that's a tough schedule.
More on that at 10:20. Another thing about Juan Soto, and I don't know if many people are talking about this, 281 mentioned Alvarez. It sucked watching Juan Soto outplay Jordan Alvarez over the weekend.
It did suck.
When you have a player that you feel like is on that level, you want to, even if you lose, you want to feel like your guy played, similarly, like match that level. And I feel like it was a very clear advantage. Obviously, advantage Yankees, they won all 4 games, but advantage Juan Soto and the Yankees in the superstar matchup.
Figgy, see if you can dig this up. I know you know what I'm talking about. Because we have the first bizarre text that blames Dusty of 2024. It's still pretty fair to blame this on Dusty when you can point to some of the down spots towards the bottom of the lineup suggested by Dusty. They're still paying for Dusty's mistakes.
Still paying.
It's all on Dusty.
Come on, man.
Still paying for him.
Dusty being Dusty.
Come on, man.
Dusty in over his head.
Yeah, man. I can't believe
What is Dusty doing?
I can't believe it, Figgy.
It's still on Dusty.
Can't believe how bad of a weekend Dusty Baker had. We mentioned this earlier. Rockets lose to the Mavericks 125-107. That snaps the 11-game winning streak. Talked about Juan Soto being annoying. Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Another annoying superstar to watch. Like I don't know how much more I would like him if he was on my team. He's a lot like James Harden, I guess. So I guess we did have a version of that on the team. But man, watching him, and then the fact that the Mavericks' second best player is Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
Watching the Rockets lose to the Mavs last night and that winning streak get snapped was really sobering for me as a Rockets fan, and kind of understanding where the Rockets even though this has been an exciting month, or last month was an exciting month.
Yeah.
It was pretty sobering and made me realize, hey, they still got a long way to go.
Well, I think, and maybe Landry took it to an extreme, but he would always qualify the streak with they're playing really bad teams.
They were.
And
the good teams they were playing would be missing a guy.
Yeah, like Alexander.
Yeah.
And stuff. that might have been a little extreme, but accurate to a degree. On the other hand, when you see, as you mentioned, Luka and Kyrie and losing that game, you like they're not where they're not as good as they were in the streak, but they're certainly not as bad as we thought they could be.
Yeah.
And so look, a big couple of games coming up. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, credit to the Mavs for. I mean, first of all, they've got Luka, and so that was a big difference. But they came out and had a hell of a plan. I mean, I guess you could get a credit to Jason Kidd. They knew. Obviously, that Jalen Green has been great over the past stretch or however long it's been, the past month or so, and they focused all their attention on him. Like they were willing to allow Jabari Smith to go off for 28 because they know that's not a damn winning formula. I mean, credit to them from that standpoint for understanding that. But I don't know, man. For me, it was also like we talked about this last week on the show. Talking about getting rid of Şengün or getting rid of another great player.
We'll get to that.
Like, seriously, man, this is what it looks like when you've got one good player or one great player.
Yeah, look at the Cougs.
Yeah. Oh, right. Another great example.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at the Cougs. So, yeah, man, a really disappointing weekend all the way around. Lopez, man, this tweet from McClain earlier where he's like, I can't remember when we felt this good.
Yeah.
And I bought into it, man. I was like, yeah, I can't remember when we felt this good either. Man, it hasn't actually been that long. And it shows you how fleeting of a feeling that is when you lose every single game that you're talking about.
Yeah. And
save for the Texans, obviously, who didn't play and didn't do anything.
And then the fact that it's Yankees and Duke and Mavs, that just made it even worse. I mean, I guess there were teams that the Cougs could have lost to that Cougs fans hate more, but I don't know. And Duke is that because it was frustrating. I was saying it like during the. I was like, they're not that good. What's going on? They're not. I mean, they have a good big man, but they just weren't that good. They were Duke, and then they got exposed.
Yeah,
so.
and they never even played each other before. You know,
no.
Duke and U of H never even played each other before. So it's like, I feel bad. Look, Pendergast was talking about this earlier, feeling bad for the Cougs fans that we got one in the building.
Oh, man.
Bill Powell.
Dude, Figgy.
Still got his hands in his face.
I saw him in the bathroom, and I was just like, hey, Bill, how's it going?
Hey.
I'm still crying in my beer.
Forget crying when he gets in the car. He's not going to just cry when he gets in the car.
A little yelling, and
he's going to take it all the way with him. That is John Lopez, Figgy Fig, B. Scott in for Landry Locker, rolling on a Reaction Monday on In the Loop. Coming up, what exactly is wrong with the Astros? We'll talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
What in the world is wrong with the Houston Astros?
It's early, B. Scott. Come on, man.
What in the world is wrong with these cats, man? Astros swept over the weekend by the New York Yankees, the hated New York Yankees, that is. Swept at Minute Maid Park. What's the matter with these cats, man? I got a couple of ideas, and we can throw it to the people. 713-572-4610 is how you get in on the text line. You can call in, holler at us on Twitch, YouTube, just search Sports Radio 610. But Lopez, we got to chop this up, man.
Okay, one thing I want to do for sure, right out of the chute, because I don't want this to turn into all of a sudden it's a Joe Espada thing. I've wondered about his aggressiveness being a topic and being something that people point to over the course of the year. Too aggressive. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that?
Yeah.
And I think some of his aggressiveness was open game in the first series. But I want to say this right. That's not the biggest issue for me.
Oh, no.
That's not even.
I mean, it's not for me. It's not top three.
It's not even top three. It's not even at the at the top of my list of getting swept.
I can start fishing for it around 4 or 5, but it's not top 3 for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Espada being the problem.
The bigger thing for me was, and it was evident, I thought in the series, starting pitching.
Check.
Number 1.
Check.
I'm going to get into it. I'm just going to give you the 3 right now.
Yep.
Starting pitching, number 1.
No, you're hitting my list too. Go ahead. Check.
Middle relief, number 2.
Oh, check.
And there's the third thing is, and we touched on it a little while ago. This is not like something new with the clutch hitting. Oh. Remember, they barely
check.
Yeah, that's your 3 too.
I mean, variations of it.
Yeah,
said differently, but yes, go ahead.
Let's not forget that, and look, give them all the credit in the world because they're the Astros, and they got to the ALCS again, and they've got some real studs that have been clutch, and don't read this the wrong way. But keep in mind, they didn't even get into the playoffs till late in the year. They couldn't win the division without some luck.
Yeah, won it on the last day at that.
Yeah, and why was that? Their clutch hitting was always was spotty.
Yeah, well, and the Rangers kind of cratered at the end there,
and the Rangers cratered
at the end of the regular season. That is.
So let's do these one by one, and then I want to hear yours.
All right.
So starting pitching, Fromber's not an ace until he proves otherwise.
Yeah, my Astros bold predictions from last week. That was one of them.
No.
Him being an AL Cy Young candidate, not feeling great about that after one start.
But still, just one start. I get it. But it's not even that so much as like these other guys. You've got to, and I know it's early in the season, so there's pitch counts and such. But you've got to be able to be more efficient in the early innings, so you can at least get to the fifth.
Yeah,
through the fifth.
He's working through traffic the entire game,
and it's not just him.
Yeah,
like Hunter Brown had 86 pitches in 4 innings.
Yeah,
if I'm remembering that right. And you got to be more efficient. And then if you're not, your middle relief is just a mess. In the first series. Now it could change, but you brought in Josh Hader. That was awesome. What else did you do?
Yeah, I mean, so Lopez, that's the big issue. I mean,
what did you do?
We can talk about everything that we want. We can break down every game, every series.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, whenever there's an issue with the Astros, it's always going to come back to the fact that they weren't nearly aggressive enough in upgrading the team. And I can understand not bringing in a center fielder. I can understand maybe not going out for a big position player to upgrade the lineup, because the lineup was pretty damn good. And I feel like there's some addition by subtraction, just getting Maldi out of there. No disrespect, sorry, Maldi, but getting Maldi out of there and bringing in Yannier Diaz as your primary catcher, there's addition by subtraction. You're making the lineup better just by doing that.
Absolutely.
The need, and I'm not complaining about the Josh Hader move. I love it. Like, you bring in a guy of that caliber, let's roll. But the need, more so, really more specifically,
starting pitcher,
was starting pitcher,
relief pitcher,
but really starter. Like, you needed, and honestly, maybe I didn't trust them to address the bullpen because they whiffed so bad at it. the previous year with Rafael Montero, but it was so obvious and for the taking what you needed to do for this rotation, especially the deeper we got into spring training, and Blake Snell was still out there, Jordan Montgomery was still out there, and here you were with a rotation that even healthy outside of Framber Valdez is not one that you can trust to give you a lot of length.
Yeah.
And then Framber Valdez is supposed to be your ace. You know, if he was one, he'd probably be one of the least reliable ones that you would find in baseball.
Yeah.
Just, in terms of some of the intangible stuff. So, to me, it's all going to come back to, hey, why were y'all sitting on y'all's hands in the offseason the way y'all did?
Now, we know they could still make a move. There's a lot, obviously not till 3rd, 4th week of July that you can make a move. But the Blake Snell thing, to me, they were in on him. Reportedly anyway, and it seemed like nobody was denying that. They were in on him, and if you were able to do that, then your bullpen gets better.
Yeah.
Because one of your starting pitchers can certainly work in there. So that to me, I agree with you. It's not on Espada. We'll talk about that over the course of the year if it continues to rear its head, with his aggressiveness. It's the starting pitching, it's the relief pitching. You could have fixed both with one move.
You know what it feels like to me? I'm going to personalize this a little bit. I probably shouldn't even admit this. When I was 19 years old, I was saving up money to buy a car.
Okay.
All right, but I hadn't bought the car yet.
Yeah.
I was working at a pawn shop.
Oh, no.
Okay. And these rims came in for really cheap. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get this car, but I'm going to have these rims ready to put on them whenever I get the car.
Yeah.
So I bought the rims.
But not the car.
Before I bought the car.
Yeah.
And so, that's what addressing this bullpen before, or getting Josh Hader, getting a closer, and I get that Ryan Presley.
Josh Hader is rims.
Is going. Josh Hader is the rims, while your car is kind of in the shop.
Yeah.
You need a new battery, or we got. I don't want to make it that drastic.
Yeah.
The Astros got a car, but they had way more
check engine light on. Man.
Check engine light on. They need windshield wiper
rims
fluid
right now, man.
They need an oil change.
Yeah.
They needed to do. They got a decent car. But they had way more work to do on this car before they went out.
Well, I got to know.
And got some rims.
I got to know, did you ever get the car?
No.
I knew it. I knew it.
I got a car eventually, but did these rims ever make it on said car? No. Which means, yes, I bought rims that I never put on the car.
So you sold the rims and took a loss?
Yes.
I knew you did. I knew it.
That's exactly right. And fortunately, I still worked at the pawn shop, so
you could sell them.
I could sell them. I had a place to sell, but I did take a loss. and more importantly, worse than the loss was just the stupidity of it.
Yeah.
It was like the most 19.
The prioritizing.
Oh man, it was such a 19-year-old type of hey,
I got these rims.
You're an adult, but only barely.
We all did that before. I did the same thing. Not rims, but I bought a sound system for the car before I had the car. And they just sat in the basement the whole time. It's still there. It's still there as we speak.
They're still there?
They still there, yeah. I never got them hooked up to my car.
Yeah, they're out of date now.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. So starting pitching issues, bullpen, middle relief specifically. Poo-poo.
Let me ask you something
stanky.
else. Let me ask something else here. When you make Jake Myers your starting center fielder.
Yeah. I was hoping we would get into this.
Why are you pinch hitting for him?
Yeah.
Early in the season.
Well, especially if he's doing okay.
More than okay.
I could see if he was out there stinking it up, or if he was a problem, if he was a hole in the lineup.
Hey, man, we finally got our center fielder.
Yeah, and not just that. He didn't win a competition. He went into spring training.
Yeah.
We heard from Dana Brown, basically anointed as the guy.
Yeah.
Nothing happened in spring training. Matter of fact, he had a decent spring, and certainly nothing happened during that time that would have you lose faith or lose confidence.
He had a tear at the beginning
in Jake Myers.
Yeah.
So, and not just pinch hitting for him, but with Singleton.
Yes.
Who a lot of people on the text line are asking right now, why is he even on the roster?
Yeah.
Why is he even on the team? So not only pinch hitting for the guy, but pinch hitting for him with a guy who is objectively not good.
Yeah. And we finally have our center fielder. Do we? Yeah. I mean, that's the message you're sending.
Yeah. I don't understand. I thought the lineup, just real quick, I thought the lineup also would be much better. I thought that was a real big disappointing part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just some numbers real quick. 8 for 41.
Yeah.
8 for 41 with men in scoring position over the weekend and stranded 34 runners. That's how much meat they left on the bone out there.
Yeah. And I just feel like that 8 for 41 is something that, obviously they picked it up in the postseason until they got it home against the Rangers. But at the end of the year, this was a constant trend, the runners in scoring position and falling short.
That's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. I'm in for Landry Locker. Coming up next, a dream deferred for the Houston Cougars. The Final Four is set, and U of H is not in it. Are they better off? We'll talk about that next. In the Loop.
How does Coach D'Amico combat?
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Final Four is set. Purdue and NC State, UConn and Alabama. Noticeably missing.
Yeah.
Is U of H. They didn't even make it, unfortunately, Lopez. They didn't even make it to the Elite Eight. A dream deferred for the Cougs. A magical season, man. They were number one for much of the year. Had the Big 12 Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year and Jamal Shead. Like, really a magical run for them. It ends short. Ends soon, I should say. But, man, I got an early confession on this one, Lopez.
Yeah, let's go.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the Cougs are better off for this, man. I think they are better off not in this tournament any longer because, honestly, I feel like everybody's just playing to lose to UConn at this point. Like, I feel bad for the Cougs fans. I feel bad for U of H, especially with the way that they lost that game. You don't want to see injury be the reason. You don't want to use injury as an excuse. Like, I felt bad watching Kelvin Sampson in the post game really sound like something that was beneath him, right? Like saying, hey, you know, it wasn't a fair fight after. He's right. I hate to see him have to make that point. But even with Shed, even if this team was whole, over the weekend, watching UConn do his thing, I don't know, Lopez. I feel like I'm okay with the Cougs not being in the crosshairs right now.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get down with that because I want to take my shot. You know, I want to take my swing at UConn.
That's fair.
And it probably would end in heartbreak, but you know what? Heartbreak in the championship game is a lot better than heartbreak with your best player, getting his ankle blown or whatever happened to it.
Or losing to a team that you feel like you might have been better than.
You were better than.
Yeah.
Like you absolutely were better than Duke. And here, I don't know if this is a confession, just an observation. I was actually kind of disappointed with the supporting cast of the Cougs.
Yeah, you should be.
I mean,
they did not show up at all.
Dude, they just collapsed after Shed went out.
You would think that, and maybe it was too much to ask. I'm not trying to make excuses.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know because it is true that everything started with Jamal Shead. Like so much of their success and like everything this year was predicated on the brilliance of one Jamal Shead. So you can't overlook that. But at the same time, you would think that when your main guy goes down that early in a game, that you'd pick him up.
Yeah.
You know, that the other guys there would pick him up. There were other guys there with experience. LJ Cryer,
big time experience.
Like he's somebody that's won a national championship, albeit when he was a younger player.
Sharp disappeared. Hey, I mean, if we're going to treat them like big boys, let's be honest here. Like Sharp disappeared. Like they knocked. He was knocking down everything all year long in the tournament. Goes 0 from 3-point range.
0 for 2 from 3-point range. 2 for 7 overall with 7 points on the game. And only 36 minutes played.
And only 7 shots. Yeah. Roberts, okay, yeah, he's had some issues, lower leg issues, but Roberts, he can carry a team. I thought in the first half Roberts was the best player on the court.
Yeah.
Or at least the first 10 minutes. I was disappointed, man. Like they collapsed. I get the emotional, down of losing Shed. But, man, you should have still beat Duke.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have still beat Duke and then hope for the best after that.
Yeah, man. And like you said, the shooting, the big difference in this game, I actually didn't realize this in real time watching it, just kind of going back and looking at the box score. They had the exact same overall offensive output. Overall, when I say I'm talking about field goal percentage.
Yeah.
Field goals attempted, field goals made. Both teams went 20 for 49.
Yeah.
Both teams went 20 for 49. The difference was Duke as a team was able to knock down a 3 or 2, and you were not. Like you talked about,
free throws.
Yeah, and free throws. Like they knocked down 66% of their free throws, 8 of 12 from free throw line. You hit half of yours. And so those are things, and I think about it like this, like those are things where it's not really the excuse to lose your best player. Like what's the excuse to not at least attempt a few more threes if you're Emmanuel Sharp, to not take more than 2 threes?
Yeah.
What is the excuse to not make, I don't know, 4 more free throws? You win the game if you go 13 of 17 from the free throw line instead of 9 of 17 from the free throw line.
So I would have loved to have taken my chance. I'm a little disappointed in the supporting cast. I think you're right about this. Ain't no one beating UConn.
Yeah. What did you think about just overall the tournament, watching them over the weekend? Because, if there's anything I'm impressed with, it's 3. Well, it's all 4 of these teams for different reasons. Alabama really for upsetting North Carolina. I just didn't have that one. I thought North Carolina was going to win.
Yeah.
And then this kid, DJ Burns for North Carolina State, is really fun to watch. Obviously, Purdue has a lot to prove. Kind of, chip on the shoulder, monkey on their back from last year.
And several years.
Yeah, in several years.
Yeah.
But then UConn, man. Like UConn being the clear-cut, far and away best team in the tournament, that was kind of my biggest takeaway amongst those other things.
I kept telling myself I should just change the channel in the second half against Illinois but it was like so amazing to watch UConn. They went on a 30-0 run. Dude,
yeah, they did.
They went on a 30-0. I was like, okay, they're done. They're going to win. And I kept wanting to change, and I couldn't change. I couldn't stop watching. Like, they were brilliant, both ends of the floor. And then Illinois couldn't make anything for obvious reasons because UConn was playing defense too. And then they were 30-0 in an Elite Eight
in
game.
an elite. That's the thing.
Yeah,
you might expect something like that to happen.
Yeah, they're playing whatever
in the round of 32, early on.
Number 1 seed, 16, whatever. Yeah,
early on in the tournament. But and to me, that's indicative. When you're able to go on a 30-0 run against a team that's made it to the Elite Eight, against a team that's actually proven itself to be pretty good, you're showing yourself to be a cut above. I'm with you though, Lopez. I would rather lose in the championship game.
Yeah, take my shot.
But even before the Cougs actually lost to Duke, I was feeling this way about UConn.
Oh, I was telling my sons, I was like, Cougs might, but ain't nobody beating UConn this year.
Do you think? It's hard to say, especially with the transfer portal and the way that recruiting works in today's day and age.
Yeah.
But didn't it feel like – it felt like this to me. That's why I'm asking you. Didn't it feel like this was the Cougs' best chance to do it?
Yes.
In a wide-open year like this. And maybe it's less wide open than I thought because UConn is maybe a little bit better than I thought.
Yeah.
But this felt like their best year to do it.
It absolutely did. 100%. I think the Cougs, obviously they're going to have some changes. Shed, I guess, technically could come back. We'll see. I don't think so.
Yeah.
But we'll see. They end up there. The other one that was intriguing to me, and I'm still mad at Adam Spillane for this, is Purdue. Like, they've choked so many times.
You know damn well you could not expect as objective of a sports journalist and commentator as Adam Spillane is.
He's an Indiana guy.
You bring in a Big Ten element, and especially Purdue to an Indiana guy.
Yeah,
you knew damn well you weren't getting objective commentary and analysis from Adam Spillane.
I know.
You knew damn well.
Maybe I should be mad at myself more than I am at Spillane, but I sat right here before the tournament even started, and I told Adam, because I know he watches a lot of Big Ten more than I do. It's like, dude, I really like Purdue. I really like Purdue this year. Is it stupid to like them? I was like, okay, I'm not going to. I had them winning 2 games and then getting beat. But Purdue, man, I mean, that's obviously the best chance to beat UConn.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If Purdue goes?
Yeah. And I mean, and I'm really only saying that because they got the big guy. You know, like I don't even know if they can do it, but they can match up with them.
That'd probably be the best.
Yeah.
I was so mad, but as far as like the Cougs are concerned, the other thing that is really, really disappointing is like I think they had a free pass. Like they had a free pass to the Final Four.
Yeah.
You know, they would have beat NC State. I get it.
You think so?
Oh yeah. DJ Burns is a big time player, big time role. What have they won? 8 straight games, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
And
they got some magic to them, though, man.
They have some magic to them. I'm not going to deny it.
There's something going on there. That's why when you mentioned Purdue, I'm not even sure. You mentioned like them having the best shot. I don't even know if I'm picking them to beat NC State.
To Purdue, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I got.
That's what I'm saying. Like to actually get there and do it because of this NC State magic that I'm feeling.
Dude, 3 weeks ago they weren't even on the bubble.
Oh, I know.
They weren't even. They were out.
I had heard of DJ Burns though.
Yes, you heard of him. They weren't even going to make the tournament. And with the Cougs, the way they play inside and defense. I mean, what's his name? The big guy, Francis.
Yeah,
You know, he would have been an animal against him too. Like they had a free pass. That's the just about a free pass to get to Purdue and U of H. That's what we should be talking about today.
You mentioned Adam Spillane giving you bad betting advice.
Yeah,
I'm just realizing that's both of us. Adam Spillane, by the way, my co-host on the H-Town Hoops podcast.
Yeah,
that's both of us, I guess, in the same week giving bad basketball betting advice. He told you not to bet Purdue.
Yeah,
and I discouraged Clint from betting on the Rockets to beat Oklahoma City Thunder last week.
Oh man,
and they did it.
Yeah,
and that would have been a hell of a roller coaster for him because that game went back and forth. They felt like they were going to win and lose that game a time or two. I'm Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker. That's John Lopez, Figgy Fig, in here with us on In the Loop. Coming up next, the Texans have restructured one of their starters' contracts, freed up some cap space. What should Nick Caserio do with it? We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop. exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker. Kicking it with John Lopez and the Figgy Fig.
Damn right you are.
On In the Loop on a Reaction Monday. We're going to get into what the Texans should do with their newly found cap space. Did a little maneuvering to make some things happen. Going to think about some of the things that they might be able to do with this money. But before we do that, Lopez, and we were going to talk about this later in the show anyway, but the foolishness is already taking over the internet. Internet going nuts later on in the show as well. That's in the 1 o'clock hour. But dude, April Fools.
I hate it.
How old are we?
I hate it.
Like, at what point does April Fools either become stale, played out, and also like just unnecessary? Justin Reed, former Texan. Justin Reed, shout out to Justin Reed. 2-time Super Bowl champion, by the way, now.
Yeah.
Puts out on X, formerly known as Twitter, for the last 4 years or so, I've been in this cycle on injury, pain, and rehab. I felt stuck in it. The only way I see out is to no longer play football. It's taken my joy out of this game. Thank you, everyone. He didn't even have proper English in this. Thank you, everyone, who would have supported me on this incredible journey. I love you all. Clearly a joke.
It's an April Fool's joke. It's dumb. You asked, like, when did this get old? Like 40 years ago?
Well,
35, 40 years ago?
Like, at what age is it? Because I get, when you're a child, you do childish things. But at what age do you become non-attention seeking no more? Like, at what age are you not seeking people's attention and just trying to, like, either go viral or get likes or have somebody call and check on you and go, April Fools.
Yeah.
Like, what is this for?
Well, the thing
What's the punchline?
The thing about, I know Figgy has some strong opinions on this too. We all do. It's the dumbest thing. Like, first of all, I said 35, 40 years ago because the big Sports Illustrated fake baseball player, whatever that guy's name was, Sid Finch, I think.
Okay.
That was like one that actually like was well developed. Went for months. People don't even remember it, but it was actually, pretty cool that they did that, did a whole story profile. But other than that, after third grade, fourth grade, like, April Fools, okay, everybody laughs because you're a child. Like what Justin Reed, Jack in the Box. Please stop.
What is Jack in the Box thinking?
Jack in the Box just tweeted a message from the CEO, obviously Jack.
And do they need attention?
Yeah.
Like, seriously?
Yeah, exactly. With a heavy heart that I come before you today. We know you've loved all-day breakfast, but it's been a staple, blah, blah, blah. We will no longer have breakfast past 10:30 a.m. Sure you won't. I mean, what do you think? What's the goal? Like, they don't want money, I guess. They don't like money, so they're going to stop having breakfast all day. There's not a holiday I despise more than April Fool's. Is it even a holiday?
I don't know if we can call it a holiday. It only counts as a holiday this year, I think, because it comes the day after Easter.
Yeah.
And like my kids aren't in school. Like, some kids aren't in school.
Mm-hmm.
It's being treated like a holiday in some places, but can we stop?
Just stop.
Can we grow up?
Figgy, I mean, you've been keeping up with this and rolling your eyes.
Yeah, it's so stupid, man. I think Quandre Diggs posted something, too. He posted, like, some cleats hanging up and said, I break my own news with a peace emoji. Just like, come on, man.
Get out of here.
Like, y'all don't get tired of trolling. Y'all troll every single day on this app, on Twitter, man.
Yeah.
Like, can y'all just chill out on today, man? It don't make any sense, man. It never been fun. Find me an April Fool's joke that was funny.
It's actually kind of dangerous.
Find me an April Fool's joke where you actually laugh your ass off.
So me, Landry, and Sean Bajani were in a text thread briefly over the weekend when Landry kind of poking fun at Sean's complaint last week about not knowing when he was going to host the show. So he's like, hey, I want to see about that show prep this time. I'm letting you know way ahead of time. And so we had a good laugh about it. But then Bajani puts in there, notices the date, and Bajani puts in there, wait, is this an April Fool's joke? And I didn't respond, but I'm thinking in my head, look, I don't know who you're dealing with, but me and Landry are going to be the last two people that are going to throw in.
That too.
Like, we're not that level of lame and cornball.
And what if you have, like, actual news that needs to be broken? No one will believe it. I can't stand it.
That's a good point. It's really bad for our industry.
Yeah.
It is.
Really bad.
Mm-hmm. You have to qualify it.
Yeah, when if Justin Reed really did retire?
No, he didn't.
All right, man. So
he likes money too much.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe the possibility of winning a third Super Bowl.
Yeah.
3-peat. And let's be honest, Justin Reed, good player, but he wasn't doing that much. He can't be that hurt.
Yeah,
he can't be that hurt.
I haven't seen all this rehab, all that.
Yeah, with Chris Jones and L'Jarius Sneed out there carrying you the way they were, I don't. You need more people. I don't believe.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. So the Texans created a bunch of cap space last week. They did so by restructuring the contracts of two of their offensive linemen, Shaq Mason and Titus Howard. Nitty gritty of the contracts, just know it allows for a little bit more than $32 million in cap space overall. That's what they got to work with.
Over the cap had 31.8 or something.
Yeah, it's right at close to $32 million. Over 30, just under 32. Enough to do something with.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Lopez, before I give you my thoughts, because I got a couple of them. What should they do with this newfound money? What should the Texans, who have already had, I think we can agree, a pretty good offseason. They've made some moves. They've been, I think, fairly aggressive. What's your term? Smart big money?
Yeah, smart big
money.
They've
used smart big money. We know the moves. Based on all of that, and based on this money that they have now, what would you like to see them do with this newfound money?
Well, what I'd like to see them do, I don't think it's high on the list of probabilities.
What would you like to see them do, and then what do you think they're going to do? Give me both.
Yeah, what I'd like to see them do is maybe figure out a trade for one of these receivers.
Okay.
Well, here's my logic.
I think that's on the list of possibilities.
They don't have a first rounder, but they got 2 second rounders, and they got 2 second rounders next year. We'll see, because they cleared up $31 million in space and are now number 4 in the entire NFL in cap space. That's after all the moves they've made.
Yep.
They didn't do that for no reason.
Yeah.
Just to be cute.
Right.
Those were the first 2 moves that are going to lead to something else. So they're doing something, okay? In my mind, that's a given. I'd like to see it a wide receiver. As much as we've talked about all the things they've done on the defense, you can maybe get a wide receiver in the draft. You have 2 second rounders. Both D'Amico and Nick have said very openly they think there's a good group of players in that realm, in that second round, that can help this team. But they're still not proven. They're still not proven, and you still need another weapon.
Yeah.
So, Brandon Ayuk, something like that, who's familiar with what they're doing here offensively.
Yep.
And I don't want to put too many names to it, but maybe a trade. That's what I'd like. I wouldn't bet on that.
Yeah.
But the other one that I'd like to see them do is maybe they're waiting for Justin Simmons.
That was mine.
Yeah.
That's mine. So mine is Justin Simmons because so the harder thing about the wide receiver, outside of Brandon Ayuk, I don't necessarily have the name.
Yeah.
The guys who are available in free agency, what their stature is. Hey, this is how much money it might cost to go get a guy like that.
Yeah, but there's no studs left at that position.
Yeah, well at wide receiver.
Yeah, unless you feel strong about it.
And that's why I'm saying Justin Simmons, a stud at the safety position.
Yeah.
That, to me, makes the most sense, and I can fit it into what the Texans have going on.
Yeah.
So after the Keenan Allen thing happens, it does a couple of things for me. It lets me know that they agree with us on the point that they need another weapon.
Yes.
Like this whole talk about needing another weapon is not just us blowing smoke or trying to fill airspace. They need another weapon. We recognized it at the end of last season. They're recognizing it even now. So I'm with you. I'd like to see them make a move for a wide receiver. I just don't know who that guy is if it's not Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't bet on it.
Which is why, for me, I like your Justin Simmons.
What about Xavier Howard? That's big money, and they're clearing space.
I'm good on that.
I don't know how I feel about it. I think it would be a huge upgrade.
So the thing about I think he would have been a huge upgrade at one point.
Yeah.
But I fear that Xavier Howard has become the player that we're much more into the name and the history and sort of the stature than we are how he's actually played over the last couple of years. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, and you're not going to agree with this, but I'm going to say this. If Xavier Howard was here, I understand that he's a better player and has had a better career.
Yeah.
But if Xavier Howard, based on how he's played recently, was added to this team, I wouldn't be any more excited about him than I am any of the other cornerbacks that they've signed. Even though I know he's had a better career, that he's probably got a higher ceiling, just because of the career he's had, based off of
you
the
wouldn't
last
be more excited than Okudah.
No. I don't think he's that level of player that he was before.
Yeah.
And I think that there could be some upside in Okudah. Like, we've done a thing where we've easily thrown him to the side because it failed in Detroit and because Atlanta seemed to punt on him so early.
Yeah.
But then you go back and look at him last year, he didn't play that bad. I don't know what they had going on with the Falcons last year exactly, but he did not play terribly last year. I'm not convinced that Okudah is as bad as his reputation might indicate, and I'm also not convinced that Xavier Howard is as great as his reputation indicates. I feel like the truth is somewhere in between.
You agree they're going to do something.
They have to do something.
There's no other reason to believe that.
Why you're not just restructuring guys' contract like that?
Yeah.
Just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Like you're creating something. We just don't know exactly what it is. So you mentioned Justin Simmons. You mentioned trading for a wide receiver. What about trading for a defensive tackle? Are we good? And I don't know exactly who's available. We know they tried the Eric Armstead thing. We know that they wanted to keep Sheldon Rankins and weren't able to. We know that they did trade Malik Collins. So they obviously have eyes on and a mind for addressing, upgrading that position. Would it be disappointing at all if all of this cap space that they're creating, we're talking about how badly they need a weapon, the urgency for that, and they use the money on, say, a fat dude.
Like who? Are you thinking of anybody?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know who's available.
Here's
because Eric Armstead was the easy one, right?
Here's the reason I'm asking. Reading between the lines, I kind of feel like they like the defensive tackles that they've signed. I don't know anything about them. I've only watched them in games over the years. And
okay,
you
asked for that. So do you think they like them better than Jonathan Allen?
Yeah,
from the Washington now Commanders.
Yeah,
and I almost called them the other thing.
Yeah,
I mean that's a guy who, if you wanted to bring him in, I don't think he costs you a ton of draft capital, but he has already been paid.
Yeah,
right. He's $14 million base salary.
Yeah.
So you're talking about an already paid guy, but would also be a clear and obvious upgrade. You give me Jonathan Allen and then either one of those other guys, Fatukasi or Tim Settle. And I can go with that. And then you tell me Danico Autry has the positional flexibility.
I also think they're going to plan on that a lot.
But so all of that goes together though. So would that work? So let's make that the trade.
Yeah.
Texans trade whatever it is. Make the draft chart work for Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle for the Washington Commanders. Upgrade your defensive line significantly. That's what they're freeing all this cap space for. Does that tickle your fancy at all?
I wouldn't be against it. That's for dang sure. And everything that they've done this offseason points to them really bolstering their defense in the offseason and maybe targeting somebody in that sweet spot of the second round in the draft at wide receiver, running back, whatever. But let me ask you this. This is the other thing I was thinking about when I saw this.
All right.
What does it mean for Titus Howard? Like Titus, what do you think it means for Titus Howard that he's already had his contract restructured?
Yeah, I think.
He's not like playing for his position.
I think
because it's a big dead cap hit.
I think even before that, it wasn't great that they had to play him out of position or felt like they had to play him out of position because they didn't have anybody at guard, and then his replacement ended up playing as good, if not better, than he did.
Yeah.
I think that is probably worse than whatever.
But it's a message, isn't it?
I think it all kind of goes together.
Hey, we'll give you this money. We'll give you this bigger bonus, and if you restructure your contract. But it's not exactly like you're our guy. you know.
I think it's fair to say, and it goes to speak to how big of a year this upcoming year is for the offensive line. Like they've invested this money into Titus Howard, Shaq Mason, and Laramie Tunsil, and the draft picks into Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs. But obviously it didn't come together last year because of health. But I feel like, they didn't feel great about having the most expensive offensive line last year.
Yeah.
And it not being one that could produce, whether it be health or because of performance.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. I think everybody, perhaps not named Laramie Tunsil, should probably be on notice. Like we could – would it surprise me if a year from now we're talking about a completely different offensive line?
Absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me.
No, I mean, I think that's in play.
Yeah, no, I just, look, and so people know, I mean, players like to get restructured because it means a big bonus.
Yeah.
And
get the money right away.
Yeah, you get the money right away. But it also is a strategic thing from the club's perspective. A lot of times it's a big dead cap hit, and it will be this year. So Titus Howard's playing. We'll see where. But it's like a $29 dead cap hit, and then we'll see after that. I think there's an out, but it'll be another cap. So I think it's definitely something that they're kind of trying to plan in case this doesn't work out.
Yeah.
For Titus Howard.
So rank these for me then, because I think we have 3 possibilities that make sense that I think we might all be okay with. So let's rank them. I'm gonna go to you here, Lopez.
Okay.
Trade for a wide receiver. Trade for a defensive tackle. Sign a safety like a Justin Simmons, Quandre Diggs, somebody of that ilk. Rank those 3.
For me, it's going to be a different ranking. For me, 1 is a trade for a proven wide receiver.
Okay.
2 is Justin Simmons, and 3 is the DT. For them, I'm feeling that it's going to be like a Justin Simmons, a signing. That's the easy route to go. It's just money, and you cleared money. As opposed to giving up, assets like the draft picks or whatever, because they only have the 2 second-round draft picks. So I think that's probably a little – who was in the hunt for Ayuk with a trade, and it was going to be only like a number 18 overall pick?
He was almost traded.
It was only like 1 pick, but it was a first-round pick.
Yeah, I can't remember.
So it's not –
was it – no, it wasn't the –
But either way, it's not going to be like super expensive in terms of picks, but it's going to be, for this team, more expensive than the number – they don't have that number 23 pick anymore, so – we'll see. I think they're gonna sign somebody. I would love to see Simmons, but my personal choice would be a big wide receiver like Brandon Ayuk.
So the wide receiver choices, obviously we've mentioned Brandon Ayuk, but could also think T. Higgins. Could also think Cortland Sutton. Could also think Tyler Lockett. I think that's another name that's been floated out there.
Yep.
To me, I don't know. T. Higgins sounds like he's going to command a little bit higher of a dollar than the rest of these guys. And in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking about Nico Collins and Tank Dell at some point.
Yeah.
I feel like Brandon Ayuk and maybe Cortland Sutton might be a little bit below. I might be wrong on Sutton there. But if I had to rank them, Lopez, for me it's – and I can't believe I'm saying this because I think the easiest path is to go ahead and just sign a guy instead of having to trade one. So I feel like I should say safety. But for me, if I had to prioritize these, it would be trade for a weapon, one of these wide receivers, trade for a defensive tackle because I am that unsettled by the situation that they've got going on a defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And then the last priority would be go ahead and sign you a safety and upgrade that position because kind of low-key they could stand to upgrade it.
I've been kind of percolating on that Jonathan Allen thing, and that does sound intriguing. It definitely does. Especially when you consider the moves they've made on the defensive side. Well, that's where they're focusing.
Yeah, and dude, if you got Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter on the ends and Jonathan Allen's on the inside, it feels like that other guy just has to not be terrible.
Yeah.
And your defensive line should be
And then on passing situations, you throw Autry in there.
Then you throw Autry in there.
Yeah.
You talking me out of my own ranking. I almost feel like I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna put D tackle up on to number 1. That's John Lopez here with Figgy Fig, Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker on In the Loop. Coming up, do you buy into karma, and are the Astros victims of it? We'll get into that next.
It's a happy experience.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker, here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. As you all know, the Astros were swept by the Yankees over the weekend. It's been a while. I don't remember the last time I was there for a win.
And to start the season.
Dude, I didn't realize this, Lopez.
Yeah.
That the Astros hadn't even started 0-2.
Oh, really?
Since 2011.
Okay, I know they started 0-4 in 2011, right?
I believe so. And that was, that's the dog years.
That was the tank year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
they lost over 100 games.
Yeah, you almost, charge it to the game, call it the cost of doing business. If you tell me that that's going to result in, hey, they're going to turn it around and have this big run that they ended up having after that, then you take it. But man, I didn't realize that they hadn't been worse than 1-1 after 2 games.
Yeah.
In over, we're I guess right at 13 years now. But here we are. We've got a little bit of a trend and a little bit of a disturbing trend going on with the Astros losing at Minute Maid Park. Can't seem to get right at home. We know how things went down against the Rangers in the ALCS last year, and now you get swept against the Yankees of all teams to start the year. You feel like, Lopez, that there might be some bad karma, some bad mojo.
Yeah.
Explain yourself.
Let me ask you both this, because I'm very much on the record. We are all a little stitious, but I'm not superstitious.
Fair.
There are certain little things that we all do, just kind of quirky. So I'm not like about the superstitions and karma in its classic form, like that's going to come back to bite you. You did this, so that's going to happen. But I am, and from spring training, there's been a pit in my stomach. And you've heard it.
For sure.
You've been a part of these discussions where I'm just saying, I just feel, and this is the other thing I always say, Las Vegas was built on feelings. So when you feel something, you really shouldn't believe it too often.
Vibes.
Because they have those big hotels because people were betting because they had a feeling. As much as that's true, and I believe those things, and I've said those things, I don't know if it's karma, but water does find its level. There is going to be a step back for no, cipherable reason.
Yeah.
Like yesterday actually was kind of one of those that made me think about this topic again. Like those shots that Jordan and Kyle Tucker had that could have won the game, they fall a lot of times.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but they fall a lot of times.
And you like to think that they're going to fall more often than not this year. This is This is sorry, it's early, guy, but we do have to break down the series that we just had over the weekend. You do feel like they'll fall eventually, but there is that kind of eerie feeling.
But all the little things that I've mentioned with the Texans that are going their way, they've definitely gone the Astros' way. Last year, winning the division, sheer luck, but that's what happens when you're the Astros. They've been getting these breaks on the last day of the season. Rangers lose, etc. Over the course since 2017. The terrific things that they have done because they're a great team, but that have also gone their way.
Yeah.
You can go back to some of the greatest plays and players in this Astros existence, with Altuve, the clutch home run against Chapman. Yeah, he did it.
Yeah.
But that was wild that he did it right there at that moment. Jordan, the shot to center field.
Yeah.
For the
2 years ago. Yeah.
2 years ago those are things that they just do. And I've had this because they're great. I don't want to say that there's anything because they're great, but that it happened in those moments when it mattered the most. Now, this is the first week of the season, but I've been saying you just got a feeling. You just got a feeling that something's gonna kind of start going the other way.
Yeah, and see, it's funny that you're saying this or making this point now because I had this feeling, and it ended up going away eventually.
Yeah,
because they did make it back to the postseason. They did win the division. They were in the ALCS and all of that, and of course they didn't win it. But, man, I remember having this feeling last year.
Yeah.
There was a vibe. And, look, opening day was great. Had a good time. Meg Thee Stallion was there. The
White pants.
White pants. Look, it was a fun time. But I just remember also feeling like, man, it feels – I don't know if it feels too fun or like the urgency is gone or But it just felt like something was lacking. And it sounds silly again because they ended up being one of the better teams in baseball.
Yeah.
They're probably still one of the better teams in baseball and going to end up showing that. But I honestly, Lopez, what you're bringing to the table right now, I felt a little bit last year before it got dusted off a little bit.
And it took a while.
Yeah. and it ended up being, I think, honestly, I ended up being distracted by, the immediate issues that we ended up seeing come up, like the health of, Luis Garcia and Jose Urquidy going down in back-to-back days. Dusty's management of both Yanier Diaz and the bullpen at times.
Yeah.
All of the things that were right there in front of us to either question or at least be concerned about made me think less about this angle that you're taking about, hey, maybe is it just bad karma or is it, is it going in the other direction?
Well, here's the other aspect of this that I think is important. I used to call them Laker bounces. Lakers would always seem to get the best bounces back in the day and more recently as well some because they were great. Great teams, they have the means to make some things fall their way.
Yeah.
And this is the other part of it. Do the Astros really have the means to have an occasional bad series like this, but you still realize over the course of the season they got enough great players in every imaginable way that the luck's gonna start falling their way, and they're gonna have a lot to do with that luck. And the examples I'm gonna use is Jose Abreu. That is that you cannot have. It's a non-starter to have a first baseman have another bad bad start like that.
Yeah, man, you cannot have a light.
Isn't he 0-for?
You can't have an expensive light hitting first baseman, and yes, he is 0-for.
He's 0-for.
He's 0-for. He's the only one who's 0-for, by the way.
Yes.
Everybody else has done something.
We finally have our center fielder. Then you pinch hit for him a lot,
and not just any pinch hit, but John Singleton.
Middle relief. You know what? Let's just get to the seventh inning, and that's a win because we have such a great back end of the bullpen. Well, what happened in the first 4 games?
Yeah.
You couldn't do that. Starting pitching.
Do you feel like, Lopez, that they took the first 6 innings for granted in this offseason? Because, it feels like we –
Maybe. I hadn't thought of it like that.
I mean, in the conversation, it feels like we just jump up to or skip past and say, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
That 7th, 8th, and 9th is going to be crazy. It's just going to be deadly. And it's like, well, wait a minute, though. In order for that to matter or to mean anything, you have to have some kind of quality from the starters or from the middle relievers, and at the very least the starters. And you also need run production. You need timely hitting. You can't have what you had over the weekend, which was, really bad with runners in scoring position.
8 for 41?
8 for 41 and 20-some guys left on base. You just can't have it. I feel like there was some drinking of the Kool-Aid where the Astros were already great, which I get. I understand they've been like wildly successful.
Yeah.
But there's been a little bit too much drinking of the Kool-Aid of what they already were, taking for granted the first 6 innings and just assuming that 7th, 8th, and 9th you're going to be in a position to close out the game.
Right.
And they like you haven't given Josh Hader anything to close.
Mm-hmm.
You signed a nearly $100 million closer.
Yeah.
Or was it? It was 95 or right at $100 million closer.
Yeah.
And you haven't given him anything to close.
So I said, I brought it up as karma, but really like the truly great teams that are equipped to handle the downturns.
Yeah.
They kind of make their karma, make your luck, whatever you want to call it. And so I'm going through this list, like, do they have what it takes to withstand all that? Even the schedule, like, okay, it's just the first month of the season. But if you're going, you got Blue Jays and then Rangers, 7 games against the Rangers, and then Braves, 2 for sure of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah, the Rangers and Braves are 2 of the 4 or 5 best. It's certainly offensively, and then the Blue Jays, at least at the plate, would be right there with them too.
Yeah, and then you might counter with, well, they've had bad starts in the past. Yes, they have, but they've been truly great. They've been equipped to overcome those bad starts. And this year, they have one of the best teams in their own division. So you can't afford that bad start this year. So it's just like I'm calling it karma, but it's really like, is the luck going to start kind of falling the other way because they don't have all the pieces to withstand it?
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't think, and we'll get into this at noon in the noon hour, but I don't think that the Astros, unlike maybe previous years, and they didn't do this in previous years, but this year specifically, I don't feel like they can really afford to get off to a slow start.
And last thing, real quick, I always say this just about every year, and it proves to be true. You never, ever, ever start. It's a John P. Lopez ism, if you will, or an OG-ism. You never end the season with the same starting staff that you begin a season.
That's true.
Ever. Well, they're already kind of frail. Do they even have an ace? What are these guys going to do? They're already kind of frail at the starting pitching position. So it's a little bit of a – you got to notice it. You got to notice this 0-4 start.
Be nice to have Blake Snell, man.
Dude, man.
Be nice to have Blake Snell. Cry over spilled milk, whatever you want to call it. But
can you do something, bro?
Man,
do something,
it would have been really nice if them
bro.
boys had done something. Coming up next, the Rockets winning streak ends, and we've got a showdown in women's college basketball coming up. The hits are lit.
I'm gonna go to crazy.
what your kids will be up to this summer? Visit thehealthmuseum.org.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Brandon Scott in for Landry Locker here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Lopez over here checking out some Luka highlights.
I was just kind of looking, make sure we're not missing any breaking news.
Dude.
That dude is just ridiculous.
What even? What is he? What is he?
What
man?
is he?
Like I'm not talking about race, gender.
Yeah.
I'm talking species.
Yeah. That was shot off the scoreboard if you didn't see it.
Hey, man, if y'all have not seen that, y'all got to go check it out.
Got to check it out.
I think the Mavs, and it's not hard to find, but I think the Mavs Twitter account has it posted.
Yeah.
Dude hits a bank shot off the scoreboard.
The one hanging off the middle of the floor.
What is that?
That's ridiculous is what that is.
I'm just like, and then in the game, he calls glass on a couple of shots, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought Craig Ackerman was going to lose his mind. Like he had never seen somebody call glass before.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was pretty damn impressive, dude. Luka, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the show, man. Great players, great institutions. That was what we watched over the weekend. The Astros, the Rockets, U of H, but especially last night, just
calling glass is one of the coolest things,
dude.
It's really cool.
Well, but it's especially when you can do it with some level of regularity, or from distance.
Like you're letting it go glass, boom.
So like Tim Duncan, as you know, used to do it from what seemed like the same spot every time.
He never even had to call it.
Yeah,
because everybody knew
mid-range. You knew it was coming. And the regularity, and the consistency that he could do it with was impressive. Luka last night doing it from distance.
No, he's ridiculous.
I just do not
he's ridiculous.
Understand. All right, let's play the hits, man. Tonight, we know that it's LSU against Iowa. We understand women's NCAA tournament. This is the Elite Eight. But this is really Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark and what feels like some of the culture wars. You've got the Kim Mulkey aspect of it.
That's
too,
a big part of it.
Which is what is really driving me in terms of like rooting interest. Like from a basketball standpoint, I want to watch Caitlin Clark because she is, I think, transcendent in the women's game.
Yeah.
From a like just sports watching, maybe narrative standpoint, I want to watch Kim Mulkey lose. What is it for you about this?
Okay,
about
so
this particular matchup?
You're kind of leaning toward the answer here. Of a question I was going to ask you guys.
All right.
First of all, I guess I should be ashamed to say this, but I'm not. This is going to be the first women's college basketball game this year that I watch the whole game.
What's the shame in that?
No, because I should have watched
catch everything.
some. You know, I've watched Caitlin Clark a little bit, Angel Reese a little bit, some of these other, tournament games here and there as I'm flipping. But I'm not like appointment viewing women's basketball, viewer. And maybe, whatever. Maybe I'm insensitive or not really appreciating the game. Whatever you want to say, fine. It fits.
I tell you what, if you watched more, I wouldn't think you were more sensitive. So it's not like you would have gained brownie points there, Lopez.
But
so it's all good.
I'm going to watch this one. Like, this is in essence, maybe the national championship game.
Appointment viewing.
Here's the other thing about it. I actually don't know, and I say this all the time, until I sit down, you immediately, inherently start pulling for a team if you don't really have a dog in the fight. I don't know who I'm going to start pulling for. I'm leaning Caitlin Clark, no, excuse me, I got that wrong. I'm leaning Angel Reese because I think she's getting kind of the short shrift here.
You think so?
Yeah, everybody's all about Caitlin Clark, and this woman is, she's the one that did the, kind of the gesture last year with the ring and all that stuff. And was kind of villainized for that, but I thought it was awesome. But now this year it's been Caitlin Clark, with a little Angel Reese make stand on a national scale. I kind of lean in that way, but I can't stand Kim Mulkey. So I don't know. But you're thinking you can't stand Kim Mulkey enough that it's going to be about Caitlin Clark.
Dude, it all for me comes down to having a distaste for Kim Mulkey. Everything she just kind of seems to represent. She's got like this level of arrogance, and it's okay to have an ego and to be arrogant, I think, at that level, at that stage. But for me, she's taking it to a whole nother level.
It's not even arrogance. It's like spite about everything.
Yeah, it's like arrogance, but also mean at the same. She seems like she's mean.
She does seem like she's mean.
She seems like she would just be like, I ain't trying to call a lady out her name, but y'all feel where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
The word that I want to use that I'm clearly not going to use. But she feels like one of those.
Yeah.
And what do I mean by one of those? One of those, yes. So for me, the rooting interest is going to clearly be on the side of wherever Kim Mulkey ain't. And that just happens to be where Caitlin Clark is.
You know, the funny thing about it, too, is I haven't really been a part or bought into, well, this is great for the women's game. The women's game is going to take off now, et cetera, because I think it's almost unique. It's Caitlin Clark, and she's just captured the fancy of a lot of people.
But that's great for the women's game.
But she's going to be gone. You know what I mean? Like, what's the women's game? Is there going to be someone behind them?
Yeah. Well,
you know?
so and don't let me act like or pretend like I'm some women's college basketball head.
Mm-hmm.
But any game that you do watch, if you just drop in, they'll rattle off to you like 5 or 6 or 7 freshmen that are cold.
Yeah.
Like
the whole game is so much better.
Yeah. Well, there's like one at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like there's one at Texas.
USC.
Yeah, USC.
Yeah.
There are freshmen around. Now, I'm not saying that they're Caitlin Clark. I'm not saying that they're going to be transcendent. I'm not saying that they're going to have Lopez watching the full games or nothing like that. But the game does feel like it's in good hands, even if not in the hands of a future Caitlin Clark type.
Well, I also think that a vast majority of fans, men and women, are kind of pulling for the women's game and kind of buying in.
Yeah.
Especially to the tournament. Nobody watches even men's regular season basketball.
Right.
You know, but they're pulling for it because it has like better personalities than the men's game, the men's college game. There's a lot of great personalities in the women's game.
Dude, I've been saying this, like if there is anything about college basketball that doesn't get enough flack or enough attention for its decline, it is the decline in personalities. Like we talked about one and done and how, the game is a lot more European and kids coming out of school have more options than to just go to all of that. But specifically with the game itself, like you don't have those big personality coaches. We know that you don't have those players that come back year in and year out.
Yeah.
So that's why DJ Burns is so cool to watch.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, damn, there's a college player with some personality.
Yeah.
That short dude last year, I can't remember what school he played at. Might have been Kansas State. I'm trying to remember. There was a real little guy that had everybody going nuts. It was like a personality.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of that in the college game today. John Calipari doesn't last long enough in the tournament to be considered one of those. You've got that in the women's game between Kim Mulkey, even if I don't like her, Dawn Staley, who's a legend, and then obviously you look around, you got Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese.
Yeah.
There are personalities that you can fixate on or gravitate towards.
Yeah, and it's not going to be something that's going to be overnight. But this one right here, we're all about events in this industry. Like, what's the great, like, that's why we watch the World Cup every 4 years. Most people who watch the World Cup, it's more now, but most people in this country that watch the World Cup, they don't know soccer, but it's an event.
Yeah.
Tonight is an event, and that's big.
Interested to get your thoughts on this as a longtime journalist. What did you make of Kim Mulkey's outlash or outburst, I should say, against the media over the weekend? She had her preemptive comments on a Washington Post article that turned out not to be a hit piece, by the way.
No,
and
the profile.
And then she had some comments about an LA Times piece, which, by the way, I just want to say I've not read. But the word around town is, word on the internet is, it might have been more of the hit piece that she should have been targeting at the time.
Yeah.
What did you think just about her sort of positioning of herself, which is another reason why she annoys me, by the way. But what did you think about it?
My first thought was thank you if I'm the writer.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you.
And the Washington Post, obviously,
and the Washington
publication.
Post, it's a spell the name right moment, which I always talk about. But the second thing is, like, it's so predictable to blame the media or blame a media outlet when something's not going your way.
Yeah.
I can tell you, Kim Mulkey, I've had some dealings with her over the years, really uses the media big time.
Yeah.
Like, that's how she built the entire Baylor program. aside from the obvious of recruiting and her coaching ability and all that. But, like, she was really, really engaged with it. I got 2 handwritten notes from her once when I was back at the Chronicle. She was building this program, thanking me for an article and all. So it's whatever fits her narrative.
Yeah, it's manipulation.
Yeah,
really.
manipulation.
Media manipulation is what it is.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting just because, she's such a polarizing figure, and, like, to me, it just seemed unnecessary in this moment to, trying to get in front of an article.
Yeah.
But I didn't think about this until after the fact. Like, a lot of this was probably more so not the Washington Post doing a hit piece, which it turned out they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It was more so of, hey, you're not following the narrative that I want you to follow. Speaking to your point about media manipulation.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
You want to write a profile about my program? You want to write a profile about me? You want to talk to my former players? You want to get some insight on me? Okay, well, you need to be saying the thing that I want you to say.
Yeah, here are the talking points.
Yeah, here are the talking points. Here's the press release.
Yeah.
And make sure you write it.
That's not how it works.
Write it the way I want you to write
That's
it.
exactly what it was.
Well, that's not at all how it works. So,
and millions of people read that article because of her.
Yeah.
Like, and it was just a profile.
Yeah.
There was some stuff in there, but it was just a profile. Yeah.
Washington Post need to send Kim Mulkey a thank you.
That's exactly
thank you
right.
note.
That's exactly
for helping drive up traffic.
Yeah.
But big game tonight. You can look at it however you want. LSU versus Iowa or Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a big one. On the men's side, the Final Four is set. But to me, man, I mentioned this earlier in the show, feels like a tournament that is just deciding who's going to lose to UConn. But these should be a couple, at least the NC State-Purdue game should be pretty good. And I'm not ruling out the possibility that Alabama could at least give UConn a fight.
Oh, I am.
And I only say that because they surprised me against North Carolina.
Yeah.
But to the point, I don't think anybody's beating UConn. I think this is the tournament to see who loses to UConn ultimately.
Yeah, no, they're really, really good. They're not going to get beat. Alabama's really speedy and athletic. I've watched them a couple of times this year. In fact, I won some money on them when they were playing Auburn, and we were all together over at Kirby's house. I was telling Sean Pendergast, I was like, dude, Auburn was way up. I said, Alabama's not going to win, not going to lose by this much, and we won. So anyway, I watched Alabama. They're real athletic. They can get up and down the floor. Won't matter.
Yeah. UConn feels inevitable.
Yeah, it won't matter. It's inevitable. I'll put it this way. One of the fantasy, the bracket challenges that I'm in.
Yeah.
It's already over. It's already over
because nobody's in.
Because second, third, and fourth place didn't have UConn winning the national championship. I've never seen this. Going into the Final Four, that's a wrap. We have the winner, of our bracket challenge before they even play a game.
Somehow, tell me what you think about this. Somehow, college basketball benefits from its sort of niche-ness, because you don't watch it really. So it hurts and benefits because you don't watch it necessarily all the way through, but then that lack of knowledge presents some excitement when you do your bracket because you're like, I don't know, and my bracket might be shot to hell by the time I get to the end of it. That's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Let's get back to the Astros. Why it's more than just one of 162. John Lopez does not have patience for its early guy, and we are going to dive into it next.
Payne and Pendergast. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker. Rolling with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Here on a Reaction Monday. Is it too early?
Oh, come on.
Is it too early, guys? Like, I know we make fun of It's Too Early guy, but I almost feel like for my own, like, sanity, I want to be It's Too Early guy. Like, I'm not him, but I almost want to be him just so I don't lose my mind over the Astros not performing at certain times or not being good at home. But Lopez, I don't feel like you're going to have a lot of patience for It's Early guy.
You feel correct
throughout this year, so maybe I shouldn't be that guy.
No, I'm not, and here's why. First of all, a message to all the It's Early guys. All right?
All you guys.
This is a message to all the It's Early guys.
And gals for that matter. We know Astros Twitter and y'all, we got
generic guys.
We got a great women fan base with the Astros. So y'all too.
I'm
guys.
calling women guys too, like you guys. We understand that.
We know.
I know it's early. We all understand that it's early. So I'm not going to be very patient. And here's why. Imagine had the Astros swept the Yankees instead of vice versa.
Yeah.
What would It's Early guy be saying?
World Series bound.
Here we go, baby.
We the Yankees daddies.
Yeah. We own the Yankees. This is the year again. Back to the ALCS. All that. So if you're going to react like that, if it were an Astros sweep, don't expect us not to react when the Astros get swept by the Yankees at home. 9 straight home losses. I want to say 3-15 in their last 18 home games.
Yeah, man, that's bad.
Jose Abreu still is 0 despite the series. The starting pitching didn't show an ace and didn't show any real strengths, that would take you in. The middle relief was not good. All that.
7-26 in their last 33 at home.
Yeah, how about that?
That's a texter pointing out when I said earlier that we've got a little trend here. I was slow pedaling it a little bit.
We
I was half
undersold
stepping. It is not a little trend.
Yeah.
It is, as the 832, and shout out to you, 832. Appreciate you for listening. It's a problem. All caps, It's a problem.
It's a problem. So just so you know, we understand that it's early. Still not going to have a lot of patience with It's Early guy. And let me get into some details of why, and I want to get you guys' thoughts. When you have a new manager and you start the season badly, and it was definitely bad this first series. Blue Jays in today. We'll see. Good squad.
Yep.
And then you got Rangers and Braves coming up this month.
Great squads, arguably.
Great squads.
2 teams that could very well end up in the World Series.
So let's say they start April 6 games under 500, and maybe that's even being generous. When you have a new manager, that is not just us where it tends to kind of start to raise some eyebrows. Might raise some eyebrows in that clubhouse.
Ooh.
It might early. No, everything can change. People were up and down on Dusty and all that, but he needs to have a good start.
Well, but Dusty at least came in with some level of history and pedigree. Like he came in with a certain amount of credibility already. No matter what you thought about the job that Dusty actually did, you cannot deny that he didn't come in there with a certain level of respectability. Now, they know Joe Espada, but they've never known him in this role. He's never played it before.
Yeah.
What do you think Lopez is a reasonable leash? And when I say leash, I'm talking about player trust.
Yeah.
Not he's going to get fired, not Astros.
Me too. That's what I'm talking about.
But the leash that you're talking about with player side eye / trust.
Yeah.
What do you think it would take? How long of a leash do you think the new manager gets? Keeping in consideration that they do have a relationship with the guy already. But
no, they like him.
They love him. But he's never played this role.
Right, that's my point.
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
And
What point is the turn?
Yeah, and it may be a false narrative.
It could be.
But human nature takes over. If you start April bad, I don't care who you are in that clubhouse, you're going to be going, man, this ain't the same.
Yeah.
And whether you still love the guy, you still think you can maybe turn it around, but man, this is not what we were expecting.
And I'm probably guilty here, Lopez, of just assuming Joe Espada at the very least wouldn't be a net negative.
Mm-hmm.
And look, we're having this discussion. I still don't necessarily think he's won. You know, it's one series. It's too early, guy. All of that.
Yeah.
But maybe I should have given a little bit more thought to the idea that he hasn't done it before. He's unproven.
Right.
And what if he isn't the guy? What if he is overwhelmed? What if it makes more of a difference than I was willing to give it credit for? Because in my mind, Lopez, I'm thinking, hey, this is a squad. Again, we talk about Dusty Baker.
Mm-hmm.
This is a squad where you just got to come in here and not mess this up.
Right. That's exactly right.
You're really brought in to kind of steady the ship and make sure that all the right buttons are pressed, but that you don't mess it up. We're not expecting you to be the reason why we win. We're more so expecting you to not be the reason why we lose.
Mm-hmm.
And so how much losing takes place before somebody starts pointing the finger or wondering who to point to? It doesn't have to be Joe Espada.
No.
It could be anybody. Like, we've gone through the different issues with this team.
Mm-hmm.
At what point does the introspection start, and then that go from
that's kind of my point.
Introspection to finger pointing?
Hey, I mean, they could go on a 12-game win streak, and all of a sudden in May, everybody's like, I can't believe we thought that. But in April, with a new manager, new look in the clubhouse, it might start snowballing. So we hit the home field, we hit the manager. Two more things that I think are. And again, just to reiterate, we know it's early, but I want to get your thoughts on this. Why this is something that is concern might be a little bit strong, but I'm definitely like kind of treading lightly around this because I think it could mushroom into a bigger problem.
All right,
the bullpen is not good.
It's not.
It's just not good.
It's not good.
We're talking about,
and it's not good enough to say that you've got a premier 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guy.
Yeah.
Like you might need a reliever in the 4th, 5th, or 6th inning.
And a lot. And you're talking about a series where you went through spring training, you rested your arms, you prepared your arms to have a really good start to the season. The bullpen was set up exactly how you want. The starting staff was set up exactly how you want. And the bullpen gave up 13 runs, 10 walks, 5 home runs in 12 and a third innings. The bullpen is not good.
It's not good. It's not good. And this past weekend, I think 2 things happened. Your bullpen wasn't good, and then meanwhile, you couldn't make nothing happen against their bullpen. Like the Yankees bullpen dominated yours, and yours didn't show up. Do you tell me if you think this is Weasley, Lopez?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to throw this off at you. Is it acceptable to you to look at it as glass half full, that the starters, with the questions that we had going into the series and into the season about the rotation, that the starters actually were safe for not giving you the length that maybe you wanted? The starters were okay. Maybe they'll be better. Maybe as they work their way into shape and work their way into the season, maybe they give you more length. And maybe at some point, this is a lot of maybes. But maybe at some point you can mask these issues that we both acknowledge, that we agree on exist with the bullpen. But maybe the starters are even better than we were giving them credit for, and even better than they were over the weekend further into the season, and gives you an opportunity to see more from that 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that's my other one.
Maybe that's the glass half full view.
My other point is about starting pitching.
All right.
While you can say that, and I agree, like there's a few things there with the starting pitching that you can maybe see that they would have some success, and in the early part of every season by every team, they don't throw a lot of pitches.
Yeah.
But this is my big point about starting pitching. You don't have an ace. Name a big time postseason run that didn't have an ace.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have one.
There is none.
It'd be nice to have one.
You always have that one guy. Now you can maybe get a great start out of Hunter Brown, a great start out of whomever.
Hey, Lopez, I would love nothing more than to argue you down right now and be like, nah, man, this is the ace.
That's right. Last week, what were you saying?
I ain't got him. Well, and those were to be clear, those were bold predictions.
They were.
And that is the prime example of why that was such a bold prediction, because I predicted a guy was going to win the Cy Young who's not even an ace.
Yeah.
And to your point, they don't even have an ace. So
on the plus side.
Doesn't feel good.
On the plus side, the problems that we saw from Fromber are very correctable. Like it was control.
Yeah.
It was finding the strike zone.
Yeah.
That's very correctable, short of, something crazy.
Well, he's had
happening.
command issues in the past,
and he's
too.
had them in the past. So maybe
that's part of.
So maybe it's not that glass half full.
I think it's part of the Fromber experience.
Yeah.
Like it was an up and down kind of thing because
effectively wild. Is
effectively
what they say.
wild.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly it. And you look at him, he's loading the bases, or he's got all of this traffic on the base pass, and you're like, yikes, this doesn't look good.
And then he got the 2 double plays.
Then he gets the double plays because that's what he does. He's a ground ball pitcher.
Yeah.
So
but is he an ace?
No,
he's not. Is Hunter Brown an ace? I'm not there yet, but I'm kind of getting a little tired of this whole Verlander-Hunter Brown comparison.
Oh, we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, they did it in the game. I was watching it. They were doing it in the game. Well, his idol in Detroit, and he looks just like Verlander, and what a great guy to.
Yeah, but we know better than this.
We
now,
know
right?
better than this, but until you start showing some Justin Verlander things, you ain't Justin Verlander.
I mean, it's one thing to imitate him.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be on the same squad and to idolize him, to be from the place where Justin Verlander made his name in the big leagues.
Yeah.
It's another thing to actually be a Verlander prototype. And I don't think he's shown some promise. I think Hunter Brown can very much be a fixture in this rotation for some years to come. Like I'm not doubting that.
Sure.
But Justin Verlander?
Yeah. Nah. I mean, my idol growing up was George Gervin. I can't finger roll. That doesn't make my finger roll any better. Well, here's the last thing on why. Yes, it's early. We understand, but where's an ace going to come from? You didn't hit on Blake Snell. Lance McCullers, you can't count on for squat. Luis Garcia, who knows? He's been up and down if he ever gets back.
Let me throw one out you.
Verlander.
I'm gonna throw one at you. You're gonna hit him probably.
Where are you gonna get an ace?
Is it Christian Javier?
It might be. I mean, he's had the.
Yeah. not to bring Chandler Rome into this. The Athletics Chandler Rome, throw him under the bus, but he doesn't mind this. It's in print. You can find it.
Mm-hmm.
But his bold prediction for the Astros last year that didn't hit, by the way, as we know, was that Christian Javier would win the Cy Young. So mine was Valdez this year. His last year was
There's
Christian
still time
Javier.
for you to change.
Look, as we know, Christian Javier was nothing close to a Cy Young contender, candidate, front runner, anything like that. But I do wonder, we've got a slimmer Christian Javier, one that's more used to this role that he's in. I don't know. I still think that he's got to be right up there, probably along with Lance McCullers, among your most talented guys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's just the fact that I'm even trying to squint my eyes to say, what if it's Christian Javier? And we've had nothing to really indicate that that's what he is yet. Probably tells you how desperate you are for an ace.
The thing about an ace, though, and this is not breaking news, but just to bring it up, is like when you're going bad like this, an ace stops it. When you're kind of, up and down, an ace gets the team going with an effort that helps the bullpen and gets a big win, maybe a shutout, whatever, or eight innings or 8 or 9 innings or whatever. I don't know if any of these guys can do that. And I know it's early in the season, but like, who on this squad you can count on for 7, 8 innings? I'm not even going to go 9. 7, 8 innings, starting a streak or stopping a streak.
I mean, the closest thing you do have is
Fromber.
And Fromber only because he's a bulldog.
Yeah.
And he can give you the length that we're talking about. Like it's Fromber who can give you the length. It's Javier who feels like he can give you the stuff, and maybe Hunter Brown to a certain extent. And then, of course, obviously Lance would fall somewhere in there if he were healthy, but he never is.
Yeah, he never is.
So you can't really count on him.
And you can't count on him.
So outside of that, I mean, we're talking about Blanco.
He's pitching today, by the way.
Who's pitching today.
Yeah.
JP France pitched yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or was that Saturday?
I don't remember now.
But either way, like we're getting into the extra, what I call the extras.
Hunter Brown. I mean, it's like, what are you going to get? Big start tomorrow for Fromber. Because if he's still wild, still not effective, we're gonna be having this discussion all over.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. And to it for the it's too early guy, just do math. Like, yeah, it's too early maybe to panic, but it's not too early to do math. That's right. Like it's the same 4 in April and
July,
March that it is in July, that it is in so on and so forth. 4 still be 4, right?
Yeah.
So like this can end up mattering. I do want to like hammer this home. You barely won the division last year.
You
by
kind of backdoored it.
By the hair on your chin.
Yeah.
Okay? But you backdoored it, like you said.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you're talking about it's too early or things that don't matter, hell, all you got to apply to that is, hey, what if you lose one of those games earlier in the season that you won? What if you did actually start 0-4 the year before?
Yeah.
And that's the difference between winning the division and not.
And then on the top of all that, the good news is you're playing at home this next series. Oh wait, that's the bad news. Like they gotta make some hay against the Blue Jays just to get some dubs at home. I mean, they got to figure something out here. What was that streak? 7-26.
Yeah, 7 and it's bad. I had it up here a minute ago, but it's bad. Like 7-26 in the last 33 games at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, they need this.
Hey man, Astros fans deserve better than that. We appreciate the run. We appreciate the memories and all the success. But when we show up to that damn ballpark, we deserve better than 7 over the last however many. Like 7 out of the last 33 ain't gonna cut it.
That is not gonna cut it.
You know what I mean? Like, and that's with all due respect, and we appreciate you, but you got to do better than that. What do you think about this, Lopez, from the 281? Can't believe I'm gonna say this.
Don't say it. I can see it. I'm looking at it. Don't say it.
Let's let the people decide. Can we interest y'all in some Forrest Whitley?
Yeah, sure. Cool. I'm convinced we'll never see him again in the majors.
Forrest Whitley to the rescue.
Yeah.
Is there? What are the more annoying?
But the thought of that says more about this starting staff than anything.
You're right.
The thought of maybe Forrest Whitley,
because we didn't talk like that. Like, he wasn't even a thought. Yeah.
The
fact that it's always been tongue in cheek, but now it feels a little less so.
Yes.
Like, hey, you know what? We actually could use that somewhere.
Wait a minute, Forrest Whitley, huh? Well,
we could use old boy.
That should not even be a thought. Yeah,
dude. It's. I don't think it's too early. I don't think it's too early to at least look at the writing on the wall and say, hey, these are things to put a pin in.
Yeah.
And to monitor throughout the season. And we're going to be here every day to do it.
Hey, they go on a 12-game win streak. We're going to be talking about, okay, now what does this mean?
Yeah.
But right now we're talking about the Astros being 0-4.
Yeah.
And big-time questions. And the thing that really intrigues me is how fans, and more importantly, the clubhouse reacts if they have a bad start with a new manager.
Yeah, and maybe it would be too early if we just popped in and out and did this, but we do this every day.
Every day, baby.
So we're going to do this early. We're going to do this at the midway point. We're going to do this late. We're going to do this thing every day. He's John Lopez, Figgy Fig in here with us. B. Scott holding it down for Landry Locker. Coming up next, our Lunchtime Confessions. You don't want to miss it right here on In the Loop.
All right, so I was trading.
Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Hold on. Before we get into our B. Scott in for Landry Locker here with John Lopez and Ficky Fig.
I'm still laughing.
Man, I'm sitting up here trying to gather myself with this rough weekend that Houston sports had.
Yeah.
And Lopez is over here laughing. What the hell are you laughing at?
This is
Lopez?
awesome.
What's so damn funny, dog?
So this is awesome. And I got a question at the end of this. Is actually kind of a mini confession. So we'll start it with this.
These are my confessions.
So I'll tell the story first, then I'm going to give you my confession.
Let's do it.
Going to the bathroom during the break. Our program director, our boss, Parker, was in there and was chatting it up. And he was saying, well, I think he's going out next weekend. Not this, whatever. He's going out soon back home in the Metroplex area to a dedication, Hall of Fame, whatever. He says, yeah, one of my coaches is retiring. I went, basketball? No.
Chess club.
Academic decathlon.
What?
What is that?
See, wait a minute. I thought decathletes was athletes.
Yeah. Well, that's my confession.
What the hell?
You shouldn't be called coach unless it's a sport. Aren't they advisors in that? Like I did.
See, I got less of a problem with that as opposed to calling the academic decathlon.
Yeah.
Like, what does that do? Was that just a certain number of subjects?
It was hilarious. I said, oh, like basketball? Because he's a tall dude. And I know he likes basketball, played basketball. No, academic decathlon. My coach is retired. First of all, they're having a dedication for an academic decathlon.
Well, that's cool.
I mean, cool.
I all for academic
but
excellence.
But you talk about awkward, man, Figgy. I was like,
I'm trying to see what it is. I don't even know what it is.
I was like, oh, cool, good for him.
Yeah.
And then I walked out of there going, oh, okay.
What is it?
I'm familiar with academics. I'm familiar with the decathlon. I'm not
What's that,
familiar.
teacher? Just yeah, I don't know what it is.
Well,
I've never heard of that.
Let's go to the Google machine here.
Yo,
the United States Academic Decathlon consists of
hey, all of our loophole academic decathletes out there. Y'all text in the show and tell us all about your experience.
Seven objective multiple choice tests. Good Lord.
Oh,
They're
my
giving
goodness.
tests, 2 subjective performance events, and an essay. You can't call that guy a coach. That's an advisor. That's a counselor. That's an advisor. Like I did, debate.
I did speech and debate. I was going to say, I feel like less of a nerd for doing choir and speech and debate.
I did debate.
On top of basketball.
I played football, basketball, all that stuff. But I did debate. But it was an advisor. You calling that guy a coach?
He could have gone.
I wish I went to school with y'all, man.
He could have gone a number of different directions. Mentor, advisor.
Yes. 7 multiple choice tests.
My guy.
7.
Do we have a shirt that say coach on it?
I don't know. He might have a statue. Hell, I don't know. By the end of the week next week. So, yeah, I was like, oh, basketball? No. Academic decathlon.
Dude, what?
Okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, speaking of basketball, speaking of academics, I did this earlier in the break and realized it. Not a good feeling, but I'm being honest here. It's a real honest confession. U of H is really starting to give me Buffalo Bills vibes.
Ooh.
They're starting to feel real Buffalo Billsian to me.
I love when you do that.
And I don't want the people to switch to music. I don't want the people to think that I'm out on U of H or anything. I got love for y'all, man. I spent a lot of time on that campus as a kid. But yo, if not now, then when? Like that was my feeling. We talked about
that
this
was
earlier.
their best.
It felt like at the very least, and you and I both agree that UConn is the best team in this tournament and is going to win it, whether U of H advanced or not. But would have loved to have seen them have that opportunity. But this felt like the best one. You know, at the very least to get back to the Final Four.
In. Calvin Sampson knows what he's doing, obviously. And they got some studs that are coming in and on campus already. They're going to be great. They're going to be fine. But, boy, that was a great shot, man. And even last year, they lost in the Sweet 16 to Miami.
Yeah.
That was a disappointment.
Yeah. Dude, it's starting to have the feeling of, hey, good, maybe even great right there in the mix. And it feels like it's diminishing how far they've come because they were nothing when Kelvin Sampson got there.
Yeah.
But now it's starting to feel like, now that you've been there for a while, okay, it comes an increased responsibility and expectation now, right? And it's got that feeling. Like, you can see it all over Bill Powell's face.
Yeah.
Our sales guy, man. It's just like, if not
that
now,
dude, I felt so bad for him.
Man, if
He
not
is still,
if not now, then when, man? It's very Buffalo Billsy-in, I gotta say.
all the academic decathletes are weighing in.
Yeah, hey, shout out to
on
that.
you on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Hey,
And
there we go. Shout out to y'all. I didn't know y'all were, so many of y'all were among us.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Well, now I feel bad. I really legit feel bad. And it's actually based on something that you were going to confess.
Yeah,
So go ahead and you confess, and then I'll tell you why I feel bad.
We'll make this a double up on me, Figgy, and then we'll come back to Lopez.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Spend Easter alone.
Alone.
Without family.
Not even your kids.
Yeah. And they weren't complaining, trust me.
No.
Because they got to go have fun and do kids things.
They were in Fiesta, Texas.
And
all that.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I was void of the responsibility of having to, make these things happen for them. I just got them to the places and was able to relax. But for the first time in my entire life, I'll be 35 this year.
Yeah.
For the first time in my entire life, I spent Easter alone. Didn't go to church.
Yeah.
Didn't hang out with no family. Didn't do none of that. All right. I responded to some of the text messages and things like that, but I didn't do anything that you normally do on Easter. And I gotta say, this is really the confession, because I'm free to do whatever I want, right?
Yeah.
The real confession, I kind of liked it.
But are you just saying that?
No.
Are you just saying, I'm like those people that, I like to go out on dates with myself?
No.
Okay, sure you do.
Well, but you gotta remember this too, Lopez.
Yeah.
I'm an only child.
Yeah.
I am just as I'm not an antisocial guy. You guys know this.
Of course.
I can get in a crowd and mingle and be around people. I'm fine.
Yeah.
But I'm like equally fine by myself. On this particular day, all right, on this particular day, I was cool, man. I got to watch a little sports, caught up on some X-Men, napped intermittently.
Yeah.
Like, I was in and out of consciousness throughout the day. It was glorious. Except for one other thing, which I'll get to later in the confession. But for the most part,
yeah, I ain't really do much either, man. We was kind of bored. So I did go to church. We did go to church, just me and my wife.
Yeah.
And we went to the early service. So
good.
We got there at 7. We was done by 8:30.
Heck yeah.
Got home and in and out of naps too. She actually cooked a little something. It wasn't like an Easter dinner. She did a steak loaded potato or something like
nice.
that.
Oh, nice. Man,
Yeah.
It sounded like both of y'all residences.
What'd you have for Easter dinner?
What did I have
or
for
lunch?
Easter dinner? What did I eat? I did chicken, baked. We baked chicken, had fried some catfish and shrimp.
All right.
Had macaroni, green. So I ate good.
Yeah.
I did eat just fine. I just didn't go out except for one thing, which I'll tell y'all about a little bit later.
Hit it again for me here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Now I feel bad. I really feel bad. I'm like
Don't
legit.
feel bad.
Because we had so much food I made yesterday.
looked good,
and
too.
everybody brought stuff as
looked
usual.
good. It looked good.
It was off the charts. People were just going off the, just really complimentary. I mean, we had 2 racks of dino ribs, which was like 2 briskets basically, monster, 4 chickens, bunch of sausage, we had all kinds of sides and everything else. And I was sending more food home because it's just really me.
Yeah.
Because my wife doesn't eat meat. So she's going to eat all the sides and the seafood stuff. And I'm like, man, Figgy and B. Scott could have been here.
At the very least, if I wanted to, be a hermit or whatever, or antisocial for the day, that would have been. But at the very least, once I saw that video that Lopez put on online about all the meat that he was cooking, I could at the very least shot him a text or something.
And y'all could have, y'all know, both y'all know many members of my family and sort of know about them.
Yeah.
You fit right in. It would have been fun.
No.
It would've been
Your
cool.
wife and daughters or daughter and sons are great. Yeah, no, it would have been.
It's weird too, because I kind of got used to spending holidays just me and my wife now, because Cleveland is a far drive away.
Yeah.
And so every holiday we just like, all right, let's find something to do. We usually go out to eat one of the holidays, especially Thanksgiving. So, yeah, man, kind of getting used to it now.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Did y'all see this picture online of a dude that looked exactly like me?
I didn't. I heard about it.
So this came across my timeline.
Like exactly like you.
And I was sleepy-eyed. Yeah. This would have been Saturday morning.
Did you comment on it?
Dude, I did.
I'm going to look it up.
I'm sleepy-eyed and not real. I think I was even going to that morning trip to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Take my phone with me. Open up the app. And it's this woman who I follow. She's a reporter over at the Houston Chronicle, Asha Gilbert. And so I don't know. I've never met her in person. I just follow her because she's a local reporter.
Yeah.
And she's kissing on some dude on my timeline. And she tells us, I was familiar with this story that she told on Twitter months ago.
Yeah.
She's kind of eccentric.
Yeah.
She went on a first date with a guy, and they got matching tattoos on their first date.
Oh.
To each his own, but not my type. Not my type of thing. Hey, look, have at grown people, consenting adults, do what you want. Not my kind of thing, but I was happy for them. So she comes back. She never revealed what the dude looked like or anything. Never gave a picture.
He does look like
and so she goes, she kind of follows up, update, right? Remember the dude that I got the matching tattoos with?
Yeah.
Well, and this was months ago, by the way. Months ago.
Yeah.
She's like, well, he's still around. And it's a picture of her kissing dude.
Yeah.
And I got to wipe my eyes. Y'all go check out my Twitter at Brandon K. Scott and tell me if this dude don't look exactly like the dude you see on Twitch and YouTube right now.
Yeah.
I'm like confused as hell. Like, look, I know I follow this woman on Twitter, but when did it escalate?
Was that a dream?
When did I do that?
Did I get drunk?
And so, look, I had to zoom in on it just to make sure it wasn't me because it looks that much like me. And here's what I noticed. Dude's got neck tattoo and a nose ring. And I was like, oh.
And an earring.
Yeah, and my ears are pierced, so that could have been me.
Yeah.
But I don't have a nose ring. I don't have a neck tattoo. I was like, you know what? So this is my confession. That's me, but a little spicier.
A little spicier you.
Homeboy would get a matching tattoo with a woman that he's on the first date with. Dude's got a neck tattoo. Dude's got a nose ring. I'm not saying I want none of that, but it did make me think that's the spicier, less boring version of me because I ain't doing none of it.
I gotta revisit at some point this tattoos on a first date. You gotta be kidding me.
Hey, man.
You gotta be kidding me.
You live a little, I suppose.
Yeah. That's wild.
That is wild. How? Because that can't be part of the plan. That's definitely not part of the date.
Yeah, let's go out on a date and get tattoos.
How great does the date have to be going? How great do you have to feel about the date to be like, you know what?
I don't know if there is a great.
I like you so much. Let's just go get matching tattoos.
Because first dates is really not true honesty.
The only way I could see it happening is if we already, like at some point during the date, we discuss a tattoo we want to get, and it just happens to already be similar. Like it's like say we were already planning separately to go get these tattoos. They're sort of similar.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let's just go do it.
This will be fun.
That's the only way I could see
That would be the only way.
But that's the first way I knew it wasn't me because I'd never do that.
Yeah.
But then I saw the picture and I'm like,
yeah, I saw it before you said something.
You did?
And I was like, hold on, wait a minute. I'm like, okay. I kept seeing it and it kept throwing me off a guard, man. I'm like, all right, that look like when you said something, I felt better.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I wasn't tripping.
Nah, man, like legit double take. Check the ID.
A couple texters are weighing in. I thought that was you.
I thought it was too. I thought it was too.
And these are words that I never thought I would say. Academic Decathlon Twitter is weighing in. You've heard of Astros Twitter? Rockets Twitter?
Hey, man.
Academic Decathlon Twitter is hot.
Hey, look.
I never even heard of y'all before this.
They're hot.
I'm all for expanding the audience. I didn't realize that Academic Decathlon Twitter was actually somewhere within a pocket of our audience to begin with. We already had them and didn't even know it. Coming up next, that is Confessions, by the way. Coming up next, the Texans have created some extra cap space. What should they do with it? We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop.
800-858-0815. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
B. Scott in for Landry Locker. Rolling here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Enjoying it, man. I love the opportunity to sit in this chair, man. I just got to say that, man.
I love you sitting there.
Whenever I get the opportunity.
No offense.
Appreciate Landry for, taking the day off, allowing me to real estate, keep the seat warm. I really enjoy it, man. Some sad news to report. I had not seen this until you brought it to my attention during the break, Lopez. But Vontae Davis, long-time cornerback or I would say long. It's a very good cornerback in his day. If you do remember, abruptly left the NFL at halftime, by the way.
Yeah.
Famously. But Vontae Davis found dead at his home in Florida at age 35.
35, man.
Very, very sad to see. These are always tough for me, too. Whenever I see somebody that's like right at my age, I'll be like I mentioned this earlier in the show, I'll be 35 in a couple of months or in a month and a half or so.
Yeah.
So right there with him, the feeling is always like, man, that's just so early to see somebody go. But Vontae Davis, man, you
remember him from the Colts, of course.
Remember him from the Colts. Remember him from his time with the Buffalo Bills, who I mentioned in the last segment. U of H reminded me of this era's college basketball Buffalo Bills, but Vontae Davis dead at the age of 35, found dead in his home in Florida.
Sometimes it's not like you had a relationship with him. I mean, we interviewed him in Radio Row one year. He was great. And then, of course, we have the famous audio Figgy.
This is, some of the greatest Hard Knocks audio that you'll ever find in your entire life. This was Vontae Davis on Hard Knocks talking to the brass. Which team was he at this point? Was it the Bills or the
I want to say the Bengals. He was talking to Hugh Jackson.
Okay,
yeah. So this is Vontae Davis.
We just traded you. Okay, we traded you to the Indianapolis Colts. All right. So, you okay?
No, I'm gonna call my grandmother.
You can call your grandmother? Yeah. Okay, this hasn't hit the papers or anything like that. Okay, well, why don't we do a little business first, okay? Before you call grandma, okay?
Man. And we've played that before,
dude.
And it was very touching then, and even kind of hits a little bit harder now.
Yeah, and that's him being traded from the Dolphins, I think.
Yeah, Dolphins.
That's him being traded from the Dolphins to the Indianapolis Colts.
And then he quit.
Yeah. Well, eventually
he retired at halftime.
Retired at halftime,
dude. There was not a more, and I understand I didn't play football at a high level, but that was maybe the most relatable thing.
Yeah, I'm done, man.
Have you ever, if you've been on a sideline, it doesn't even have to be an NFL game. Some of these college games, SEC, an A&M game, but much less an NFL game. You stand there on the sideline and you watch how brutally violent the action is, how fast they are, how strong they obviously are, and you're like, you know what? I wouldn't do that.
No, I remember.
I would not do that.
I remember thinking, I can't believe I did that at a lower level. At a lower level, I can't believe I did
Seth
that.
Payne talks about it. He's like, dude, I stand on the side like, man, I can't believe I did this for 10 years.
This is nuts. And you got Shady McCoy, Figgy?
Yeah.
He said, Shady, I'm out there, Shady, and it's time to go. It's a young man's game.
We came like a 3-and-out. He had just made like a big stop on third down. He put his fist up, got the crowd pumping, everything. So we got to the sideline. Coach was like, y'all get ready. He was like, yeah, I'm done, young boy. I was like, hold on. He was like, yeah, this my last go round. Oh, this gonna be your last year? He was like, nah, this gonna be my last game. I'm done, man. So I taking his tape off. You know he wanted wrist tape. He said, I'm done, young Trey, man. Y'all boys got this is a young man's game. Man, I just ain't got it.
He was so right. Like I feel like that was taken as, hey, he quit on his team.
No, he retired. He had 11 years?
Yeah, man. He retired, and also like that was a reasonable, rational take. And there was something about Vontae Davis that said, hey, I am going to, like in the moment, I'm going to say what I feel.
Yep.
And feel what I feel, think it, live it through. That dude found out he was traded. He didn't want to take care of no business.
Call his mama.
He want to talk to his grandmother.
Grandma, yeah.
Yeah, look, I need to call my grandmother.
Yeah.
I need to talk.
No, it was touching then, and it just kind of hits even more so now.
He realizes, hey, you know what? This game has passed me by.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to violently crash into other people anymore. And says,
and he made a big play.
I'm out.
And he just made a play, yeah.
He just made a play.
It wasn't that he couldn't play no more. He had just drawn his line and said enough was enough.
Yeah.
I respect it, man. The man had principle.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's shocking. We'll I'm sure that more details will come out, but no foul play.
Yeah,
was apparently a part of it.
Yeah, obviously thoughts and prayers, and I mean that sincerely, not as like in a joking kind of like in a weird way. Like I mean that thoughts and prayers with his family for sure.
Yeah.
Vontae Davis dead at the age of 35, found in his home in Florida. The Texans, they created some cap space. You and Landry had talked about this a little bit. We got the promo running, restructured Titus Howard's contract. Before that, restructured Shaq Mason's contract. But it's got me thinking of the various possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about them earlier in the show, but I think it's a good time to revisit them because, man, the Texans just got such a hell of an opportunity in front of them right now. So many different ways they can upgrade their team.
Mm-hmm.
They can go out there and go get a weapon. They can go out there or trade for one. They could trade for a stud defensive tackle to solidify what they've got going on their defensive line, which they've invested incredibly in over the last 2 years. Between trading, they didn't just draft Will Anderson; they traded up to get Anderson. So they spent a lot already on Will Anderson before his second contract even comes up.
Yeah.
He's an expensive player from that standpoint. Then you spend all the money on Danielle Hunter. Go out there and trade for a defensive tackle that's very, very intriguing, or a weapon like I mentioned, or could you sign a guy? Could you sign another free agent? What for you, Lopez, do you think is the smartest way to spend this newly found big money that the Texans have? How would you spend it? How do you think the Texans are going to spend it?
It's funny because the smartest way isn't the way I would spend it, which maybe that says more about me. I think the smartest way is free agency. Keep those 2 second-round draft picks. Keep your third-round draft pick. You've said you've identified. Both Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have said this. They've identified a pool of players that they really like in that sweet spot, second and third round. So you don't have to mess with that. That's the smart thing. And it's not as if you're going to get some chumps either. like Justin Simmons is still there. He's one of the ones that we've been talking about for a long time.
I'm intrigued.
All the defensive moves you just talked about, then you throw Simmons in the mix. Man, we are onto something on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, man, I'm right there with you. Like, to me, the biggest holes, and this is probably why it's toward the top for me, but I feel like the most glaring hole, and I'm not going to say it's the biggest need, but the most glaring hole to me is the situation at defensive tackle. Now, I know there's a trust Caserio element to this of like, well, if this is trust Caserio and D'Amico element to this, if this is their plan, then it must be okay.
Yeah.
But I can't help but look at Foley Fatukasi and Tim Settle and say, okay, those are good depth pieces. Those are good guys to have, but is that your plan in the middle? Like, I cannot help but feel anxious about that. So I think about that, but then the other one is the weapons.
Yes.
Like, outside of Tank Dell, when you get past Tank Dell and Nico Collins.
See, that's what I want. Like, what I think they're going to do is that because they're clearing money for a reason, and we've established that. It's not, they already had about $20 million in cap space, which is plenty going into this part of the year for rookie contracts and such. But to bump it up to 31 plus, almost 32 million, there's a reason you're doing that. I think what they probably have a plan in mind for a free agent, as we just talked about. What I would want is a weapon. Like I keep saying Brandon Ayuk. I understand this.
I was going to say, what weapon do you want?
Yeah. Brandon Ayuk might be
rule the world. Who's the weapon?
That, but it might be somewhat expensive, not crazy expensive. I looked it up. He was in a trade discussion that somebody was offering the number 17 overall pick, and that's it. That's a premium pick.
Yeah.
But maybe with a second and a third, or a second next year, whatever, you could still get it done. And you're going to inherit. You're going to get a big contract with him. I understand that's unlikely. It's still on the table, but I want a weapon.
Yeah, so do I. To me, the weapon is the part where I look at it, and if you're telling me my next best weapon is Dalton Schultz after Nico Collins and Tank Dell, to me there's an obvious urgency. So, like, T. Higgins sounds expensive, but he'd have to be on the list.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk's got to be on the list. Cortland Sutton's got to be on the list. Tyler Lockett's got to be on the list.
That one's intriguing.
And to me, if you're reading the tea leaves, if you're trying to piece together a puzzle, the best thing to do, I would point no further than the Keenan Allen trade that you were almost a part of.
Yeah.
Right? You almost did that. That, to me, says a lot about what your intentions are. So, like, there's a part of me that's maybe more worried about the defensive tackle thing.
Yeah.
But I'm way more excited about the prospect of adding a weapon because I felt like that's something that they needed to do all along before this defensive tackle issue was even created.
Well, the other thing about this is I'm excited about, I know they're going to make a move, as we've established, and I also know it's going to, whatever move that is, if it's before the draft, is going to really clear up what they're going to do in the draft. We're going to know what they're going to be looking at.
But wait, they're going to make a move? You know this?
I know they're going to make a move.
What if they don't?
Then why'd they clear that space? Is it a Titus Howard?
I'm just saying that
commentary.
That would be. Yeah. It could be a Titus Howard commentary. It could be maybe they're trying to extend a guy. Maybe Nico Collins, which I'm
I
love Nico Collins.
Yeah, that's a little bit
but
dicey.
I don't think that's the way to be going right now. Like let him play it out, and I think he preferred that too to some degree to play it out another year and put himself in the position to, maybe get an even bigger deal than what he would be in line for right now. I could see why the Texans might want to buy early, but I wouldn't do that.
No.
I wouldn't do that at all. All right, that's John Lopez here with Figgy Fig, B. Scott in for Landry Locker. Coming up and around the NFL, there is at least one team that we know values the running back position, and we're going to talk about it on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Area 45. Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Some people might not think that the running back position is all that valuable, but one of the best and most well-run organizations in all of the NFL would beg to differ. They disagree.
Yeah.
You might be aware, Saquon Barkley signed with the Philadelphia Eagles in
we're aware.
Free agency. The Houston Texans were in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
They were a team that was interested in Saquon to some degree, and we do know, can confirm, Saquon was interested in the Texans to some degree.
He said it.
But ends up going to the Philadelphia Eagles, and look, there is controversy, polarizing opinions on how high you draft a running back, how much you pay a running back on a second contract. Hot button issue on the value of a running back in today's game. How much you should pay them, how much you should spend your resources on them. But this from Jeffrey Lurie, the CEO of, again, one of the more well-run franchises in the NFL, says we're always looking for inefficiencies in the marketplace. And if we think that the league is overvaluing the position or undervaluing a position, we will try our best to take advantage of those inefficiencies.
Mm-hmm.
That's important as you try to maximize the salary cap and how you allocate resources within a defined space.
You know,
now, but I just want to point out
that
the allocation of resources and the within a defined space fit the Texans better than any other team, specifically the one that Saquon Barkley ended up going to, where they already have had to pay their quarterback in Jalen Hurts. The allocation of resources in the defined space would have made a lot more sense and worked a lot better, I believe, for the Texans. That's my feeling.
Well, and here's where I found it interesting when I saw this. Like, the way he worded that, it was like he was practically reading from some laptop. Like I think a lot of data and analysis went into this.
Yeah.
He said we're looking for inefficiencies. That's not just like opinion. I'm sure that they have all their football analysts saying, okay, so he's this age with this many carries, very specifically targeting what does he have left. Not like the generic, like I always talk about, hey, every running back after about 4 years, I say about all the time, after about 4 years, starts to decline or at least show some decline. It's not just like an opinion. I think a lot of teams do this, but I think what they did with Saquon, they actually did the math, they did the work, put together the data, like, hey, he's still got something here based on what we're looking at. And that's value,
And to me, the inefficiency in the market is the narrative stuff, like the non-scientific stuff where we're just like, he's a running back. A lot, honestly, no offense, Texas, in the loop. If you listen, you are one. Loopholes.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of this. Don't pay a running back.
Yeah.
Don't do this with a running back. Oh, he's a running back, this, that, and the third about a running back.
Yeah.
And to me, they're probably doing everything that you just said with the actual data, but then also saying, hey, running back or whatever, it's Saquon Barkley. If he can change the game, if he can be a game changer for us, a home run hitter to use a term that the Texans running back coach used a couple of years ago, Danny Barrett used, Saquon Barkley is one of those. 3 years, $37 million, $38 million, guaranteeing $26 million to a guy like that.
They're not doing this blindly.
But also it's obviously if it doesn't work out, it's gonna look stupid.
Sure.
But if it does, that has the potential to be an underpay.
Yeah, well that's exactly, you're reading my mind.
Like
that's exactly where I was going.
It could be an underpay for them, and to bring it back to the Texans, could have or would have been, if it works out, could be an underpay even for the Texans.
Exactly where I was going with this. I'm thinking all these narratives that kind of develop, and then everybody just falls in line with that narrative blindly. Running backs, you can't pay them. Running backs are not worth this and that. Second contracts are not worth it for running back. I'm wondering if some of these guys this year, including Joe Mixon, frankly, start to show that they were undervalued and they are outperforming the money that they receive, I'm wondering if that's going to start switching this a little bit.
Yeah.
And now that there's so much more data in sports and analysis in sports and all that stuff, that's just an observation. But don't think for a second that neither the Texans nor the Eagles did this blindly.
Yeah.
Like, we think he might be all right. No, there was probably a lot of work went in behind it, and that's why those contracts were offered.
It had me thinking, like, I'm perfectly fine with the way it ended up working out. I do agree with the point that this show is made before they need another back.
Yeah.
Or it's something that I know Landry has said a lot, that they need another back. I agree with that. But I'm fine with how it worked out with Joe Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
It does make me wonder about whatever line the Texans
what was it?
may have drawn.
Yeah, what was
with
it? I'm curious.
what they were willing to pay and what they weren't.
Yeah.
What was that line exactly? And why?
There is a chance, whatever percentage you want to put on it, that Saquon could be an absolute star again. An absolute game-changing star. If he's over all the injuries, he's happy in Philadelphia, obviously healthy, he could still be a star. I'm wondering how big of a star and impact Joe Mixon would have. I like it. I'm pretty good with it.
That's a great point.
You know what I'm saying? But
the star potential doesn't.
The upside of Joe Mixon versus the upside of Saquon.
Yeah.
His is solid. I think Saquon could be really, really, really good again.
Yeah. That's
my one reservation.
Yeah. And I agree 100% with the premise of that. I just, I don't think I had thought about it like that.
Yeah.
That's a good way to look at it. That is a good way to look at it. But yeah, for me, I'm just like, man, there's a line there where it feels like you could have gotten this kind of difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure exactly why you wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Also in the NFL headlines, I'm gonna be honest, Lopez, I felt like maybe I was back in 2005, 2006 or something.
What is that?
When I saw that there were 2 NFL players that were wanted for their, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on this.
Well, one of them is just fascinating to me.
One of them leaves the scene, allegedly. Might have.
Well, it was video, but we'll see if that's accurate.
I'm just trying to cover my ass, man. I don't need nobody coming for me or for the company that pays me. Let me tell you that. Not behind this. But Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice might have, probably left the scene of an accident that he was involved in.
Walking.
And then cornerback Cameron Sutton, formerly of the Detroit Lions, also wanted and turned himself in Florida for a domestic battery case. I lumped these in together because they were both legal things, but for me, the thing that stood out was it's been a while since I felt like we were talking about, multiple NFL.
It has been actually,
criminal type of headlines.
Yeah.
So that's why I say it kind of felt like I was back in 2005, 6, or 7.
Yeah.
But you say the Rashee Rice one actually intrigues you a little bit.
Well, and not so much because of what happened, but just the bizarre nature. I'll put it this way. I never understand high-speed cars on city interstates. I'm not talking about when I'm my age. I'm talking about when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, I've never been
into the guys that come, you're going a good 70, 75, sometimes 80 miles an hour on these highways, and some car just goes shoo.
Yeah.
Right? And it happens every day.
Yeah.
I be drag racing on these highways. I hear it every night.
I lost in high school. I was in 11th grade. We lost 2 10th graders.
Yeah.
So two kids in the grade below me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if they were old enough to drive, but they were drag racing in one of the neighborhoods. Both of them died. And it was like a thing at the high school. We were all devastated, of course. And after that, I was like, man, I don't get this. I don't understand this at all.
I just don't understand it. The fascination of going fast on highways. I really don't. And again, it's not just the older me, even younger. You're gonna have a wreck. You just got to hope you don't die. That's or something bad is going to happen.
But then when you talk about you hope you don't die, it feels like the likelihood is not that high.
Yeah.
Your likelihood of surviving a high-speed crash, not surviving is one thing, but all your limbs, you're not
I would
in a comatose state. Anything could happen to you.
I would really like to sit down and just chat over a beer or something with these people. And it's a lot of times it's something they do every day, they're going flying through. First of all, like I said, something bad's going to happen. You're going to get pulled over.
Yeah.
Reckless driving, maybe go to jail. or worse, the worst case scenario, you're going to have a wreck and hurt somebody or yourself. I'd really like, why? My question is, like, why do you do this?
Somebody on the YouTube chat says that these guys clearly aren't adrenaline junkies. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. No, I'm a life junkie. No, I want to be here junkie.
Okay.
Adrenaline, dog?
Well, what
the hell are we even talking about?
Let me give a counterpoint to whoever said we're not adrenaline junkies.
Hey, I'll take that critique.
No.
Honestly.
Like, all I like to do when I'm not working is somewhat adventurous.
Yeah, that's
stuff.
true. Yeah, that's true.
But there's adventure and there's stupid. You can't describe that as I'm an adrenaline junkie. No, you're stupid.
Yeah.
Like, an adrenaline junkie might climb a mountain,
or like yourself, you've roamed damn near every inch of the Gulf. It seems like
every inch of the Gulf. I've gone off, all kinds of weird stuff, and I know, I'm trying to be safe and all that. But what I'm saying is, like, I've done a lot of climbing of mountains and long hikes and all that. There's adrenaline, and then there's stupid. So that's what I don't get. And then the second part of this that I wanted, that was just fascinating to me, bro. Why are you walking away, man? Well, like, you're gonna get caught. There's this thing called cell phones,
dude. What does he think? What year does he think it is?
That's your car. There's this thing called a registration, or it's one of your buddy's cars,
right?
Registration. I'm like,
he's in his hometown.
What are you like? The only thing I could imagine, like, he was. I don't know if it was a weed state or not. Like, maybe they were high and they wanted to make sure, get home and turn themselves.
Oh no, this was in Dallas.
That's right. It was Dallas.
It's here.
Right, it was
Dallas.
Dallas.
It's definitely not a weed state. So
maybe that's why.
I mean,
I'm saying maybe that's why he wanted to get home, clear his system, and turn himself in today.
Yeah,
but that's the only excuse I could. But bro,
there's no way around.
You're walking away from a high-speed crash.
Yeah,
that isn't going to end well for you.
Honestly, the only way I understand walking away.
Yeah,
I don't know if this is a race card or not, but the only way I understand walking away is if I was. What's the politically correct way to say this? If I was undocumented, unregistered.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't want to say. I don't like calling people illegal.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. But you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
if I'm not legally allowed to be in the United States,
you can get split town, man.
Man,
I will find you.
I'll never forget.
Yeah,
I was on 45 right over by Cross Timbers. This was like. Maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And I forget why. I might have had a flat tire. I forget why I was on the side of the road.
Yeah.
But I saw a car accident and flip 3 or 4 times.
Oh,
I thought for sure the person in there is dead. Lady kicks the door open and just starts running.
Man.
And we flagged it out like, hey, ma'am, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. We just saw this. Are you okay? Do we need to call, the ambulance? Like, we can't just let you leave. And she, didn't speak any English and was like, mortified by it. And we're like, all right, whatever. But, yeah.
You know what? I get that. I would get that.
And at that point, we understood.
Yeah.
We were like, okay, well, we're glad you're okay. That was scary.
Good luck on your trail.
Scary as bleep watching that.
Yeah.
The scariest bleep watching that happen. But yeah, no, I don't understand walking away from the scene of the crime knowing damn well the car is registered in your name.
Yeah.
And this is your hometown. People know you around here. Like, he's from Fort Worth, played college ball at SMU, and just won the Super Bowl with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that somebody around town might know who he is.
They might know who he is. Yeah, they might have a phone. Yeah. Just a hunch.
And then ring, 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 look up. Wanted. Police want to question Rashee Rice over accident. There's like no mystery over what the hell happened here or who's involved.
Yeah, they name him like right away. Yeah, this dude right here.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Another thing in the NFL, I read a story about Jaden Daniels and, all of these pro days. Of course, Michael Penix impressed people at his pro days. It's pro day season.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get your thoughts on this, on the non-Caleb quarterbacks. What direction you would go in, or what do you want to see happen with 2 and 3? All right. The article I was reading was making the case for Jaden Daniels being, and this was some sauce on it because Herm Edwards is a part of it. And Herm Edwards, if you guys didn't know, coached him at Arizona State way back when, recruited him as a kid out of high school and all of that. So he's biased. He admits that. But there's a little bit more. Basically, I feel like New England is just begging Washington to take Drake May so they can take Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Where are you at? And I'm curious to hear from the listeners, too, from the loopholes. Text in 713-572-4610. Now that we're removed from it,
I love it.
No sweat off our back. We got our quarterback, baby.
Yeah.
We can just pontificate about this.
Yeah, it's not going to affect me.
How do you see this whole quarterback situation playing out at number 2 and number 3 between Drake May and Jaden Daniels? 2 really good prospects, by the way.
The one that you didn't mention that intrigues the hell out of me
Michael Penix?
J.J. McCarthy.
He intrigues you?
No. That he's being ranked so high.
Okay, so you know the conspiracy theory behind that, right?
And what's that?
It's that Jim Harbaugh has gotten to people. Jim Harbaugh, the same way that Herm Edwards is playing up Daniels, well, Jim Harbaugh's got that credibility, and people are like, maybe, is he?
I like the kid.
I have
great college quarterback. Hard to argue anything but that. Great college quarterback. But if you're going to put him again, to answer your question, Jaden Daniels, I like him a lot. I think it's going to go Caleb Williams, then Jaden Daniels. And I think that's going to be the best 2 quarterbacks in this draft.
So if that happens, though, do you think it's even possible that the Patriots would go with J.J. McCarthy over Drake May?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yes, I do.
Oh, my God. I'm distracted by Jay Billis on my screen right now. He looks like he hasn't slept in 17 days.
He probably hasn't.
My God, I don't think I've ever seen him look that bloodshot.
Yeah.
My God, I lost my whole train of thought. Is that Jay Billis? Oh, my God. Looks like
he's on some caffeine, man.
Yo.
Red Bull.
Anyway, my main thought is like, okay, if the Patriots draft J.J. McCarthy, that would be the biggest draft day shot to me. And I know we're already here talking about it, so maybe not. But Drake May seems like miles and miles better than him.
Like, if you want just a plug-and-play guy, I think Drake May is probably it. Even as talented as Caleb, and he had a great pro day, speaking of pro days, as talented as Caleb Williams is, as much of a short thing as he is, and kind of the new wave Mahomes-esque, kind of style, as much of a sure thing as I think he is, I think the plug-and-play guy for NFL more than anyone else might be Drake May. Stature, size, arm, just kind of the NFL prototype. Like to play on Team X in the NFL. Might be him. So, yeah, I'd be shocked, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Ugh.
Shocked that he's there. Wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots take him.
Yikes. Yeah. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. Figgy Fig in the building, holding it down on In the Loop. Coming up, internet going nuts. Some of our least favorite holidays. And we're going to talk about this LSU-Iowa matchup tonight, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese. You don't want to miss it right here on In the Loop.
Yeah, man. Right now, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. That's dmautoleasing.com. And
This energy.
I got the internet going nuts.
Not all holidays are created equal, as we know. Not all of them are great. April Fool's Day.
The worst.
It's got to be up there. I mean, I don't know if it's the worst, but and it's not even a holiday, but it is an occasion. It is something that people recognize every year. But come on, man. If you are past the third, you know what? I'll give you a little leeway. The fifth. If you are past the fifth grade, okay, and really after third grade, you should start thinking about it. But once you get past the fifth grade and you're still doing April Fool's jokes, like, what even are you? Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in here on In the Loop. B. Scott M for Landry Locker. I think you and I are in lockstep here, Lopez, and Figgy too, with this April Fool's Day stuff. It wouldn't even be in our orbit if it wasn't the fact that adults and real institutions actually do it. If it was just the children playing the children's games, we could just let it go.
Yeah.
But you got Justin Reed fake announcing his retirement.
Yep.
You got Jack in the Box.
Yeah, saying they're getting rid of breakfast.
Fake announcing that they're getting rid of breakfast.
Yeah.
When can it end? How can we shame? How do we go about shaming adults enough
it
to get them to stop
in about
April Fool's Day?
In about 1955 is when it should have ended. Before I was born. Here's the other part of it. Like April Fool's, if you call it a holiday, it is by far the worst holiday in the country. Followed by Valentine's Day, and I know that would be a trigger for some people. Followed by St. Patrick's Day. So in this span of about 6 weeks, all three of the worst days of the year fall. From Valentine's Day to April Fool's and St. Patrick's Day in the middle. I like St. Patrick's Day.
I was going to say, I like St. Patrick's Day as long as I don't have no wise ass coming up to me trying to pinch me and all that kind of stuff.
And
because I don't want to have to hurt you.
And it's a young man's game. St. Patrick's Day is a young man's game.
It is kind of a young
man's game. Like, you can get
game.
into the spirit.
You can pace yourself.
Yeah, you can pace yourself. You can get in the spirit. Like, I put on a bright green jacket for my granddaughter.
Yeah.
I got into the spirit. But I wasn't going to get plastered at,
it's an adult's game.
At 11 a.m.
It's an adult's game. Yeah. Know your speed.
But, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Know your speed. Know what you can and can't do.
When it comes, I just asked the question in the last segment of like, I really want to know why people drive like 100 and whatever mile an hour on the highway. I have another question right now. I really want to know if any of your April Fool's jokes or pranks as an adult actually hit. Because I think it's zero. I think zero adult April Fool's joke actually like, oh my God, that's hilarious. I can't believe you did that. What a great April Fool's prank. Never.
So
never.
Lopez and Figgy, I want to get both of y'all's reaction to this one from the text line because I think this is a hilarious April Fool's joke, let's say, that went wrong. When April Fool's pranks go wrong. From the 361, he says, or she, the 361 says, a buddy of mine told his bosses that he was quitting and giving 2 weeks notice. They told him he could leave that day.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was my man's expecting for them to be like devastated and like or hey, let's celebrate your last 2 weeks here in the office. Let's go get you a cake. We're going to all sign you a card. We're going to reflect on the memories of you here working here. Nah, none of that. They say, all right, then, well, you can go now.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard of, maybe some of our listeners have experienced this. Like, as a prank, a woman tells her boy or her guy that she's pregnant on April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
Dude, don't do that.
That's not. Yeah.
Dude, don't do that.
That's not the way to go.
That is not. The success rate of April Fool's jokes is zero.
Is it?
As an adult.
Because I find myself to be a fan of dark humor. I get dark humor, dry humor. So, like, it's not like those things go over my head or get past me or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, I appreciate y'all's appreciation for Curb Your Enthusiasm, things like that. But so is this supposed to be dry humor? Is it dark humor?
Dumb humor.
What are we going for?
It's childish humor.
I got the internet going nuts.
LSU Iowa, baby.
Yo.
LSU Iowa, baby.
This is the one. This is the one, and we can pretend, it's women's basketball or whatever. Like
I ain't even gonna pretend. I'm in.
I don't know if you ain't been paying attention or not, but the biggest stars in college basketball you might even argue, because, look, the NBA is in trouble. I love me some NBA.
Yeah.
But you could even argue, especially in March or in April, on April 1st, on April Fool's Day, and it not be a joke. You can argue that the biggest star in the game of basketball, whether you like it or not, whether you're into it or not, this is regardless of that, the biggest star in the game of basketball today plays tonight when Iowa and LSU face off in a rematch of last year's game.
And that's not an April Fool's joke. You're serious. Because I would be too.
Yeah.
Like in terms of just
legit argument.
Yeah.
I mean, Jokic does exist. I get it.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark?
No. College basketball for sure.
College basketball, but I was saying she even makes a case for the entire game, and that's more of a commentary on the NBA's waning popularity to go with Caitlin Clark's increasing popularity.
Yeah.
But certainly, if you wanted to just limit it to the college game, I almost don't think that there's even a question about it.
Yeah,
like name the star in the men's game that's bigger than Caitlin Clark. I'll wait.
Unless you're talking about the fleeting popularity of DJ Burns, but we'll get to that in the next one. No, I'm serious. But I have not watched, not real proud of this. I guess I should be doing this more. An entire women's game all year long. I've checked in here and there. See what Caitlin Clark. You hear things, you see things happen. Yeah. Trending on Twitter. Like, okay, let me see what whatever. But I like the Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese versus Kim Mulkey.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is it's a good versus evil game in which most people don't know which side is good and which side is evil.
I meant to mention this earlier. Yeah. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I know which side I'm rooting for. I know which side I'm going to be on.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there are any good guys.
Yeah, is Caitlin Clark, she can be interpreted as the evil by a lot of people.
I'm not saying that any of them are bad or evil per se, but when in terms of sports context, how stories work, where you have a protagonist and an antagonist.
That's the better way to put it.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't see the protagonist.
Which one is the protagonist?
I only see the antagonist, which is all of the figureheads here, from Kim Mulkey to Angel Reese to Caitlin Clark, all antagonists. Yeah. And what I'm doing from there is picking which antagonist I like best or like least.
Yeah.
That's basically the lesser of the evils, if you will. Mm-hmm. That's how I feel about this. And I do want to say real quick about Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
I was listening to a podcast about her, and Shawty's got some dog in her.
Oh, yeah.
She's not just a hooper.
Oh, no.
But she's got a little bit of the maniacal competitor. Mm-hmm. She's been feeling the pressure for
that's what I'm talking about
a number of years.
With the antagonist. Like, there's a big thing going on in Iowa. Like, she's never done an interview with the school newspaper. She's, very particular about some of the people that she even, associates with. Not to protect her image, just because she just doesn't want to be out there.
Yeah.
So, who's the antagonist here?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, no, I think you can have multiple antagonists. Like, you don't have to fit.
Yeah. Just cursing out her dad, or at least her dad is telling her to shut the bleep up. When she's cursing around on the court and stuff.
And that was not like maybe watching her dad cuss her out was a one-off. But her having that kind of edge to her, from what I understand, that's a part of the Caitlin Clark experience.
That's the experience.
100%.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
DJ Burns, I feel like we also share, at this point especially with no U of H in it, Jamal Shedd would be my favorite player in the tournament if U of H was still in the tournament. But of the folks that we've got left, DJ Burns, fun story, getting NC State back to the Final Four. Now, obviously, there's some painful memories of how all of that plays out in our own city's history.
They're still going to show those highlights, by the way.
Yeah, and it's part of the history. Yeah. We get it now. Yeah. I mean, maybe it helps for me that's before I was born, and so I only know that history. I don't know the heartbreak. I just know that's all I know is that's what happened.
I can tell you exactly where I was when I watched that game.
I can just imagine.
I was sitting in the basement of Reed McDonald at A&M, putting the paper to bed, just waiting for that game to end so we could slap a headline on there that the Cougs won the national championship.
Ooh.
And then that happened.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting there going, man.
How does that affect print? Well, what was print like that in the 80s?
You had to hold it.
Yeah,
you had to hold the paper and change the story. It was an AP story. We weren't writing.
Right.
We were just putting. And I was like, I can tell you exactly where I was. The head photographer was in the corner getting high because the game lasted a long time. And by the time we got the paper to bed, he was like plastered, like totally plastered. But DJ Burns, here's another thing with DJ Burns that's kind of, I don't know I guess it is. It's kind of bothering me. Like, he's been on this amazing run. He's the squad. Like, 8 straight wins. Beat number 11 Duke, number 4 North Carolina in the ACC tournament, number 2 Marquette, number 4 Duke again in the regular, or number 11 Duke again in the NCAA tournament, and then you got all these NFL writers. This is sorry, man. Like Peter Schrager, 500,000 followers. He's a senior national football writer. I've spoken to multiple scouts and GMs about North Carolina State big man DJ Burns being an NFL offensive tackle prospect. There would be big turnout and potentially big money if he participated in a pro day the week after the Final Four.
Let me tell you something.
Dude.
Let me tell you something. If I'm DJ Burns, and I actually buy into that a little bit, like there could be some intrigue.
No, I could see the transition.
But if you're him, though,
you don't need to do a damn thing.
If I'm that big and I can hoop, why would I go put my ACL, like my knee, and my ankle, and my whole, like my head?
Like these NFL people see big dude, they think tackle or tight end. Nah, dude, how about he just makes a ton of money, doing what he's doing, whether it's in the NBA or Europe.
Let me go to the NBA, get that guaranteed money.
Yes, or Asia, or just be DJ Burns, especially if they win the national championship.
Dude, I'm looking at myself like I'm big dude who can hoop.
Yeah.
Like all of them offensive tackles, I put it to you this way. Every offensive tackle in the NFL, if he could hoop as good as DJ Burns, he would not play football.
Exactly.
He would play basketball.
I think almost any NFL player would pick basketball.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like if he could hoop good enough to do it, he would do it, as opposed to let me ram my head into Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Or Jeffrey Simmons.
And think about his NIL and his marketing possibilities. Just go play in Turkey, man. And make $2 million a year or something,
Good living if you can, good work if you can get it, right?
Yeah.
That's Internet Going Nuts. He's John Lopez. That's Figgy Fig. I am B. Scott in for Landry Locker. Coming up next to wrap up the show, the struggling Stros, and I mean struggling, swept over the weekend. What's wrong with these cats? We'll talk about that on the other side.
Payne and Pendergast.
The big.
Or by NHTSA.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I wish it was an April Fool's joke, Lopez. I wish it was, but it ain't. The Astros are 0-4 to start the season. They got swept by the Yankees, man. Before we talk about the Astros, which is worse with April Fool's, since we were on that earlier, is it worse to do the April Fool's joke or to fall for it? And assuming that you're a fully formed adult like we all are,
this is easy.
Which one is worse?
This is easy.
Doing it or falling for it?
Doing it.
You think so?
All day long.
Because you do have to
Unless you're in third grade or under. Maybe
right.
fifth.
No.
You gave him a little grace.
Yeah, no, assuming that you're a fully formed adult like all of us are in this studio.
Yeah.
You think it's worse doing them than falling for them?
Yes, because they're dumb.
Worse to...
And they never hit.
Okay.
Like I'll ask the loopholes and everybody watching on Twitch and YouTube, when was the last time you went, that's a good April Fool's joke?
See,
Never.
For me, because it's so bad to do them, I almost would feel even worse or feel bad about myself if I get got.
Yeah.
Because,
no, I get it.
Because you should be on edge for it or on the lookout for it at least. That's why some of the things that we're seeing don't even make sense. It's like, okay, Justin Reed.
Yeah.
We know that here in the prime of your life, under 30, just won your second straight Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You're on this fat contract. You ain't retiring, buddy.
Yeah.
We know better than that.
Yeah.
Come on, Jack in the Box. One of the few appeals that you have as Jack in the Box is that you got all-day breakfast. It's one of the few things you got going for yourself, if we're being honest about it.
Yeah.
Unless not to be offensive, but unless you're poor, right? You know what I mean? Like, Jack in the Box is good for somebody that wants all-day breakfast or somebody who is on a very limited budget.
Or
right?
you just have that mood.
Or you're
I'm in the sourdough Jack mood.
Yeah, you can be in that mood, but one of their most redeeming qualities is the all-day breakfast. We know you ain't getting rid of your all-day breakfast.
Exactly. They like money.
Yeah, to me, like if I were to fall for that, like if I was here doing the show with you, Lopez, and I was like, hey, Lopez, did you see this? Justin Reed's retiring. We need to come back with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or
you might want to tap the brakes on that one.
Or if on internet going nuts, I was like, guys, y'all not going to believe this, but Jack in the Box.
They're done.
They're not serving breakfast no more.
Man.
I feel like that would make me more of a schmuck than Justin Reed and or Jack in the Box for doing the prank to begin with.
Yeah.
So the gullibility factor is also kind of annoying because it's like, all right, as bad as this is.
If you're doing it,
if you're doing it, you're corny enough.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. What you think, Faye? What would be worse for you, doing them or getting caught up?
I think getting caught up, man.
Really?
Because now, like, I'm looking on social media a lot, and I see a lot of news. I'm like, man, that can't be real. Nope, I'm not believing it.
Yeah.
I almost did that with Devontae Davis news. Like, I seen that, and I'm just like, man, I'm not falling for it.
Yeah.
But, like, so it's hard to weed out the news, and you don't want to be that dude that reports something or retweet something. And it's fake.
Yeah.
Like, that's the worst feeling in the world, getting tricked by one of these fake ass accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So that's today, all day today.
You say that, and I hadn't thought of it. Someone saw that and thought, no, that's not real. That's an April. That's a bad April Fool's.
I was that person. I was just like, man, people taking it too far.
Yeah. I mean, and that is today's day and age, right? Like, to be naturally skeptical.
Of course.
And specifically of the media. And I hate that we're here. I know you and I, Lopez, especially having, our backgrounds, but skeptical of like legitimate, not just media in general, but even media institutions, legitimate media. It's like, but for me, it's like, it's just different level, different kind of sucker. Which sucker are you?
Yeah.
The one that does April Fool's jokes as a grown-up or the one that falls for them? I don't want to be either.
I think it's worse on social media, too, because it's like y'all troll all day long. People be on here lying all day long with these fake accounts. Like, why y'all taking it up a notch?
What makes today so different?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, come on, man. Like, at least give us a day off.
So, what is not an April Fool's joke, and I wish it was, would much prefer it be one, is the Astros' struggles in the first 4 games of the season. They didn't win any of them, Lopez.
Yeah.
They lost them all. I want to say they led in at least 3 of them, if not. I
think 3.
I want to say they led it in at least 3 of them.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Yankees come from behind. Juan Soto led the show with this. Look, Juan Soto, dude.
Yeah.
He's brilliant. Like, he is just such a great baseball. I hate watching him come into Minute Maid Park because I almost feel that it's damn near automatic that he's going to have an imprint on the game. And he had an imprint on every one of these games. But the bigger story for me is the Astros and the different aspects of their game that we can poke holes in. From the rotation to the bullpen to the inconsistency on the lineup. In our last 10 minutes on the air here, Lopez, today, where would you like to start? What's concerning you the most? What is wrong with these cats that you think it's not too early to sort of raise the alarm?
Well, short answer is starting pitching. Because if you go through this 0-for-4 start that they had, Fromber had a chance, was set up perfectly, could not have been, speaking of having a lead in the game, could not have been set up better to win a game and didn't show the stuff that an ace is supposed to stuff. They were up 4-0 in the third inning, man. And he still lost. So it's got to start with starting pitching. Start with Fromber there. And then what is Hunter Brown going to end up being? I'm getting a little – I hope I'm wrong. I hope he becomes this. But it's a little tiring when he's always compared to Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
And he hasn't shown anything that Justin Verlander has done except the style.
To be fair, I do feel like if Justin Verlander hadn't been traded back for, like if the Astros hadn't traded to get Justin Verlander back last year, we wouldn't get it as much. I feel like Justin Verlander being a teammate exit on.
And it was his idol growing up and all that stuff.
And when you bring it all together, in that case, it kind of makes sense. I do wonder if Justin Verlander wasn't on this team, if we would still be force-fed comparisons.
But let's look at this.
With Brown and Verlander.
Yeah, I get you. Let's look at this. If you're going to not bolster middle relief, we got the back end covered, boys. 7th, 8th, and 9 is on lock. Okay, maybe. But if you're not going to bolster middle relief, your starting pitching had better been named. You better have a sure thing in starting pitching. That could have been Blake Snell.
Yeah.
We think it might still be Fromber, but that's still to be determined. We don't know about Hunter Brown. Can't count on Lance McCullers down the road. Who knows with Luis Garcia? Christian Javier, okay. He's had a couple of double-digit seasons, maybe, but is he going to be?
That can't be it.
Yeah. Urquidy. So if you're not going to bolster, if you're going to hit the back end and make it big time, and you did, by all accounts, although we'll see how Presley reacts in his new role, you better have the starting pitching to get you through the middle innings, because that's the biggest disappointment. And then the other one is just impossible to fathom, the home field thing. Like, I just don't understand how they can do it, because middle relief right now in this series, 13 runs, 10 walks given up.
Dude, what is that?
13 runs, 10 walks. That in a nutshell is like, okay, it's early. Yes, we know it's early. You don't have to remind us. Trust us. Somebody texted, we should start paying attention after the All-Star break. Okay, go ahead. But it's kind of like something I like to do. And, oh, by the way, my job.
Yeah.
So you can start paying attention after the All-Star break.
Oh, and just imagine.
Yeah.
I wonder, text in back. I wonder from you, honestly, answer this question. What would you think of us if we didn't talk about this baseball team until after the All-Star break?
Yeah.
All of y'all talk is Texans.
Oh, how many of those we got? Hey, you guys know the Astros are playing, right?
Yeah.
But my thing is, if
Texans,
they won
Texans.
if they won 4 in a row, then people want us to talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They definitely
they were
would.
4-0.
Yeah, it's like, I get being a fan. Hell, I'm a fan myself. Rooted for the Astros my entire life. But, like, we can't be the type of fan that just turns a blind eye to something that is worth monitoring. You know, like now, each series feeds into the next. The storylines from each series feeds into the next, or
organic.
the one after that. However long it takes for you to go around the rotation again.
Yeah.
Right? Like, okay, so Fromber's going to pitch again in this series. Do we not want to talk about the like, and I get that he, and do some double plays, and for the most part, if you look overall, like, he wasn't sharp, but it wasn't an awful outing.
Yeah.
But we need to be honest about it when he pitches again tomorrow, whenever it is.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, we can't just be like, all right, well, let's hope for the best. We're going out there and,
Go get him.
Go get him, Fromber.
Let's see what you can do.
It's like, no, okay, can we not have as much traffic on the base pass early in the game? And can we maybe go deeper into the game? Give our, back end of the bullpen a better chance to actually win the game for us, which is what we're supposed to have.
And then there's something then there's something that I feel also is going to be kind of organically growing unless the Astros can do something really big here in April, as the schedule starts out pretty tough with the Blue Jays I mentioned, and then 7 against the Rangers and 3 against the Braves. The other thing that I'm going to be intrigued to watch is the whole Joe Espada thing. Like, a new manager cannot afford to be really bad the first month of his tenure. And it could mean nothing. We all understand that. It's early, guy. It could mean absolutely nothing. But,
how long?
Given where they were, and if Espada starts slow, I think that's going to be something that people.
I'm curious about his leash, though. How long before we're able to judge whether or not we think he's bad? Because I don't want to give It's Early guy too much credit, but I will give him, hey, maybe it's too early to try to, rail against Espada. But I do wonder, what is the leash going to be?
No, it absolutely is too early. It'll be too early after the All-Star break, really. But what I'm saying is, you know how narratives go, man. And this was a team that has gone to, 7 straight ALCSs, and Dusty Baker, was a legend. And then if Espada with this tough schedule starting out, and who knows with this starting pitching staff, if they end up April, 5-6 games under 500.
I just can't imagine,
who knows?
You work your whole life for this opportunity, and then the opportunity that you get is with a World Series made roster for the most part. We explained some of the holes.
Yeah.
But you're brought in, and I can't stress this enough, but you're brought in to kind of be the guy who doesn't F it up.
Yeah.
As Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner of The Drive join us here, you're brought in to be the guy that doesn't mess it up. You finally get your opportunity after all of these missed opportunities that you've had, and then you be the guy that mess it up. It's hard for me to fathom that would be the case.
I've heard some from Astros Twitter and a bit through.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard the feedback today. Is the thought that Joe has been bad?
No. What I'm saying is if they start April.
Oh, I know. But I mean, up to this point, do you feel like Joe has been bad?
He did have a couple of moves that seemed to backfire in the first game, and I think there's
some moves that didn't work.
He had some moves that didn't work, and so I think what you have overall, Ron, honestly, to answer your question, is just some over-analysis of the manager. We saw that with Dusty, and I think we're going to see it with Espada. That's just going to be a part of the conversation. But he's new, so it stands out with Espada. I think whenever you hear some of the criticism, if and when you hear the criticism. But, it's something to put a pin in, Like, you go up there, this is your first game, this is your first shot, all right? Jake Myers, of all people, hits a home run for you earlier in the game, and you pinch hit him for John Singleton, and not that John Singleton.
Yeah, the Jake stuff is, to me, is the one that I think goes, maybe the one thing that goes beyond, yeah, man, it's just a move that didn't work. You know, to me, that
was more about Jake?
Well, no, I disagree with that one from the jump. I think most people did. That one is the only one to me that felt like it was more than just. You know what I mean? That's just like this move didn't work.
Well, the other aspect of that I find
like his players let him down this week.
Yes, for sure.
As more than anything.
But that's also a reflection of, as we've been talking about, starting pitching, middle relief, all that. But the Myers thing is interesting to me, Clint, too, because
no, Clint's been on this. I think I know where you're going on this.
We finally have a center fielder. We have an everyday center fielder.
Do we?
And then you don't.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've
been talking about this for years, man.
Yep.
Like years.
Well, the thought for me coming into it with Jake was, and I even said this last year when I was on the White Boy Chaz train, of I don't care who it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as an Astros fan, I just want you to put whoever you think the best option is, and as an organization, support him.
Yeah.
And let him be the Astros
doesn't
center
show a lot
field.
of confidence.
That's the thing right there, Clint. So that's what got me worked up about it, is because Jake Myers is his own conversation. But to me, you add to it when he's playing fine, okay, and we should scrutinize the decision to go with Jake, scrutinize his performance and all of that. But when you make the choice to pinch hit for him, now you add and feed into the narrative that you don't have faith in your center fielder. I don't like that.
Well, it makes
It brings up so many questions.
It makes me question what the at least verbal commitment was ever about from the jump.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like you said, do we have a center fielder?
What's the point in coming out and saying Jake's going to be our dude?
Yeah.
We're going to see what this kid.
Exactly.
If you're going to throw Singleton in there.
Now, who said Jake was his dude?
That was from Dana Brown. Dana Brown. Okay. So that's from the brass. Right? That's from the same Houston brass that decided.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
The same Houston brass.
I'm just saying, because when Dana said it, the way Dana said it, don't seem like you would get pulled for John Singleton.
I don't think anybody should get pulled for John Singleton unless there's.
Maybe the manager views it a little different.
Talking about he likes his matchup against the sinker, the same sinker that got him out on a lightly hit ground ball. I don't understand it. This has been In the Loop. B. Scott in for Landry Locker. I appreciate y'all for having me in here with John Lopez and the Figgy Fig. You are listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station, and The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. I was ready just in case. I was ready just in case.
I was practicing that bad boy in the break.
I had it.
I was asking Big A, man, how I say them HD2s and the KILTs and what's going on with that? I had you, man. I was ready for it.
I was going to slice in, baby, and jump in. I got you. The Drive is live on this beautiful Monday. There's a lot to react to this Monday, a lot to react to. And here, let's pick it up because I do have a message for Astros fans. Generally, I do not like to say there is a right or wrong way to feel about it. Yeah, you're a fan, you cheer, you want to. There actually is a wrong way to be feeling about the Astros. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. But I want to pick this up where we were just talking about the crosstalk, Clint, because I know you feel strong about it. If there's any, to me, much like Dusty, I think maybe some of the decisions, some of the stuff on people who have issues with what Joe Espada has done is a little overboard. I think, to me, this was definitely more about his players not coming through, like the players that you need to come through, like Presley and Abreu and even Hader yesterday, and not coming up with big hits with those big guys up front. So I think it's much more about that than it is his decisions. But I think that the big one potentially, Clint, is that center field decision he's making. And for you, you've said it. You just said it here about Jake Myers. That, to me, is the only thing is the pinch-hitting decisions, because I don't have an issue, and maybe we disagree a little bit here. I don't have an issue even early pinch-hitting for Jake, but it's got to be – it is tough to say, hey, man, we're going to pinch hit him for John Singleton, who has done absolutely nothing to deserve to be on the team. I think a lot of people look at it that way. Should he even be on the team? Or a defensive-laden catcher, because they're left-handed. That one is odd. And to me, it's the only real thing that I look at with Joe, and you're like, yo, like, what the hell? What's going on with that? I think that's about it. But I get where you're coming from about the deeper meaning of how this could play with Jake. If he's your dude, then you're pitch hitting him for guys that aren't offensive guys. That's the other thing is, like, I cannot 100% tell you that Vic and John are better hitters, that you have an advantage when you go up with them. I could tell you right now that John does not give you an advantage over Jake. Vic, I don't know. Vic got a hit yesterday, but when you get to that point, that is a little iffy with their center fielder.
Look, here's the deal. What I question is I think it's fair and I think it's accurate. We kid around a lot about it, but it appears that Jake Myers is a fragile mind at the very least. I'll try to put it nicely. And it seems like the interaction that I've seen with other players on videos and things of that nature, he doesn't appear to be like an alpha among alphas. He doesn't appear to have – what's my man's name? My man that you liked that went to Tampa Bay, Ron, the center fielder.
Oh, Siri.
It's Jose Siri, is that his name?
Jose Siri.
He's going to be himself. He's going to be confident. He's going to have swag. No matter what happens. What's my man's name that you don't the right fielder that lives in Crosby that Tyler's wife really likes?
JJ or Reddick, Josh Reddick.
Yeah, Josh Reddick. Like Josh, love or hate Josh, regardless of what you think of him, he's got confidence. He's got swag. He is an alpha as a person. He's an alpha. Like, all these guys are different animals, right? Jake appears to be one that is not an alpha, appears to be a guy that has been, from a baseball perspective, fragile at times, to put it nicely. And with all that known, you choose to go with Jake, and, hey, this is my center fielder, and he's going to be our starting center fielder. And that's and I think I don't recall 100%, but I think Espada was actually, I don't know if he made the decision, but I think he was on record of saying Jake's going to be the guy in center field. But nonetheless, that's the guy. And then the first rattle out of the box, literally opening day, you pinch hit for him in the first clutch situation that presents itself to Jake Myers.
After he hit a home run.
Yeah, after he hit a bomb. So, I mean, you're creating with what appears to be a guy that needs he needs to be handled with kid gloves as it pertains to confidence and maybe getting him to play at his best. You, by choice, poor choice, by the way, might I add, you're putting him in a position and creating doubt because the organization, the head coach, the manager, whatever, doesn't think he's as good as John Singleton in that particular situation. I don't know. And then does it? I mean, there's just multiple things, man.
So you're the only one who's been a professional athlete. You've been around. You've seen guys that you've played with guys who have a mindset that potentially Jake may have. You've played with guys who have a mindset that Siri has. You think potentially him sitting there and seeing them bringing up John to pinch hit for him once, bringing up Vic, the backup catcher that's a defensive catcher, pinch hit for him. You think this is something potentially that could mess with his confidence in his
Absolutely.
head?
I think it would mess with anybody's head. I think it would mess with the alpha of most alphas. Now, one guy's going to
It would piss me off and say, "You see, you idiots."
Right,
That's
right.
But
But did you hear after game one with the Yankees? I listened to some audio that I think Tyler sent out or Adam Spolane, somebody sent out, and Jake's like, "Oh, I'm just I just hear what's better for the team, what's best for the team, man." Or you get a guy that may be the same caliber player, but is a more confident player and is more of an alpha, and that dude says, hell yeah, it pisses me off. Hell yeah, I want that situation. It's what I'm here for. But Jake's the kind of dude that says, oh, no, I just want what's best for the team. So it's going to impact – I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how somebody will stick their chest out and talk about how confident they are. When the organization, the manager, the coach, the team, when they don't wholeheartedly support you, one, you're aware of it. Two, it impacts your psyche. It impacts your mental approach to the game to some degree. And you can't tell me that Jake Myers isn't sitting right there 4 games of the season after thinking he was going to be the everyday center fielder and was going to be a big part of what's going on in Houston. He's got to be sitting there going, well, damn.
And
I mean, if every time it comes up, I'm going to get pinch hit for, what the hell?
I don't know what – That's right. I don't know what personal conversations were had between Joe Espada and Jake Myers and the coaching staff. But see, Tyler, this is why, Dana, you got to sit down and chill. This is why Dana's got to sit down and chill. Because see, Clint, I don't think you would be thinking like this so much if Dana Brown didn't come out so aggressively and say, this is our center fielder. This is going to be our guy. This is Jake's. We're handing it to Jake. We want to give him he's the one who came out for us. Even Joe in spring training said tried to put a little bit of competition. But Dana had already let the cat out of the bag. Dana's the one who said it was this strong. And now he's getting pinch hit for guys. For guys he shouldn't be getting pinch hit for. And now you're wondering, so who is this, the center fielder? Is this the guy? And see, that's to me where this wouldn't come out as heavy, Clint, had they, and when I say they, the Astros, I mean Dana Brown, been so aggressive on this was going to be our guy. This was going to be our guy. I am interested to see if this is just going to continue to be the plan. If this is going to be, because you know what it tells me, Clint, is if John didn't have to play first base, John would have been up at that plate yesterday when he got pinch hit for.
Feels that way.
And I'm like, we're going to see that matchup again? We're going to see John pinch hit for him? Because he just said, I just got to get a left-hander. If it's Dubon, I got it. I can get that one. These other guys, that is weird. And from what we've seen with Jake, to be honest, we've seen Jake walk up there and look like he's seen a ghost come up to the plate at times. We've seen him look very, very, very unconfident. And if you are trying to trust him and build him up, this has to be.
Well, right. I mean, you look at it. I mean, one game Dubon starts in center. So Jake got 3 games in center, and 2 of those games he got pinch hit for by guys that, I mean, you would have never.
Any starter in Major League Baseball would be pissed that they're coming out of the game for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God, this don't make no sense.
Absolutely. So I don't know. I mean, it's bad enough to get swept. It's bad enough that every big hitter in your bullpen at some point in time didn't answer the bell. I put that nicely. And we're 4 games in, and the guy that you were hoping you could hang your hat on in center field has been pinch hit for twice and set out of 1 game.
If it happens again, he should go and pull the Roger Dorn from Major League.
Jake?
Yeah,
Jake ain't.
And just go up there anyway.
Jake's gonna keep
you
talking.
said, remember Roger Dorn would not come out of the game. Nope. Stretching right along with that pitch runner.
Jake's gonna be. We're gonna do what's best for the team. He's gonna be that good soldier no matter what happens to him. I mean, at some point, Jake needs to be like, nah, hell.
Jake gonna grab his bat and keep
pisses me off.
Walk
man.
up to the plate right with John, like they're walking up there together. Now, which one are you announcing? Me. John, go sit down. Go there. Just go there. All right. As people are rolling in, talking about Estrada or Espada, excuse me, and the issues there. I will say this: when I said earlier, there is a wrong way to be feeling right now, and that is panic.
Hold on, so
if you are feeling panic for the season for the Astros and you're an Astros fan, usually I tell you, there's no right and wrong way to fan. That's a wrong way. You shouldn't feel panic. All right, this weekend should have been more anger and annoyance and pissed offness, if that's a word, as opposed to
it is
that you got swept 4 games at home by the Yankees, as opposed to holy, what are we gonna do? Holy, we're not as good as we. Are you in panic?
I mean,
Clint,
I'm not.
Jacob,
look, man,
you are not in panic.
I'm not in panic, boy. But the more we talk about this, I mean, Ron Fromber set a record, not a good one.
Yes, but the rest of the starting. This is why.
I mean, what? Who was it? Hunter went 4 1/3.
Yes, but I mean early, and he pitched. I mean, and he didn't allow runs. I mean,
I get
his
it.
outing was good.
But I mean, we're talking about a situation where you'd like to get to that 7, 8, 9 inning, and we got guys that just can't get you 5.
You would like to. This is their first start out of spring training. Right?
Okay.
They were probably at a pitch count, or at least
fair.
looking at it.
That's fair. I mean, but all these things. I mean, you look. I mean, Presley had two rough outings out of 4. I mean, I'm not going to get mad at Hader, but giving up the hit against Soto, obviously you got to mention that. Abreu had 2 rough outings. I mean, I said Presley first. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about Montero, I guess, if you want to get there. I mean, we can talk about Martinez if we want to get there. Like, man, I mean, But I'm not in panic mode, but I'm also not sitting here going, yeah, well, the last 6 Astros teams have started out sub 500. We'll be okay. Like, I'm not. I mean,
each thing is different. But the players the players you're naming, you feel like they're going to F up. They're like, you feel like this is going to be what they're going to be.
Well, I don't know.
What I mean?
No, if I had to bet on it, I wouldn't. But I mean, I don't know how as an Astros fan you feel good about it. I mean, I don't know how. Like, I mean, Presley having, trouble is a little bit more of a concern because he's not in the 9 hole anymore. He's in the 7 hole, and so you wonder, is pitching the 7th inning, and is it something mental? What's going on with Presley? So I don't know. I'm not in panic, but I'm not far from. I'm closer to panic than I am. Hey man, this team's been the best team in baseball for the last 10 years. We'll be fine.
Look at these roles reversing, Tyler. Where are you at on this?
I'm pissed off and annoyed, but I'm not panicking.
No, I did just because. To me, what this was about was, as you said, Presley was awful to his standards. Abreu awful to his standards, and even Hader gave up. All 3 of those guys gave up runs and struggled in this series. I don't believe that Presley, Abreu, and Hader are going to continue to struggle through the season. So I feel good that. All right, these guys had a rough 3-4 games. I think they'll be fine. They couldn't get big hits. They were 8 for 41 with runners in scoring position, and a lot of that was the big guns up at the top, right? Like Jordan had an 0 for 4 game in there, and they struggled. Like they came to the plate yesterday, and they get the first 2 runners on in the 9th, and then Altuve, Alvarez, and Tucker with some tough luck and good plays couldn't get it in. I don't think, I got confidence if the Astros keep getting those situations and getting those type runners in scoring position with those dudes coming up to the plate, that over 162 they will win out. So to me, like when I look at it, they couldn't come up with runs and big hits. I think the Astros have a at least enough time to look and say, all right, Alvarez and Tucker and them guys, they'll start to come up with hits. And then the back half of the bullpen, even more than the middle relief, they blew it. And as you said, with the starters. I think as the year goes on, we'll get more length out of those guys, not after their first starts. I was encouraged from Christian Javier. I know he didn't go long enough, but with Hunter Brown, I was encouraged. Even from your fourth or fifth starter, and J.P. France gave you a pretty good outing getting into the sixth inning. So, to me, yes. I'm not saying you got to feel good about it. No, you shouldn't. I think you should be annoyed and pissed. Someone said, if they get swept by the Blue Jays, can I be in the panic mode? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're closer. Let's see how it goes. If they play the Blue Jays and they get swept by the Blue Jays and Presley and Abreu and Hader start giving up runs late again and they can't come up with hits, all right, maybe we'll get closer. I'm just saying, man, Pena played well, didn't he? Diaz played well in the series. You look at the bottom of the order. Hell, Vic got him a couple of hits in one start and a pinch hit. Dubon got a couple of hits, got 2 runs. Like, those are the guys where you like, man, if they keep getting on base at the bottom of the order, them dudes at the top are going to get these runs home. And so that's my deal. It should be an annoyance. God, look at you. What has gotten into you?
Have we talked about Jose Abreu yet?
I mean, hey, man, you can't have them all. He's got a little injury, doesn't he? Got to be somebody else who could start outside of John, right? They struggled a little bit, man. Look at you. I thought you, man, Tyler, I thought he was going to be right with me.
Yeah, this is weird. It's like y'all have swithed ideologies.
Look, I mean,
I believe every time I was worried, it was very justified.
Yeah, I'm sorry, boys. We'll see. As the year goes along. I mean, we've got some injuries to work through here too now.
I will say though, like, I'm not panicked, like I told you, but I am tired of this. I'm tired of hearing this stuff from fans. Oh, it's a long season. It's early. That to me is a loser ass mentality. Like, you can be pissed off that you got a 4-game sweep to open a season and also not think the season's over. But all these, it's no big deal. No,
I'm
like,
not early.
That's weak.
Yeah, I'm not early. Like I said, boy, we get down here, a month into the season, and and these guys are still blowing it. Well, I mean, that's a different story. That's a bit. I just think guys like Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker, and Bregman, and hell, even Abreu. I think these guys and Presley and Abreu and Hader have enough on the back of the baseball card that 4 games we can believe, hey, that was a tough 4-game stretch. These guys will pull it together. Now, I'm not worried, and I don't think any of you should be. Shame to Clint. I don't think any of you should be. But there is one thing though we do got to talk about with the Astros. There is one thing that we got to figure out what the hell is going on. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's talk about having peace of mind. And
Sports Radio 610 and tap on a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See, I want guys to stop painting Clinton a bad spot. He is not giving up on the Astros.
I couldn't if I wanted to.
He is not giving up on the Astros.
It's in my blood. I couldn't if I wanted to.
He said he's not panicked. He just said he's closer to panicked. Okay, you can't help how you feel. You can't help if you fall in love with
I'd just be lying to you if I just sat here and tried to present myself as, well, I'm just a little annoyed. Yeah, I am. Yeah, you got a first-year manager, who I like, but it's your first-year manager. The three guys that I have I have heard and seen getting absolutely stroked for 2 months by now. All three of them had their moments. Actually, two of the three had two moments of the negative kind this weekend.
A couple of them, yeah.
Those guys contributed in a major way.
Soda was really
to that ass whooping the Yankees just put on the Astros. And so, look, I'd be lying, I'd be misrepresenting myself if I just said, oh yeah, hell man, just a little annoyed. Not to mention,
or annoyed.
Not to mention, I had a 14 parlay, and all I needed was the Astros, and they messed the bed.
All right, there it is. Okay, all right. That's what it is, Tyler.
4-teamer. I had it.
Were the Astros leading?
They were up 3-1.
You needed to win by 2, didn't you?
Look.
Is the heater over now?
Oh, no. And you go 3 for 4 in a parlay, the heater ain't over, Chief.
Fair enough.
By the way, I hit both the games Saturday, and then I didn't bet yesterday because the Astros really let me down. And
take a day off.
I took a day off, but I would have hit the 2 games yesterday had I bet them. Not the totals. I didn't mess with the totals, but the lines. So the heater's still pretty hot, man. Still pretty hot.
That's where the Astros pissed you off.
No, it actually isn't.
That's it.
It actually is. It was a small enough bet where I didn't mind losing my little tad bit of money, although it would have been nice.
Listen, now there is something where I think we at least got to have a talk about with the Astros. Before we get to that, can I shout out my guy Byron? Look, so many times when we're out, right, we get this conversation. Tyler, you get it too when you're out. I think it happened at the Houston Open with you. You get out, we'll get out, we do remotes, and we do and talk to the Drive family and listeners, and they'll be like, hey, man, you really helped. You guys really helped us through a tough time, or really helped me get through the day, or really helped me get through my drive home, and I appreciate you. And we do, man, and that means a lot when we hear it. I got to pay it back, man. I was en route to just throwing in the towel on the day. I got off to a tough start. I thought I just said, hell, man, let's wake up, get another day in. Let's start this thing over. On my way to go see Red, and Lord knows after the damage I did on Easter that I needed to get a good, solid workout in.
You get that poison out of your system,
that ham, man, I went all out in. On the way, about 15 minutes out on the highway, bam, check up, see my sensors and PSIs on that tire.
Low air, huh?
That back tire, on the driver's side, I looked up, checked up, it said 24. I said, damn, all right. Looked up 30 seconds later, 21. I said, oh, this is dropping.
Sprung a leak.
19. 16. I said, yo, let me get over it. Got off, got to a gas station at about 3 PSIs.
That old Toyota rim was on the ground, wasn't it?
Damn near. Almost messed it up. And and listen, I have a broken jack, so I'm calling roadside assistance. Now,
your jack's broke, or is that what we're gonna go with here?
Shut up! It was a bad thing. The jack was broken.
Say you called AAA. Don't need an excuse.
Can I finish?
Golly,
now, I would like to say, broken. I will honestly say that the jack being broken had nothing to do with the thought of me calling roadside assistance. I just wanted to give a clear picture of the story. Now, there was no effort for me to be able to change it, even if I did not have roadside assistance. Now, I do have it, and I have planned to have changed my final tire unless I really have to. But I'm trying to get to roadside assistance. And they've sent me 3 different times to the wrong place. And eventually it hung up on me. And I had to call back. And this fourth occurrence, I'm hot. Like I told the last person, listen, I'm starting to get really frustrated here. You're sending me to the wrong. Then I got to the first. I said, look, I don't need you to transfer me again because y'all can't transfer me to the right place. I need you to give me the phone number. You give me the phone number to roadside assistance because clearly this isn't working. So he gave me 2 phone numbers, and I promise you I got them in my phone. We'll call the first one. He said, I don't know which one is actually roadside assistance. So, of course, the first one he called me was not roadside assistance. It was somebody trying to sell me something. Something that they do with their car. So I called the second one, got it in. My man Byron hit me up. He said, hey, where you at? I said, oh, right here at the Chevron. He said, oh, gotcha. Came in, opened up the car door, get out, try to get the tire out, spare out for him. He got out the door. He said, I guess it's the man they call Peaches.
Peaches Hughley.
He said, I knew it was you, Show. I said, and right there, man, I was ready to throw in the towel on the day.
That's beautiful.
I was thinking about, I said, man, we're going to have a rough 4. We're going to have a rough 4. I was in a bad spot.
Peaches Hughley.
Bear bit me on the way to taking him to doggy daycare today. I mean, we was going to have a rough spot. But Byron lifted me up. My man came out there. And you know me, I did it. I said, man, Byron, my jack is broke. He said, man, you can go ahead and put that away.
He had when I hit that big jack, didn't
he? He did, man. He got that thing up. And Byron took care of me, man. Shout out to Byron, man, coming out there saving the day. I appreciate you, baby.
Byron, I appreciate you keeping me and Tyler from having to deal with this old sourpuss for 4 hours, man. Appreciate it, man.
It's great, baby. It's great.
Appreciate it.
And man, that Toyota told me about that damn back tire.
Hey, yes, he did. Oh, I didn't think about that. You should have bought 4 new ones.
You just roll with the 2 new ones.
Hey,
I got an appointment at 9:30 tomorrow.
Remember me? I'm back.
Hey. Yeah, Mama ain't gonna let you ride around that damn donut too long.
I hope it's not the same guy because it's right in the area he pointed out.
Oh, it's gonna be in the notes. It's gonna be in the notes either way it goes. Hey,
you're damn right.
Hey, doesn't it make you? I mean, seriously though, when that old Byron showed up, and I mean, he got that big boy jack.
He crack it up.
Oh, he got that whole car. That whole car's lifted up.
Like
boy.
we had NASCAR, man.
Hey, that damn tire's off, and that thing's fixed in about 30 seconds. You're like,
he's helping take care of you. Bam, bam. He talking to me and everything. Right, doing it. Knocked it out. I mean, 11 minutes, Byron. It was big, man. That was a lift, baby. I shout out to you, Byron.
That was a lift we all needed, man. Appreciate you, brother.
It, baby. He said, yeah, man. He said, he said, you got to go back with Show, man. That gave you a little swagger.
The Showman.
Hey, well, damn, man. What you said?
Said he wouldn't have called you Peaches from the jump if you'd have gone back to Show.
He said, I looked at that name. I saw that area code. He said, it's got to be there.
Oh, Hughley with a KC area code. What are the odds?
What are the odds, baby? Yeah. And Ron at the first day, man. So shout out to Byron, man. He stepped up, man. I love our listeners, man. They out there. They everywhere. Everywhere. He said he listened all day, every day. So
I'm sure Byron knows this, but the feeling that's in the pit of your stomach when you get a flat tire and you're not real familiar with where you're at.
Oh boy.
You know what I mean? It ain't your neighborhood. It ain't the path you take every day. It's a bad feeling, man. I mean, I don't give a damn who you are. It's a bad feeling.
And that sucker is dropping. I mean, dropping by every lane change. Just dropping. Harder and harder. Yeah.
Byron, I hope you took long enough, though, just to get Ron out of his workout, because I know at that point he didn't want to see red.
Oh, yeah, I was out of it. Yeah, I told Red, man. Go ahead, man. Be safe. Yeah, that's what I said, man. Came on back. I did walk up here to the gym here and thought about it, and I just said, no.
Walk up there and shower, didn't you? Walk up there and
went
thought
up there
about
and showered.
it.
Yeah.
I have you know, I got a killer one in today.
Well, good for us, man.
I got 3. My wife even worked out a little bit with me today. I'm putting some rules on her, though.
Did she?
I'm putting rules on my wife in the weight room.
Clint, you got it. This.
What?
I thought we had agreed that this is probably like that's just not something great for you.
I think you'll like my rules. I think you'll like my rules.
This sounds like a tease. All right, I'm ready because I just don't know if this is always healthy for you. You know, you get more frustrated than.
I hope she's listening.
Y'all got to stop doing this. All right, Coming up, we'll get back to the Astros as they had a really tough weekend, but there's something we got to jump off with these Texans, and I think everybody's got a thought on this. They got to be up to something. If you could make one move with this open salary, this extra salary, this extra money that the Texans have, what's the one move? Trade, pick up. What's that move? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that,
easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do want to get to this here in a second. So I see some people chiming in. I said that the Texans they got a little new, opened up a little new cash, $30+ million under the cap, fourth most money left under the cap right now in the NFL. If you can make one splash move, be thinking about this. I see some people texting in 713-572-4610. Those of you beautiful people on YouTube and Twitch, I appreciate the conversations, even from the haters that you guys have on there. Give us your thoughts. One splash move, you can make one. I'm talking trade, sign, whatever. Who is that one move you would make? But Clint is trying dangerous things, Tyler. I think sometimes you just got to figure out and understand what are not good things to put yourself in places with you and your wife. And Clint working out with Lauren is just not good for them. I think
there's evidence.
It's a lot of evidence. Like, you two work on different paces. You two are looking to get different things out of it. One person silently just gets fired up just by the mere existence of the other person not moving at the rate that they want that person to move.
I hate to tell you.
Or the breaks that person takes. So I just think, Clint, you guys have tried this.
Y'all read the room really well.
Many times, and I just don't think this is a good idea.
Well, here's the
deal.
But
now you've come up and just, at least you don't stop trying. I'll give you that.
Well, I don't have any quit in me, man. Here's the deal. She's very aware of everything that you just said. And she keeps coming back for more. She just keeps coming back for more. She knows what she's experienced the results of what working out with Old Dirty does for her.
She's like Shangoon. She likes to be coached hard.
Well, she doesn't like it.
She doesn't like it.
She's experienced. She's committed long enough to see the results. She's fresh off baby number 2. Went back to work last Monday. Got back in her groove. Doing her thing. I can see my beautiful bride. She just is she's moving at a different pace and speaking at on a different level because she's communicating with adults and not a 2-year-old and a 3-month-old. You know what I mean? She's back in corporate America, and she got her swag back. You know. Now this week, it's time to get back in the gym. I started without her today. She texted me, "You fixing to work out?" I said, "Yeah, I'm actually. I'm on about my 3rd exercise right now." She said, "I'm on my way." Okay, so here's the deal. I think this is a great time to put it. I've never done this. I think it's a good time to put my foot down and put some rules in Dirty's workout. You gonna work out with me?
God. And she's agreed to these. She
doesn't know about them yet. No, I mean, I have not ran these.
Let's hear out the rules because this is stupid.
I have not ran these by her yet.
What are you doing?
But it will not surprise her. Number 1, no back talk.
Okay, Clint, stop, man.
It's clear. Y'all got to understand that our relationship in the gym. She has not. You said it earlier, Tyler. Coachable, very coachable. She wants me to coach her from a technique perspective. I got to lay the workout out, and she wants me to make sure that she's doing the exercises right, which I'm a stickler on. I don't think there's any sense in working. If you're not going to do them right, if you don't do them right, you're not going to get the results that you want, even if you do them often enough and hard enough. Your technique has to be there. And
I thought you were going to ease into some of these.
Well, no, there ain't no easing into these.
No back talk.
It's the kind you're going to hit right in the face, right? Okay, so the only flaw she has there is every now and then she's not in a really good mood and she gives me some back talk. She push me. I don't appreciate that. You're not paying me. So no, I don't have to take your back talk, right? No back talk. All right. Secondly, no phones. No phones. The phone.
This is doable. I think this should be the first rule.
This is the biggest distraction in anybody's world. It just kills a workout, man. No phones. No, and to her, I want to be clear now. My lady is not in there thumbing Instagram while she's working out now. It is an email and a text with most of the time working people, if not somebody that's got our kids. But I'm not. At the end of the day, we're not going to bring them to the gym anymore. No phones. All right. Number 3, no checking the clock. No checking the clock, man. You can't get the most out of this workout that we're fixing to have.
Well, is there a clock to check
on that phone?
So that takes out the phone. Yeah, no phone takes out the clock.
Yeah, but it's not. It's less about like the tangible and the legitimate, like checking the clock, and it's more of a mindset of like, here's what we got in front of us. I don't care if it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. Let's get in. Let's get dead in the middle of it. Say, let's get in it and get it done. Let's not count reps. Let's not count circuits. Let's not watch the clock. Let's get in there and get it done.
This sounds like an awful idea.
And I probably should have put this one first, but this is my belief. You can take this to the bank. If you work out, if you're an athlete and you play ball, this should be on your wall. Get better. Don't get through it. Anybody that's just getting through it, whether it's a workout or it's practice, you're cheating yourself.
And you're the one that can determine if she's just getting through it, right? You're the one. You can eyeball it.
Lo will look you dead in the eye and tell you, I'm going to get through it, gal. When it comes to working out, I'm going to get through this son buck. And she needs to be pushed. She needs no back talk. We're going to cut that out, all right, baby?
But that's my favorite one.
But he's going to push her. He's going to motivate and push her.
I've learned.
With the expectation of no back talk.
No, I've learned where I can push and where I can't. If I do push her nowadays to that extent, I'm doing it on purpose, and I'm ribbing her a little bit. But
somebody just texted and said, "What if someone needs to contact you guys for an emergency?"
It can wait in 30 minutes. And
I don't know if it's an emergency.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Absolutely.
Children.
Absolutely. They whatever's going on, whoever they're with, can get them to the emergency room. We'll be there in 30 minutes. No back talk. No phones, no checking the clock, counting the reps.
Wow, dude.
And at the end of the day, we're going to put a big bow on all that. Get better. Don't just get through it. Bam. You want results?
I think you should put that on a sign, and she should have to slap it when y'all walk out to start the workout.
I'm putting it on the wall.
I love that.
I'm putting it on the wall. If you want results, if you actually, I don't know why you would spend time working out if you're not going to do these things.
That makes sense.
So there it is.
I think that's beautiful. I'm with you.
By the way, Ron, we're going to work on a little technique next. Me and you get in the gym next time. You won't get results out of it. You want them glutes to grow in them squats. We got to get you.
I just think this is an awful idea.
And stay off your phone.
I think this is an awful idea.
Do you check your phone when you're in there?
No, I don't take it. It's a distraction. But
well, I'll be damned. Look at there.
But I do.
I'll be damned.
But I check.
Red must be interested in results.
No, I do it myself. But I check the clock on my watch all the time.
Well, you need to stop.
I don't. I just don't think you should.
Because what you do
I don't
is
think this is going to turn out well.
You've already given me examples of you, and in fact, that may be why I really started checking low. But you gave me an example. This guy tries to, like Tyler, this guy told me the other day he tried to time his last rep up of what he thought was the last.
It's 10:53.
He tried to time it up.
I know, we starting at 10:53. This is it. And then Red tricked us at 10:58.
He tried to time it up. Like he tried to stretch out that last round of workout, right, to get to that clock. So he knew Red said, "Nah, we're going to get one more circle."
Well, it's messed up because I emptied the complete tank.
No, you didn't.
I thought it was over. I thought this was it.
You mentally emptied the tank.
I emptied the complete. I gave everything I had.
There's always some reserve.
And then at 10:58, he said, "All right, we got one more." And I said, "We got one more."
You was watching that. See, this is a perfect example of the clock being a distraction. The clock had Ron. Ron turned off.
I have to say, as a point,
whatever you're talking about, I don't think this is going to work for you and Lauren and the happiness of your marriage. I just think you guys should go. She should find another trainer. You know what Red told me? I don't train it. He doesn't train his girl.
Well,
he said it did not work out.
You might as well say she should find someone who's going to go softer on her and not push her to
somebody
her
who call it. You call it that.
Tyler.
No. You call it that. I would call it somebody who can work through her weaknesses better, because you're not trying to work through her weaknesses.
No, hell no, I ain't
you
trying
want
to
her
work
to work.
through-
You want her to work
no.
like you. You want her to work like
work
you.
through my weakness.
All right. You want her to
through
work
my
like
weakness. No, I'm trying to make you a beast.
And
I got to go with Clint on this.
Work through weakness. My job is to get results,
go ask
not
Lauren
work
if she
through
wants
weakness.
to. Go ask Lauren if she wants to
Work
be a
through
beast.
weakness.
Go ask her if
Nobody knows better how
She wouldn't be in
to
that gym
get
with
the
you, but
best
she
out of
wasn't
Lauren than her husband.
No, that's not true. Because he knows this. This is these things that he is
work through your weakness.
These things, Clint, that you are putting down as the new rules are the same things that get you guys into it all the time.
We're working through those.
Right? Aren't these these are the same exact?
The dynamic of our relationship changes the minute she steps in the gym.
I know it does.
And we're going to keep switching that flip.
Tyler,
Flipping that switch.
Tyler, you just set this up, and all of Drive family. Parker, you're listening. Sarah Fraser, our boss, you're listening. Clint Stoerner, in these rules, gets to, and I'm putting in air quotes, motivate her. He gets to say all he wants. He gets to determine whether she is just mailing it in or really giving it, and he'll express it. But she gets to not say a word back. No back talk. You think that's going to run through? You think Lauren's going to sit there and just let you continue?
Wants to get better, she will.
to motivate her, and she just sits there and says, yes, coach.
How bad does she want
it? She knows, Tyler, she knows if I'm telling her something, it's for her well-being. I'm not pushing buttons. I'm not being a jackleg.
I give her a week before she tells you to go to hell in some form or fashion.
Well, she'll do that. She did that this morning, but that's all right. I mean, that's fine. It's going to be a rule, and she's
you're
going to break
crazy
the
as hell.
She's going to break the rules.
Oh, I know she is.
Constantly.
And then you're going to get by yourself and lose it.
I'm trying to put my foot down here. You want to work out with Dirty? You want to get down with Dirty?
I'm trying to put my foot
in that weight room. This is what you got to do right here.
I will say, now that I think about it, the only big concern I have, I can't have you, Clint, Dirty Red. I can't you bringing in frustration from this to this studio.
Hey, Chief.
You know?
I compartmentalize as well as anybody out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just bury it.
It'll make for a great story.
Clint's going to lose it. Clint will lose it if she goes 15 seconds over a circuit without moving and tries to take a break, a little mini rest in between going to the next circuit.
No, don't
Clint's
get through
just
it.
going to stare her down.
If you work hard enough, to deserve a break, Clint will let it slide.
I want to
if you ain't even broke a sweat yet and you want a little break, no.
Hey, Lo, if you work hard enough to deserve a break, you'll get one.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sounds right to me.
who determines?
And the thing is, she done showed me. I seen her get after it before, boy. Ooh, dog.
Well, I mean, y'all do have 2 kids.
No, I'm talking about in the weight room.
Oh.
I'm talking about she can go now.
Always goes back to
she
the
can go.
nasty
So I know when she's half-assing.
Yeah.
So does she.
I know. You keep this up, I know who ain't going to be going.
In fact, I need to put in there no half-assing somewhere. No phone, no checking the clock.
You're going to put it
I think you should.
Coming up, the Astros struggle. We'll hear from Joe Espada and what he believes and how he feels after the 4-game losing streak. We'll talk about that. And the Final Four is set. How into it this year are you with what we have coming up? We'll discuss all of that as we continue live right here on The Drive. But before
Access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, a tough weekend, really a tough weekend in all of Houston for sports, but starting with the Astros, a lot of excitement for opening day, and still this is a team that has a chance to play for the biggest prize and win a championship, but they got off to a rough start. Getting swept by the Yankees in a 4-game sweep, first time since 1978 that Houston has swept in a 4-game series to open up the season. They lose yesterday 4-3, and that was kind of the story of the series, with the exception of one game, and even that game, it just got away late. These were all tight games, and in this particular 4-game series, the Yankees were able to kind of make the plays, get the big hits, get the big outs late in the games in this series, and they went 4-3 yesterday. Before we get into it, here is Joe Espada, the manager, who started out 0-4, spoke about the record and what happened this weekend and where they are moving forward.
You know what? We played hard. It felt like playoff baseball, and if something could have gone our way, we could have won 2 or 3 of those games. You know, it's baseball. But I thought that we played hard. I think our bullpen, the last 2 games, we pitched really well. We make pitches, and we got a new series starting tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go.
All right, surprising, that they weren't able to get one of these games, Clint. But what was the thing that stuck out to you the most in this 4-game sweep of the Astros?
The most, wow. Probably the fact that the 3 guys that we've heard, talk the most about is Abreu, Presley, and Hader. All 3 of those guys had, moments where they were in the game and could have shut down the opponent and allowed us to go into extra innings, or shut down the opponent and gave us a chance late in ball games to win it. And Presley twice failed.
Yeah, he struggled. Yeah.
Abreu twice failed, and Hader was exceptional until 3-3 ball game. Soto gets a base hit, which
coming off of
puts,
a bloop,
puts him ahead. Yeah,
coming off of a bloop, and a stolen base.
So that look, I'm not being critical of Hader. I just think he's part of that 3-headed monster that we're all so excited about.
And by the way, Josh, you could look at a runner at first. Did you see that jump?
I did not see it. No.
Oh my God! I mean, he was past Hader before Hader even lifted his leg.
Well, he
never even threw. And he's left-handed. Josh left-handed.
That don't surprise me, because he is attack mode, isn't he? I mean, look at there. I think he recorded 6 outs before going in the game last night, and all 6 were strikeouts.
Yeah.
I mean, it was he is in attack mode, but I think that's probably the most surprising thing, is that in the first 4 games of the season, like Joe Espada said, I'm sure this was not typical regular season baseball when it's the Yankees to open versus the Astros, and several people, let's be honest, several players were not good, but the last thing I expected was to come in here and be talking about Abreu having 2 rough outings and Presley having a couple of rough outings in the first 4 ball games this year. I thought that was the one part of this pitching staff that we could really, really rely on to be shut down, and doesn't look like they're going to start that way.
Yeah, arguably those 3 of the entire pitching staff are the most.
Yep.
The pitchers you have the most confidence that you feel like you know what's going to happen in there, and they all, as you said, Abreu and Presley in their case had 2 rough outings, and then Hader gave up the lead yesterday, and that's, to me, that's what stuck out, is those 3 back there. And then the big boys just not being able to come up with a big hit.
Yeah.
There was a contrast there. Soto was able to come up with countless big hits, as Waldo Cabrera was able to come up with big hits in the 9 spot for the Yankees. And yesterday, it felt like the 9th inning was kind of a microcosm of the series. They reached the first 2 guys on in a 1-run game to set it up. First and second, nobody out, to set it up for Altuve, Alvarez, and Tucker with Bregman behind, and they just couldn't get it done. And not to mention couldn't get it done, they had bad luck too, right? There was a hard hit ball down the line by Altuve that the third baseman made a really good stop. And I think Alvarez came really close to ending the game. And the Yankees, they got rewarded with a lot of soft contact hits. That was one that was a soft contact that just landed outside of the baseline that could have scored 2. And then he flies out deep to center. And then Tucker hits a line drive, that a sliding catch by Verdugo over there. And so it was tough there. But that's why I don't have as much any kind of a panic, because I get the sense that if those guys get put in those situations throughout the season, those guys will perform. The starting pitching was better than I could have even hoped for. It's crazy that Framber, to me, was the worst of them all. And now that to me is a little bit more concerning than other things. But I just think it was the money guys that seemed to struggle in this series, that I just get the feel that, man, if them dudes struggle like this, hell, it's over. And I just don't get the sense that they will have games where Abreu and Presley are just getting lit the hell up.
Well, that's it for me. The fact that we're talking about so many of those guys, the money guys, so many of those guys, just for whatever reason, the first 4 ball games to open the season in 2024 were just not good. I mean, just not good. And so, I mean, the last thing I thought was that we'd be coming in here talking about that.
Real quick, are y'all able to admit this? I wonder, fans out there, you too. Do the Yankees feel different? Do the Yankees feel different? Like facing that team, Soto is he seems to change the temperature in the room. Do they? Because I think most of the times the feel it, especially from guys like Fighting Tylers, the Yankees, whatever. Do they feel a little different? They
feel different, but Astros are still daddy when October gets here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, you come on the road and you 4-game sweep the Astros. Hell, it ought to be a little different. Yeah, I mean,
Just the sense you get from the Yankees, like this is not like a, because it felt like with the Astros, almost a bit with the Rangers. They kind of got their number.
Yes, yeah. I think it's fair to say that in this series that was gone.
Yeah, there was no fear from the Yankees. Soto feels like Soto. It seems like the ball kept finding him.
Yeah. I typically can feel that more so from the Astros perspective than the Yankees perspective, is that you can feel that like, hey, it don't matter. At the end of the day, we're going to make this thing happen. That wind was taken completely out of the sails with this series.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I get that. All right.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
My bad. All right. They got the Blue Jays tonight, so we'll see how that series gets started. All right. The Final Four is set. We'll get to the Cougs here in a bit, as that was a tough way to lose in the Sweet 16. But I know you was betting on some of this weekend, Clint. UConn, they move on as you don't see this a lot in Elite Eight games, but they went on a 30-0 run against Illinois in a tight game. Just absolutely 30-0 against the Illinois Fighting Illini, who had one of the best players in the tournament in Terrence Shannon. They completely shut him down and just blew them away in a game that was tight. I think it was a 4 or 5 point game at the
28-23 at half. And I looked up, and UConn was 58-23. They had scored 30 points. It was to open the second half. They had scored 30 points before the opponent, who was, I can't remember who
Illinois.
Was. Illinois put a point on the board. It was unbelievable, man. After Illinois played with them played right with them.
They win them. And I think Illinois had to be feeling like, and I was thinking it like, man, Shannon's not getting off. They've got some of these guys are struggling. No, they just said, well, I know we did well. Let's completely turn the water off. And then but they're going to face Alabama, and if they're able to shut Alabama down, that'll be something. Alabama I mean, you can almost pencil them in for 85 at least, as they struggled a bit to start that game off, but against Clemson, but they rolled through Clemson, and they get to their first Final Four ever. And then Purdue, a team who lost to a 16 seed last year, they've made it with Zach Edey, who had 40 last night, a career high, in a really good game against Tennessee, and they're going to face my favorite team of the tournament right now. Big DJ Burns. The 11 seed NC State Wolfpack, they beat Duke last night. They have their coach was on the hot seat, was going to get fired, and got a 2-year extension. Anymore. He got a 2-year extension after they won the ACC tournament and got into the tournament. And now who knows what's going to happen? They're in the Final Four. I watched that team. I don't know how they lost 14 times.
Yeah, the season you're talking about?
Yes, yeah. They lost 14 times throughout the season. I want to get this from you and the people. Last year, we're not going to lie to it, the only thing that was really exciting about that Final Four is it was here. And we got to be around people and got to cover some things.
Who was it? San Diego State?
San Diego State and UConn. They played in the final with Miami. Miami and FAU.
FAU.
I mean, it was tough.
Yeah.
Are you catching interest in this Final Four? Is this one? Yeah. UConn, Alabama, Purdue, NC State.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I think UConn versus Purdue is going to be.
That's the final.
I think that would be a killer matchup. Like, I think UConn obviously is the best team in the country right now based on what we've seen, but I think Purdue, just who they are, and I think they will match up well against them and at least present us a good game. And then I think Alabama and NC State, like you said, their storylines and like Alabama. I think I had the over the other night in that game. They ended up hitting it. They're averaging 91 points a game.
Yep. They're 89 is their magic number.
I mean, that
like
is
19-1 when they
so.
Get 89.
You look at that matchup with UConn, you're like, yeah, UConn's the better team, but Alabama can get hot and outscore anybody.
That's what it did to Carolina.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of them things where you look at this Final Four. You got two big dogs, and then you got two teams that have storylines that could very well put a game together and knock one of these guys off.
Listen, I'm a hardcore fan. Last year that was hard. That was a hard one for me to get through. I didn't watch the full games. Does this do something for you, Tyler? I know you're a casual college basketball fan.
Not really.
I didn't think so.
Nope.
I was wondering. I think there are a lot.
Not really.
I mean, what kind of guy likes to bet as much as you bet in this?
Well, that's the only reason.
I'm the bet and watch the games, but my excitement level personally, I'm not going to be going into watching these games like, oh, let's get it, yeah.
I'll be honest with you, and I'm excited. These will be some good games because
you almost busted a vein in your forehead.
It did. Because back to how you explained it, like UConn and Purdue, I think are going to be the favorites or heavy favorites, but I can see a way that NC State and Alabama can win the games, and then if you get those, that'll be fun. I don't know how much the Alabama-NC State, if that happens to be the matchup in the final, if that rolls through, it'll be for me. DJ Burns, he does something for me.
I need Alabama.
Yeah, look, I think you got to get UConn, Purdue, or you got to get one of
them in
versus one of the guys like the not Cinderella, obviously, but one of those where boy, it would be a major upset if one of them other two wins.
Yeah, if they both do that'll be that'll be a tough. I mean, I'll watch, but that'll be a tough one. By the way, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I'm more excited. Like, tonight's game is the most exciting college basketball game that I'm ready for of the season, and that's LSU and Iowa tonight. Like, I bet you, like I'll do this right now. Connecticut, they are seeking back-to-back championships, first time since Florida. They won it last year. How many Connecticut Huskies do you have?
I ain't got one.
You got any?
Nada.
You got an Iowa Hawkeye women's team?
Nope.
You got any member of the Iowa Hawkeye?
Caitlin Clark?
You got any member of the LSU women's team?
Reese?
It's crazy, man. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Connecticut is going for back-to-back championships.
I got Hurley.
You got the coach. They're going for back-to-back championships. And you got two names of
I wish I could.
Women's basketball team.
I almost could give you two Iowa gals. What's the real cute one?
Okay.
What is it? You know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
They got one. Her name is
Iowa's got a little guard.
Taylor Oh, I can't remember Taylor's last name.
She's a pretty little thing, man. Big old eyes.
Let me do some research real fast.
Her first name is Taylor. Yes.
I may not score any points, but I can help my team on the other end of the floor.
And then LSU's got the Van Dyke twins.
Yep.
One of those twins. Yeah. But that's crazy. They're going for back-to-back championships. Oh. You got two women.
Taylor McCabe.
Both of you. Yeah, Taylor McCabe.
Yeah, she is cute.
Yeah. She almost lost the damn game in the second round because she couldn't hit herself in the face if she was dead in there. I mean, she missed every three. Dang. I mean, I felt bad for her. I mean, she didn't score any points in that game, and she none
of them were good in that game,
except for Caitlin. That's right. I'm big for this one. All right, coming up, man. The Astros lineup is out. We'll talk about that, and we have to get into this. Is this a real thing? Many people know what we're going to talk about, but is this a real thing? We'll discuss that coming up next. But.
Thanks to Planet Fitness, there's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. The lineup for tonight, the Astros, they got to get on here. They need to get off the schneid here as Ronel, baby. Ronel Blanco on the mound today. Nell, he'll stop the bleeding. Really not been the starting pitching that has given them problems. But Altuve's leading off with Alvarez, who's they need to get going. He's kicked off the season hitting 118. And then Kyle Tucker, Bregman, Yainer Diaz moved up with Abreu back in the lineup at first, McCormick, Pena, and then Jake Myers for now is batting ninth. We'll see how many at-bats Jake gets tonight. But Jake is batting ninth. That is the lineup. Also, other news, Verlander threw 3 innings today, 52 pitches in a live BP. He said he wanted to get to 85 pitches to feel comfortable, so good for him. He said he's ramping up to full velocity after an inning of break was the focus again, and he expects for a rehab assignment next. So that is going good. He seems to be progressing pretty well. So Justin Verlander, 3 innings today in a simulated BP, 52 pitches he threw. So he's getting closer with things. Hey, I know I said not to really panic, but what do you make of this Astros home field record? You think this is something real? You think this is like, or have we reached now? It's past just it just seems to be. I don't want to say coincidence, but the kickoff 0-4, they're 1-5. In the postseason, I think they've lost their last 9 games in Minute Maid.
That'd be correct,
including the start here in the postseason. And they were 3 games under 500 last year through the season, which is generally not the case when you think about a team that won the division. That they're 3 games under 500 and 190 games. You think it's a real thing? Their struggles at home or. It's hard not to make of it.
Yeah, I don't know how you deny it. There's no way in hell to pinpoint why.
It's just
unless there is some level of distraction here, which I know the city of Houston can damn sure distract you, but it's more about the Astros at this point. I mean, getting the team on the road all together in a hotel, limit the distractions. They seem to play better. I don't know what to make of it, but I don't know how you ignore everything you just said. I heard in the loop talking about it with Brandon and with B. Scott and Lopez, and Lopez he threw out a stat in the last 30 games or something like that, how bad it was. So it's definitely real. I just don't know what it is.
I don't either. I don't want to hear the backdrop stuff. It is just insane. Yeah. And you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Clint, Tyler, you've been obviously watching the Astros a lot longer than I have closely. I mean, I've always thought Minute Maid was like an advantage. I was like, for the Astros, it was an advantage for them to play at home, and they use that like the Red Sox use Fenway to an advantage.
I've always felt the advantage. When I'm there, I feel, the atmosphere, I've told people this for years now.
It was packed this weekend.
Yeah, man, but like anytime you go to Minute Maid in the last, Tyler, the last 7-8 years?
Mm-hmm.
At least. Anytime you go to Minute Maid Park, there is just a buzz in the air. And I haven't been to a million games elsewhere, but I've been to several different stadiums around, ballparks around the league to watch baseball. There's just a buzz in the air with the Astros. And I got to believe that that's at Minute Maid Park I'm talking about. I got to believe that's felt by the players as well. I don't know how it's not, but the struggles at home are real, no question.
No, it's insane.
It's infuriating to not be able to put your finger on what it is.
It doesn't make sense.
But it's something.
They've lost 9 games in a row.
Good Lord.
5 playoffs games and 4 games to the Yankees.
Game 1 of the ALDS, if you're keeping track out there.
Won that one for Verlander, and bam, that's all she wrote.
Jeez.
Are they putting pressure on themselves? Like, what in the hell is? I don't get it. Maybe you're right. Maybe Joe Espada needs to say, all right, guys, what we're going to do, we're going to stay in Post Oak. All of us.
I don't believe that'd be where I'd take them.
What's wrong with Post? Everybody, I'm trying to put them in a good spot. Hey, let's.
That ain't it.
What's wrong with Post Oak? That was a beautiful.
Bring them that old Hampton Inn over in Baytown
or something.
On,
man.
Don't take it.
No, man, don't put them in no damn Hampton. Put them in a Hampton Inn.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with a Hampton Inn, by the way.
I tell you what, next time your boys come in town, won't y'all stay at the Post Oak?
What's wrong? Yeah,
ain't nothing wrong with it. Going over there. Well, stay there. So won't you and your boy? Won't y'all ease through there about 10 o'clock on a Friday night?
You think it's a better spot for them to stay at home than staying at the Post Oak?
You bet your ass. Absolutely, sir.
Framber would find himself plenty of salt there.
Oh, there ain't no question.
You put a curfew on them.
Okay. Yeah, put them dead in the middle
Tell them
of
to
it.
Stay in the
Put
hotel.
them dead in the middle of it and then put a curfew on them. Okay.
I'm faded as hell right now.
I didn't think I was going to get pushed back on the hotel.
This spot ain't no fool. I'm telling you. You better bring them boys to the Hampton Inn over in the dirty.
Put them in the Hampton Inn.
La Quinta?
Hey.
Yeah, put them in a Hampton Inn in Baytown and that'll shake them up.
Days in?
Or take them boys up to Magnolia, take them to Magnolia or something.
Motel 6. Motel 6, they don't give you irons.
They keep the light on.
Really?
No, man.
They do keep the light on.
Yeah, man, in this business, man, they don't keep the light on. Our bathroom light wasn't working.
Who was it that keeps the light on?
No, you're right.
It's supposed to be Motel 6. They was lying in Nashville back in the day when only my bosses were cheaper than me. They said, "Yeah, man, we'll send you guys to the old draft, but fellas got to stay in this Motel 6."
Okay? Oh my God!
Got up in that Motel 6.
Well, you got to be in a bad spot, man.
We got in that Motel 6. We're wearing clothes to the draft, so we got khakis and stuff, or slacks or whatever. I said, "Man, you see the iron?" No, I ain't got no iron.
He's on down to CVS.
They ain't got a phone to call the front desk to. Got to call them myself.
Hey, boss man.
You got an iron? No, man. We ain't got no damn iron.
Hey, boss man, we ever plan a trip and Motel 6 is where you gonna put us? Give me a heads up.
Hey, man, I didn't know how motel. I would listen. I almost just after a day just said, "Hell, man, let's go. We can put it on something else." Yeah. I didn't know. I had never stayed in a Motel 6. I didn't know we was in that space.
I'll slide some pints your way. We'll upgrade that a little bit.
I didn't know we was in that space, man. We in there just wrinkled as hell going to this damn thing. Pants all wrinkled as hell, packed in our bags. You know I'm rolling mine.
Yeah, yo, hey, look here. Budget hell. Huh? Somebody screwed up that budget.
Screwed up that budget.
Somebody didn't allocate enough funds to this hotel. Budget.
All right, coming up, let's do this. I know we talked about it. I want to hear it. The money that the Texans have opened up now. You got one move, one splash move to make. One splash move to make. What's your move for the Texans to help this team? We'll discuss that coming up next right here on the
$15 gift card when you buy 5 or more quarts of Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic. Only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Claim based on Sequence 3 H-test versus API SP test limits.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we talked about this Monday. We feel like something's going on with the Texans. We'll see what happens. Nothing happened over the weekend, but we feel like something's going on. When we talked about this Friday, Clint, the Texans had, with the moves of restructuring with Shaq Mason and then Friday restructuring with Titus Howard, they opened up almost $17 million and now over $30 million under the cap. And we thought this meant they were going to do something. They're going to make some sort of a splash.
Regulate.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, AB. He's getting worse, by the way. I mean, a lot worse. If you got one move to make, you got one splash move to make. There are a lot of moves out there. There are a lot of moves for different positions, for wide receiver, for defensive tackle, for hell, we're still seeing him, right? Like Hassan Reddick just got traded to the Jets. There are still trades out there, players we're here potentially on the trade block. There are some guys that are available for free agency out there, for receivers, corners out there, defensive tackles, defensive ends, linebackers, whatever. If you could make one splash move, if you're sitting there thinking they done cleared up this space to make a move, one splash move, 713-572-4610. You can text in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can text in. I saw my man Victor say Jonathan Allen there would be his move, make a trade and pay him. If you had one move to make, what would it be? What would it be, Clinton?
You mean pick one of these off the list that you have?
Oh, anything. I just threw some options out there. For
well,
anybody.
I'm going to tell you.
If you have one, if there's a player you're thinking.
If your list was real, ain't but one, baby.
Well, this list I've made, all of these players' names have been talked about.
Trade and pay Derek Brown.
That's the number one.
For me. Derek Brown is a bad man.
That's something.
You're talking about D-tackle from Carolina.
D-tackle for Carolina.
Hell yeah. I mean, look here. That's a different animal right there. And I'm not gonna. It's a hill I'm gonna die on, Ron. Defensive tackle. We can talk about all the other needs for this football team, but ain't no covering up a journeyman defensive tackle as a starter. I can cover up one of them corners that's got elite skill, but just for whatever reason, C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah ain't living up to that first round pick, and a little worried about a little suspect cover skills. I can cover that up with safety, man. I can cover that up by telling him to back his ass up and don't come out of your pedal. There's things I can do there. Safety, I think they got some options. May not be the most confident options, but I think they got options to be really good there, actually. D-tackle, there ain't no hiding that guy. You plug in Derek Brown in this defensive front with them two defensive ends, Ron. Ooh, come on, man.
That's bigger than the offensive weapon. Because we talked about it. Offensive weapon, the need there, and there's some thoughts out there. Brandon Ayuk's name has been out there. Obviously, T. Higgins has requested a trade. I don't know if the Bengals are going to do it because he wants a new contract. Odell is out there, other guys out there. But if you were to say, all right, I'm going to take one swing, and the Derek Brown thing, that would be the number one thing for this.
I think it's Derek Brown, defensive tackle. If you want to make it Jonathan Allen, you prefer Jonathan Allen, it's fine. Or any other top-end defensive tackle that's available. That's number one, and there is a large gap between 1 and 2 for me. Large gap. I could see where you get better on offense with a ton of guys that played a lot of good football, getting a year in this offense, keeping Bobby Slowick, keeping Gerard Johnson, keeping Dalton Schultz, getting Titus Howard back to guard, back to tackle. I'm sorry, don't freak anybody out there. Getting Mixon at the running back position. I do think you get better in the run game. I'm on record. I don't believe you get dominant. I don't believe you're going to just own the line of scrimmage, but I do believe you get significantly better at that position. While I don't want to do it, I would rather give CJ another weapon. Oh, by the way, get Tank Dell healthy and let him be a factor down the stretch in the playoffs and in the final few games of the season. I think you're significantly better. So, yeah, as I said before, I just think it is. I think it's D tackle, and then there is a large gap between that and from a level of importance between that and anything else.
Yeah, I like that Derek Brown, Jonathan Allen's another name out there with Washington.
I like Jonathan Allen.
That people have talked about. I love your thoughts. Someone texted in T. Higgins hands down. I love your thought there. The Brandon Ayuk one really intrigues me.
Turns you on a bit, huh?
He knows the system. He literally plays in the system. You know what he could do. And for me, I think some people may disagree. For me, I think he would be clearly your number one receiver. Like I not by a large margin, but I think he would clearly be your number one receiver. And there is something about the thought of him, those being your top three, and not it being Nico, Tank, and potentially Robert Woods or Noah Brown. And I think this makes the offense scary. Now I think you add a player that the offensive staff knows him. One, Bobby Slowick and all of them, they know him. Mm-hmm. They've worked with him. He knows the system really well, and he's able to eat with and don't. It's not just Debo. At times, he was the one that people were looking at too because they were going. He's able to eat with Brock Purdy and company, and that those three receivers, and now everybody moves down. This has a chance to be that would have a chance to be a potentially dominant offense. Although I understand the hole that is left there in the inside on the defensive tackle spot. Like at that point, I think the Texans could score with anybody if they got that player, and it's a player they're familiar with and not a player like T. Higgins has kind of played in the system, but you've said this before. You're not certain if T. Higgins can run all of the routes that Bobby Slowick wants him to. We know Brandon Ayuk can.
Yes.
And we know that. To me, that one sounds sexy to me. It would be the Jonathan Allen, Derek Brown, and then it'd be Ayuk to me. Those would be the ones that get me going.
Right yeah, look, we can get into splitting hairs and what receiver does what. I could get real excited about T. Higgins. I can get real excited about Brandon Ayuk. And from a football perspective, hell, I can get real excited about Diggs if I'm being completely honest. I don't want anything to do with Diggs for all the off the field stuff. It's never enough. The guy's never happy. It doesn't matter what happens. But that's
another one out there.
From a football perspective, boy, you make that kind of addition to an offense with C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger, man. Ooh, look out now. That could be fun, man. I mean, you can't have but 5 skilled players on the field at one time. And the Texans at that point would have the ability to put some mighty explosive dudes on the field with some size, with some the ability to play the game at a high level mentally, with some shake. You go at any of those top end receivers, boy. Good gosh.
Texter makes a good point. I like Clint's idea because you can go in the draft in the second round and potentially get one of the wide receivers with upside as opposed to being able to get a defensive tackle. And that is another point. Now, I think Derek Brown, I would think you would at least probably have to give up one of those second-round picks, but you would probably not 2 of them. I
don't know what his contract looks. I'm assuming he's got 1 year left on the contract.
Yeah,
I'm assuming
you probably pay him. I would assume that they would, because they can. I would assume they would. I mean, I guess they wouldn't have to, but I would assume if we judge by what they've done.
Ain't no sense in going and getting him if you weren't assuming that's his contract deal. So, you want to get me, and I haven't studied him, to that extent. Loved him coming out, and have watched him multiple times. Derek Brown, that is, since he got to the league. The fit in D'Amico's system too.
That seems to be the type of guy he's looking for. Like people have texted in and said, "Go get the receiver." Like someone texted in and said, "Bring in Odell and then bring in Sweat." And I just don't think, and we talked about it, I don't think Sweat's the guy. Yeah, Odell wouldn't be. Odell's
a non-factor in this. I mean, I like Odell, but you're bringing him in to be a third or fourth guy at best. I mean, Baltimore just had him in the house. I mean, and basically said we're good, we're all set.
Yeah, and he wasn't worth the $15 million
correct
that they signed it for. But I don't think you would sign him for that, obviously. Yeah, if you tell if you tell me I'm gonna get that D tackle and I'm gonna bring Odell in for about $5-6 million, and he's my third receiver, I could go with that. But to me, I'd if you're gonna go get a receiver, we'll go get that sucker. To me, and it's just the Ayuk thing, and I don't know if he's. Like the Niners have said they want to keep him, but they're kind of running into some money issues on how they're going to have to be able to do that. But there's just something about the guy who knows your system and knows, how to exactly what you want to run and what you want to do. All right, so that's the thought there with the Texans. Many people are chiming in on what they would want. As we continue on through, by the way, another one, man. I've never heard of Good Monday. Why are these kids out of school today?
I don't get it.
Did y'all? I didn't know if it was a Texas thing. And I'll be honest with you, I don't remember the kids being out of school on Monday anyway, even the last couple of years. What are all these? Maybe, and I don't think it's just a Fort Bend school district. Because what are the kids out for Monday?
I never got Monday off.
I got Good Friday. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are they out for on Monday?
I ain't got it, man.
I'm telling you,
but
man.
I'm here for all the kiddos out there having some days off.
No,
man.
you're not. No, you ain't.
Have you some days off, man.
Get yourself in a couple of years. These jokers here, I swear before God. And listen, hey, teachers,
don't
go
let
ahead.
Old grumpy Ronel.
Teachers, go ahead and get yours. These jokers are out all the time.
Hold on, so.
I mean, all the time. Not just holidays. These teachers' workshops that just keep coming out of nowhere.
Workshop?
Oh, yes, the Thursday, Friday double-up workshop. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It seems like since the load management thing has gone up in the NBA and other sports, it feels like the teacher workshops have gone up in schools.
They don't want to overwork them kids, man. Come on, man. You get home, you can see kids a little bit more. They're not out of gas, man.
Somebody said off Monday for a calm down for Sugar High.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, it's not a good point.
A lot of candy on Easter Sunday.
They're not giving these kids off on the day after the Super Bowl, which they should.
Day after Halloween.
Day after Halloween. They got to come their ass right back. They got to be there on Halloween. I'm over it.
No, it was news to me too, dude. I was hearing about my nephew being out.
Yeah, you do. No, we got to
working. You're out here working.
Yeah, we're working, but we got to find care for these jokers.
Oh, you had to put Bear up too.
This time we don't have to because the grandparents are in. But usually,
so what are you complaining about, Ron?
It's just ridiculous.
You got free daycare
because I know it's coming. I know it's coming.
This guy, listen to this guy, T. He got free daycare at the house.
I know it, but I'm telling you, the Thursday, Friday, got these people at that Olympia gymnastics place is just making a killing out of it.
Absolutely killing it.
Just killing it. That's where our kids. No, we want to go. We want to go to Olympia. We want to go to Olympia. Pay for 2 days at Olympia because they got to have another work day. What you got to come up with for?
March Madness, baby. We're gonna give it back to the ladies. See if we can't talk through these lines and see what a little wager on the women's hard court might look like tonight. We got big games. We got huge names, marquee names, and Kim Mulkey. Kim Mulkey's walking around this thing like she's president of the United States. We got to talk about this, y'all. We'll do all that coming up next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks.
Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
We got a monster announcement coming, man, and I feel like 4 o'clock. I think it ought to be done.
Okay, let's
4
not
o'clock on a Monday.
Don't do it again.
Oh no, okay, my bad. I don't want to put it out there, boys. I think I may have it.
We're going to the Super Bowl, guys. Guess what?
No, that ain't it. That ain't it.
You're a little early on that one.
I think I got it. I think I got. Last week we were talking about the name of the segment, kind of opening this thing up.
Oh shoot, you got it?
I think
you worked on it.
I'm not.
Let the people judge it. Let the people judge it.
I'm not completely sold, but it's the best I've got so far, and I feel like it's got legs. Dirty's Daily. The awkward silence tells me it wasn't.
No. Mulling over, thinking it through.
It's not. It didn't make me jump out of my seat, but I think I like it. I think it could grow on me. Let's all ponder on that.
You know what it feels like? It feels like when I bought my house.
What's that?
The first time we took a look at it, I looked over there. Almost did a shout out to who helped me, but they ain't paying us no more. But I looked over at it, and we went through it. We saw it the first time, and the first time just didn't do it for us. And then we came back, and we were like, what the hell were we thinking? This is perfect. This is exactly what we want. When you first said it, like Tyler said, had to think on it a little bit. Now I've come in, Dirty's Daily. Got the dirty part in there. Obviously, your nickname, it's Daily. There's nothing put you in the box, which was the biggest thing that I wanted to stop, was not to make you feel forced to have to talk about something. 713-572-4610 on a scale of 1 to 10. Dirty's Daily. How you feel about it? 713-572-4610. Those who are on YouTube and Twitch. 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being love it. 1 being try again. I'm at a 8.5 on this.
You know what pushed me, Ron, to go ahead and announce that? That was not the major announcement I was talking about, by the way. That was just something I had. I like it, don't love it, but I feel like from an introductory standpoint, Tyler could really, really amp it up. Big voice guy, the way he builds these things, you know? I feel like Dirty's Daily, like I feel like Tyler, if he could just close his eyes. Just close your eyes and think you like get your mind in a real dirty place, which is I don't even think you have to close your eyes.
All right, I'm there.
Let's not.
Right, and then
don't do that.
And then build it around. I think that like that's really got legs. I think it does.
All I got to do is close my eyes and think of Joy Taylor.
Dirty's Daily. I'm disappointed in her, by the way.
What? I can never.
I mean, I've
Why
just.
would you
Well, I mean,
say that?
look, I've just had.
Are you kidding me?
What happened?
I've just had enough swimsuit pics, man.
What?
I've just had enough. Man.
All right. I'm gonna hit the trail. Old
Let me say that again. Let me say that. I didn't say that in my good ear, please.
No, I mean I've just had
Did you
enough.
say you had enough of the swimsuit pics?
I think it was yesterday Easter. I popped up social media and was thumbing through it, and it's just her by herself in the water somewhere.
I think Tyler's walked out on you.
Well, I mean, I would expect Tyler to walk out on that.
I mean, I
don't know. Maybe Tyler's rubbing off on me because of his perverted ways, and she's usually involved in them. Like maybe that's what's driven me to this. But I don't know, man. I've
never been more disappointed in you.
Well, that's fair.
Mine's not even disappointment. I just don't understand it.
It was Easter, man.
Yeah.
Go post a picture with your family or something, man.
The Lord
I don't need your
created that
bikini
beautiful
pic in the
specimen.
On Easter, bro.
I'm saying she's one of God's beautiful creations.
I'm not saying she's not a beautiful woman. That's fine. I mean, I'm just like Easter, man.
Sydney Sweeney, too many bikini photos.
Oh, God.
Over it.
I ain't got that one. Who's that?
Sydney? Oh.
Who's Sydney Sweeney?
She is. She's the blonde in.
Never heard of her.
She's in a lot of movies, but she's really exploded to prominence since she's been in not Succession, but what's the show, Ron?
Euphoria.
Yeah, I don't watch that one.
Sydney is.
She's nice. And look, if she wants to post that picture with a ton of cleavage throughout the can I say that on radio?
Yes, cleavage are good.
Just titties.
I mean, whoa.
Sorry.
Gosh, dang it.
Missed it again.
It's like Easter, man. Throw a little picture of the fam in there. So, I mean, she may have. I may be being unfair about it. I remember thumbing and thinking, man, all right, man.
And the Lord made those mountains, bro.
That's fine, Tyler.
The guy who says, "Can you name any Iowa players? What's the pretty one?"
Yeah, pretty gal.
Taylor McCabe.
Joy,
Speaking of,
Joy, that is the last bikini picture I want to see. No more from you.
I need more.
Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to bikini. Easter.
Someone said, "I'm going to give you a 1 now because of those comments about Joy Taylor."
I just never thought I'd hear that from
your Dirty's Daily.
Oh, Dirty's Daily.
I never thought I'd hear that from anyone on this show. I need less
all I can do is
Joy
be honest
bikini
here, you
pics?
guys. All I can do is be honest. I'm giving you what my mind thought yesterday when I saw. Now it was just a headshot in the distance. It wasn't like she was laid out there on a. Never mind. I do want to give. I think the Stoerner's football at 4 is dying a slow death here. I do want to give it over to the women one time, and not Joy Taylor.
See right here.
All right, here we go.
Right here on Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, Dirty's Daily.
He wouldn't have to preference it.
Right.
He could just give it to the ladies.
Listen up,
He
ladies.
could just give it to the ladies like he wants to.
Hey, can y'all stop, man? Y'all are turning my segment about the women's March Madness into perverted.
I wasn't even trying to be nasty on that one.
I'm gonna give it back to the ladies one time.
You should.
LSU versus Iowa.
I cannot wait.
Who you going with tonight, and why? Because their storylines galore.
I want Iowa to win. I want Caitlin Clark to win because I am here to see what she will do if she wins to Angel Reese. If you remember last year, we knew she hit
Can't see me.
She hit her with that ring finger repeatedly in her face. And Caitlin said, "Hey, man, I talk trash. You talk trash. We good, man." Hey, she won. But I feel like I'm hoping.
Boy, America really didn't like that, boy.
That it didn't.
Media really didn't like that, man.
But see, my thing is Caitlin's an a-hole.
She
is a trash talker. And I want to see what she would have in store for this. And so I'm hoping to see that. Iowa has been the better team all year. But LSU has more talent and can turn it up. I hope Iowa wins. I think LSU will, though.
Who you going for, Tyler?
I want.
I mean,
to
you ain't
see
even
Iowa
turned
win,
on by
but I
March
think
Madness, the men's tournament, so this probably doesn't do much for you.
Yeah, I really could care less who wins this one, boys.
This is to me the most exciting college basketball game of the season for me. I've been waiting for this sucker,
and I love that for you.
This they got buzz on this thing.
I will be watching the strip.
I bet. Look, I want to see the numbers on this thing.
Oh, I bet it's stupid.
I bet it's bigger than any men's NCAA tournament game.
I'm with you, Ron, on this one, and the only reason I like Angel Reese. I like Kim Mulkey, which we need to talk about Kim here in a minute.
That's a tougher one for me.
I'm going with Iowa because I think, and I've told y'all this before. Like I like to witness things that don't happen twice in a lifetime, or which more than likely. Has never happened before. Won't happen. All those kind of things. The LeBron winning the championship in Cleveland, that kind of thing. I obviously don't have a dog in the fight, but I think Caitlin Clark goes down as the best player in history if she wins a title.
What if she doesn't? If she doesn't,
then I think it's a conversation. I mean, like what's my gal's name that won 4 at UConn?
Rihanna Stewart won 4 at UConn.
There you go.
Diana Taurasi, I think, maybe run into that close.
So you got a lot of people that are because they won 3 or because they won 4 and they were on great basketball teams and parts of great programs. That I think it's going to be a conversation. If Caitlin Clark goes on to win a national title at Iowa, I think she goes down as the best ever. All the records that she's broken to date, men's and women's record, If she puts a title on her resume, I think it's hands down.
Yeah, I want to see if she shows, because they're going to try to take her away, and they've got
people to do it.
But everybody has.
Or the people you think could do it.
But everybody has.
Yeah,
and they've got to have their supporting cast. But I don't know, boy. I just think the depth of LSU is going to be tough to stop.
Y'all going to like this. I got my little girl. She watches basketball with Daddy at night. She's got Go Rockets, and she's really into boys or girls.
Let's go Rockets.
Because we watched this. What was the Iowa game the other night when they almost lost, when they didn't play very well? West Virginia. That we watched that. It was girls, and I told her there's ladies playing basketball, right? And so now every time basketball comes on, she's boys or girls. And wants to know if the red team is the Rockets. So we'll be sitting down and watching this.
Lauren, my daughter, Lauren, not your wife. Lauren is my 7-year-old daughter. She is in a situation.
What?
Oh, she loves Angel and she loves Caitlin.
Uh-oh, what's she gonna do?
That's what she said. She goes, she really started blushing the other day when she saw, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I don't know who I'm gonna go for. I don't know who I'm gonna go for.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't. Other than I know there's 2 young superstars, one on UConn and one on USC. I don't have much. much.
Juju Watkins. Yeah, and Paige. That'll be a good one. I hope Juju gets in. That'll be. It is just crazy. That we are in this height of women's college basketball, and Tennessee is firing their coach, and UConn is not one of the teams. I guess they could get in here, but UConn is not one of the stars of the teams that we're looking at.
All right, so what would you recommend betting?
I think USC is better. I would go. What is the line on these games?
T, you got the lines pulled up, Bob? Give me. Oh, you can't do parlays on women's basketball. Not even on these big games.
You can bet on the game, but yeah, when I go to parlay, they disappear.
Man, that's bull job. What do they look like? What do the lines look like?
Right now, it is Iowa favored against LSU -2.
Whew.
And the other game, we got UConn is favored against USC -3.5.
Oh, is that game in Albany?
I couldn't tell you.
No.
Is it in Portland?
The LSU Iowa game is in
Albany, so that one's in Portland. So never mind. I don't know why. I don't know why UConn is favored. I would be all over USC in that one, and I would probably take LSU because
I just hope they get the 3-point distances right for these games.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. They're literally looking at that right now.
That's
insane.
How does that happen?
I don't.
What game was that again?
It was Texas, North Carolina State women's to go to the Final Four. Both teams agreed to go ahead and play under it, but somehow the 3-point lines were different distances.
You know what I didn't have? I'll be honest with you. I didn't know that parts of the tournament were played at home and away.
For the women?
Yeah.
Yeah, the top seeds in certain
that West Virginia
regions they're played. They start them off at the highest seeds home floor.
I didn't have that, but now you know why they screw up the 3-point lines on the distance of 3-point lines. Speaking of Kim Mulkey, the LSU coach, she went after the Washington Post last week, and now she's going after the LA Times or whatever.
She's going after LA Times. Good for Kim.
How y'all? I don't want to get into the details of what's pissed Kim off, but there's multiple things. But how y'all feel about Kim Mulkey's
her outfits?
Well, I mean, look, the outfit, the arrogance, because there's no way around it. It is, whether you love it or hate it, it's arrogance. Is bravado a fair word to throw? I think it rubs a lot of people the wrong way. How y'all feel about it? How you feel about it?
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Kim. I think she's a great coach, clearly. What she did at Baylor and now what she's doing at LSU, and not one of the normal powers. She is clearly a great coach. She's too much for me.
You don't like her gear?
I mean, hell no. Her gears.
Why do you not like her gear?
Her gears.
You like that flashy stuff?
She takes it to another level. She's ridiculous, but she's trying. It's not just I feel good. No, I'm just not a big Kim fan.
I'm gonna tell you why I like Kim. I see where she could rub folks the wrong way, but I like Kim, and I like the way that she's going at the delivery of how she's went at the Washington Post and how she's going at the LA Times. Because she goes at it right.
I bet she don't sue him.
Well, I don't know what the hell she's going to do, but I mean, she legit is like, a lot of people let them get away with this.
but I'm not going to.
I don't have
a lot of people aren't in my position.
That's right. I mean, you would think she's the president of the United States. You think she could sign off on something getting done tomorrow now. Like, I mean, she's going at it with some confidence, man. So
you ever watch her? She is wired. She has got to drink a lot of coffee.
Oh, I don't know.
Or crack. I'm not sure which one it is.
I think some of them are just wired like that, man.
Coke. Yeah.
I think they're just wired like that. Hooked up to jumper cables every morning, man. Tyler, you think there's a little powder behind it?
Possibly.
If you told me, listen, this is all alleged.
Allegedly.
If you told me that Kim Mulkey liked a little bit of the white girl, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, look, once you hit it and it works the way that it's worked for her at this point in time, I mean, she's made a lot of money, so I don't know why she'd stop.
She told me, she likes a little bit of that snow in Louisiana, which it never snows there. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wonder if it's better in Louisiana or Waco, Baton Rouge or Waco. Big shout out to Mary Beth, by the way.
Shout out to Mary Beth.
Big shout out to Mary Beth. She tweeted at me after the rules I'm going to put on my wife in the weight room.
Fortunately, your wife's not Mary Beth.
Mary Beth said, "Don't get through this. I made it. Can I have a break now?" If you're finished, Mary Beth, you can have a break.
Mary Beth, that photo, Mary Beth looked like she got after it.
She put that work in. She earned a break. That was well done, Mary Beth.
I think you tell Mary Beth off too.
I think I'm gonna go with Iowa USC tonight, man.
That's I think not only what I would hope happens. I think that is the best for the women's Final Four. Honest to God, I think the women's Final Four or the women's tournament in their season, to be honest, has been far more compelling. I think it takes a complete dive if Caitlin's not in it.
You think Caitlin Clark does something tonight if she wins?
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be a buzzkill if she gets in line and just shakes hands.
I'll quit her. I'll quit her ass if she doesn't do nothing.
What does she have to do at the very least to make you happy? Point the ring finger?
At least.
Or the same. Does it have to be can't see me?
She has to at least do something to confront Angel. She got to do like something to her, something she got.
Well, I don't know if that's in Caitlin Clark's best interest. Now, see, I mean, Angel. One thing that Angel's going to have to do at some point in time, she's going to let Baltimore go, but she ain't done it yet. I mean, look, if she's as tough as she talks and acts.
She might be.
I don't know if that's in Caitlin's best interest.
No, Caitlin, she ain't gonna. No, Angel better not. Angel she has to take it. You remember that time last year? Caitlin was supposed to be guarding that girl, and she looked at that girl dead in her eyes, and she threw her hands at her.
Yep.
Shoot it!
That girl just made a 3 this last game.
Shoot it! You suck. Shoot it! Is basically what she said. No, if Caitlin don't do anything, I'm done with Caitlin. I don't need the high road. You need to go down deep in the basement with Angel. Go on down there. All right, the Rockets, they snapped. The Rockets, they snapped their 11-game win streak.
I knew what you meant, man.
I was just, I got a texter, a tweeter that tweeted me something, and I can't get along with it. I really can't. I think the Rockets have done a great thing with that 11-game win streak. But somebody told me to feel sorry for him. Hell no, that ain't happening not one bit. We'll discuss that next.
All right, spring is here. Summer's right around the corner, man. This is the time of year when folks get out and they get to thinking about building that dream home, man. In fact, some folks just go ahead and pull the trigger. Here's the deal.
the Odyssey app. Every segment of every show broken down into chapters so you can get right into what matters to you. Just download the Odyssey app, search for Sports Radio 610, and tap on a recent episode of your favorite shows here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. T-Mill.
I swear you're adding dots.
Not, man.
I swear it used to be like 4 dots, and now I think you just listed off 9.
There's never 4 dots. I'll tell you that right now.
My bad.
Yeah. So, welcome back in. We're enjoying it on this magnificent Monday. And listen, it's a tough weekend. I'm looking up right now. I'm seeing Juan Soto and the Yankees leading off around the horn, or coming to as around the horn. It's coming to an end here. They're talking about their series against the Astros here in Houston. The Houston Cougars weren't able to finish this dream run here, and they lost in the Sweet 16 and lost in big fashion. We'll talk about the injury to Jamal Shedd and what that meant. But also the Rockets. Listen, they had an 11-game win streak going. They have climbed themselves into making it a race here at the end for that final play-in spot. And they lost. They lost yesterday to the Mavericks, and that kind of ended that little run. But it's not over. They're still in this thing, as they are 2 games back of the Warriors for that 10th spot. They do play them coming up on Thursday, so that is becoming more of a must-win game for the Rockets. But somebody tweeted me or X'd me. Is that how would you call it?
Twitter, man.
They X'd me?
I mean, it's X, but I definitely still say somebody tweeted me.
Somebody X'd me. Somebody tweeted me saying, don't you go killing the Rockets because they lost today, tomorrow on the show. Now, hold on now. As I said, very impressive. Jalen Green has changed, I think, fairly people's thoughts of him, if not at least for a little bit. Amen Thompson, what a start he is, or what a time he has had here the last couple of weeks since he's been inserted in the starting lineup. They have played really well. Clint, these games all mean something. No, I think the Rockets have put themselves in a position by their play. They've shown us something now. What'd you say earlier? No, I've seen Lowe get after it.
Yes.
Now I've seen her get after it. Now the expectations will change. I thought we were beyond just getting your asses kicked at home in games that matter. I thought we were beyond that. I don't know about you, Tyler. I slipped on there. It was 70-something to 47 at one point.
Yeah, I turned the game on right at the beginning of the second quarter, and I said, well, damn, I guess this streak's about to end today.
And I know you don't win every night. I understand that. But I think a thing with the Rockets, understanding, like they've been in the playoffs for a month. And they got a team that a game they need to get at home to keep pace with Golden State. And it was just not competitive. I thought we were beyond that. My expectations now, Jalen Green, have these 12-point nights.
We suck.
In games that matter. So I'm not saying the Rockets stink or what they've done changes anything. We all understand the overall thought, but in a game that they had to have, I think we at least should expect competitiveness every single night. And for this thing to be over in the fourth quarter, like that I will kill them for that. Their season has been a success up to this point. But the Rockets got to be past just getting their asses kicked in games that matter the most. All of these things you should see competitive ball games.
Now, you may be asking a little much here, Ron.
Am I?
Maybe. Young team, man.
Oh.
Young team. Hell, what they win, 10 or 11 straight?
11 straight.
They got to 11, huh? I mean, they put themselves in a perfect spot. What do they got? They got the Warriors Thursday night?
They got the Warriors
Tyler,
Thursday
you
night.
going?
I will be at Toyota Center, yes, sir.
What tickets you buy?
Section 106.
What row you on?
16.
106, 16. What seat you in?
13 through 16.
4 people going.
Yes, sir. Three of my best buds.
You're down by plus 20 at the half, man.
Did you get an invite?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I was invited, so.
I guess me and Ron going to get our own tickets, man.
Yeah, that's one I do want to go to. Let's do it. That is one I want to go to. From the text line, Black Greg. Come on, Ron. They won 11 straight.
Wait, who?
And was playing the hottest team in the league, Black Greg.
Black Greg, because there is a white Greg on there as well.
There's an old Greg, too.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't think they were playing the hottest team in basketball. I think they were the hottest team in basketball.
Indeed.
I'm sorry, Greg. No, let me try that. I'm not sorry, Greg. No, I have expectation. Like I said, I understand they lose. You can lose. This thing was not competitive. Again, it's a game they got to have. They're at home. They got to have this thing. They need all of these. It's got their. I mean, it was an ass kicking. What, the Nuggets? So I can't take it, man. They have proven and shown it. They got to be. It's got to be competitive here on out. And take no ass kickings.
I mean, you got to win Thursday night, right?
You got to. Yeah, you got to keep pace and win leading up to it.
Let's go Rockets.
Yeah, if they lose Thursday night, it's a wrap. They lose Thursday night, it's a wrap. If they lose to the Warriors coming up Thursday, it's a wrap. And they've got a tough schedule. They lose. Yeah, that thing is out of here. Got the Timberwolves. That's not going to be easy. But still, even that game on the road, I don't expect them to be down by 25 at the half.
No, I don't think they'll make a habit of it. It's a young team, man. Hiccup.
More than a hiccup, man. That pissed me off a little bit. Just turned over there and said, "Oh boy, it's over."
Hold on, so
nothing here. 12 damn points from Jalen Green. Oof, 12. Somebody lost some money on that. I tell you that right now. They're better than this. Someone said typical Rockets. No need to be upset. No, they are not the typical Rockets. No, if they were the typical Rockets, I wouldn't have flinched at this. They are not. They've shown they're not the typical.
11
Rockets.
to 12. That can't be. I mean, you can't win 11 to 12 and get hit with typical.
No,
Rockets.
I was going to say yes. So that loss.
They were down almost 20 when I turned that on at the beginning of the second quarter.
It got worse. Oh, geez. Like somebody should have taken out. Somebody should have physically taken out. I'm not talking about somebody go after injury, but somebody should have physically taken out Luka after he attempted that underhanded scoop shot from the 3-point line. As he just came from the 3-point line and made an underhand scoop shot, like he's not even taking him serious. That's what he did in the All-Star game. Somebody should have ran his ass over. Book it. Dallas. They're going to smash the Warriors. They need to. Ridiculous. All right, I'm going to tell you what you need to not be for the Astros. There are a lot of ways you can fan. There is one wrong feeling that you should not have for the Astros, even though they got swept by the Yankees. We'll discuss that coming.
product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Feel bad, boys. And Greg's got, not Black Greg, corrector Greg. He's got
old Greg?
He's got real legs to stand on this one.
Uh-oh.
A man, he hit me up. I don't know where I got it from. I call that man Byron the whole time. My man's name is Bryce. Damn it, Bryce. Wow. I called him Byron to his face. I shook him up when I left. All right, Byron, I got your name.
Damn.
Man, Byron, who I thought was Byron. You missed it earlier. My man Bryce, who I thought was Byron, helped me out. Roadside assistants came out and said, hey, Peaches, Joe said he listened every day.
Peaches Hughley.
You suck.
I'm just painting the picture.
I don't need you to. And he texted me. He said, hey, baby, it's Bryce, not Byron. My fault, Bryce.
Damn, I'm sorry, Bryce.
Man, are you kidding me?
I know that's all. That's it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, damn.
I know. I deserve a scolding from corrector the Greg.
You deserve to be burnt?
I mean, he's going to really let me go. Let me have it here.
I mean, how'd that work?
I don't know, man. I thought it was.
Hey, you had the B right.
I thought it was Byron.
You were a little frustrated, right? I mean, you were a little frustrated. You're a little flustered on the side of the road there.
Yeah, I don't know where I got it from. He did, man. He texted me right there.
Golly, man.
Damn.
Bryce, I apologize for him, man.
Yeah, you called him Byron, too?
Hell, I didn't meet the guy. I was going by what you said. I mean, we've been working on this awareness thing and paying a little more close attention to detail, man.
That's on me.
We're working on it, B. We appreciate you getting him back in. We appreciate you getting him back in the right frame of mind. Because if we'd have had to deal with those sire push show for 4 hours today, that'd have been rough.
That's true.
Well, I appreciate Byron a lot. Bryce.
See there?
God, dude, come on.
I got a lot going on here, man.
You know, it might not be a bad idea, Clint, for you to get Bryce's number for the next time you run out of gas.
That is true.
I got to find out what side of town Bryce is on, and definitely
I don't think it matters.
Well, yeah.
I don't think it matters.
You've run out of gas all over the place.
Well, yeah, but
you don't want to wait a long stretch.
I mean, Bryce might get a little pricey for me if he's got to drive from Katy all the way to Baytown when I run out of gas.
But he'd do it.
That's fair.
No,
Shout out to Bryce. Called that man Byron. I mean, I must have said Byron 15 times.
Hell, you said it 15 times on radio today.
Yeah, and 15 other times off. I said it. All right, shout out to Bryce and many of you, and Bryce, who's a Houston fan. Listen, what a great weekend it been made. It wasn't at all.
You think?
No, it wasn't. But this one thing. If you are in the space of panic, and I mean grave concern, if this has shifted your thinking on what you think the Astros are capable of doing these 4 games, I don't tell people how to fan. I really don't. Except for this exception. If you are feeling that way, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're too far. It got to you. Tyler's not feeling that way. Clint isn't panicked. I don't think feeling that way. You're wrong. And here is my reasoning. When you look at what happened and what went down, a lot of it came from the guys that you have pretty good confidence throughout 162 games are going to be guys that you can depend on. Ryan Presley stunk. Brian Abreu stunk. Yesterday, even Hader joined the party because it just got contagious, and he gave up one.
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
To lose the game. Every single ball, every
light contact seemed to land for the Yankees. And then you had chances, the bottom of your order, which are the guys you trust the least, they were finding themselves on base. The guys up top just couldn't seem to drive them in. I don't think that's going to be something that's going to happen often. And so to me, I feel like if you're in a space of frustration, anger, annoyance, I feel like that's proper. But panic or it changing the way you think and how you feel the Astros can win this year, I think you're just dead wrong on that. Just dead wrong. So, I mean, I understand the frustration. Panic, I just don't think you can be panicked with this team after what happened.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm not panicked, but I'm in a rough spot with the Astros right now.
Really?
I mean, I wouldn't categorize it as panic, but the last thing I thought that we would be doing today is coming in here and talking about how Yordan Alvarez didn't light this thing up versus the Yankees to open the season. I didn't think we'd be talking about, as you mentioned, Abreu and Presley wetting the bed a couple of times each.
I didn't think it was going to happen. Not twice.
You know, I didn't think that was going to be the case. I thought we would at least split that series. Hell, at least get one game in that series, and we weren't able to do it. And I'll be honest with you, in watching Juan Soto, who is, I mean, I can't think of the entire major league.
Is he past Cody Bellinger in terms
yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean,
of your disdain.
I mean, there's a different level of dislike there, but the arrogant peacock look at me approach by Juan Soto, he may be the worst I've ever seen, and it's just constant, and and he's good. Obviously, that's a big part of it. Yeah, if he wasn't any good, it'd be easy. But you know, it's just tough to watch, and it just seems like they had the confidence that no matter what happened, they were going to win every one of them damn games, and I'll be damned if they didn't do it. So, look, man, we already had injuries. Going against us. We already had the middle relief was going to be a major problem, and it was, along with all the other issues. So, man, I'd be lying if I sat here and tried to sell to you that, boy, I'm just a little annoyed with how things. You
sound like you're at a level of concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm more like I don't care about 162, man. I mean, we're going to play a quarter of our games, and I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know exactly how many it is, against the better teams in baseball. And you just literally, when everybody was healthy in terms of who was playing, and you have guys out there playing injured. The guys, your entire lineup was healthy. You go out there, and it was underwhelming, and several of your big name guys just no-showed ultimately. Yeah, I'm a little more than just annoyed or frustrated with the Astros.
Yeah, listen, I think what you said there with the Yankees, I think the Yankees, I personally take a little bit more serious, and I think Astros fans probably should. Now Tyler won't, but I would take them. Soto changes them, but when it comes to the Astros, for me, if Presley, Abreu are going to just suck this year, they were worse than Montero. Like, if they're going to suck this year, this is how they're going to pitch. If they're going to have a Montero from last year, then, I mean, the Astros are in.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that's the case.
No, I agree with that point. I mean, I agree that, I guess if you want to look at the silver lining, if you want to look at it half glass full, the guys that did mess the bed are your better players, and you feel like over 162 we know who they are. I think that's probably fair. Although you know, I do believe there's got to be some difference for Presley jumping down into that seventh inning or eighth inning. I got to believe that's just a different approach. Said I'm a little bit concerned there. But, yeah, overall it was just what a buzzkill to come out.
Oh, it is, absolutely.
Opening day, opening series, and do what you did and lay that egg.
Text line, Ron, what record are you going to be panicked at? 0-7? I would even be panicked at 0-7. I'd be a little, especially depending on how it happened. Now, if we got to to 0-7, and we're sitting here after this Blue Jays series, and Presley and Abreu continue to blow games, and especially them, and they're just getting destroyed and hit hard, and they maybe might have a different conversation. No, I just the guys, to me, like the starting pitching is what I thought was going to be a major concern. They actually, everybody, even Framber's start is just disappointing by what you would want it to be. But all of the starters put you in a position where you had a chance to win. Those things were getting blown late, and that was your bullpen was blowing games, and then your guys just couldn't come up with the big hit. And many times it was the guys that you want at the plate. I mean, yesterday was it. The 9th inning, runners on first and second. Altuve, Alvarez, and Tucker couldn't get one run home. And honestly, they all hit the ball hard. They all put the ball in places for them that was good contact where you can get a hit, and it just didn't go their way. So, no, I listen. Annoyed, angered, hell, a certain level, but panicked. Like if you thought that the Astros was a World Series contender, then that shouldn't change by the first 4 games of the season. To me. And I think that would be over the top if you changed your thought. Now I don't know if you got to be just peacocking like Tyler. If I know Tyler's in ain't nothing, ain't a damn thing. I mean, I've listened to Tyler lie to himself all the way through the American League Championship Series last year about it. Down 3-2, it don't matter, baby. We all good. Down 7-0 in the first, we all good.
I wasn't chill watching them lose all 4 games to the Yankees, but I do know that we're still daddy. The city of Houston is still daddy to the Pinstripes come October. Until we get other evidence, like that's just what it is.
Yeah, I can't go 100% on you with that one there. I do think the Yankees are different. I agree with Clint on that. I think the Yankees are a bigger concern than they were before. Soto seems to change that team, but no, man, I think they'll be fine. They could really use getting a win, though. I'll tell you that. They could really use getting a win tonight.
How about tonight against Blue Jays?
Come on out. And who's come to save the day?
Ronel
Blanco.
Ronel White.
All right, we'll give you an update coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. Justin Verlander, you hear from Verlander as he spoke to the media, and some news coming from the manager that could actually make tonight's game a little bit more difficult for the Astros. We'll get you caught up with all of that, all the big stuff happening tonight, all of that coming up next right here live on
you your real hair back. And the best part? Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text GOOD to 200-300. That's GOOD to 200-300.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Oh, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. The Big Dilf. And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is first. This is 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the latest is the Astros. They need to get themselves back on the winning track. We'll get to the game in just a second, Clint. But I want to give the people some news coming in at 5 o'clock. If you are just joining us, a little update on Justin Verlander, who threw 3 innings and 52 pitches today in a simulated game. He should head out potentially for a minor league rehab start coming up soon. This is Verlander before the game today talking about his live BP.
Good. 3 innings, 52 pitches. Threw a couple extra, faced a couple extra batters. The first inning was 7 or 8 pitches. So, faced 2 more batters just to get pitch count because I didn't want to throw. I didn't want the up and down. I wanted to do 3 innings. And get to 50 pitches. So that was the benefit of being able to do this live BP one more time so that we could kind of control the setting quite a bit.
All right, that's Verlander. Again, Clint, I think it's really, really positive. He seems to be progressing. We're hearing nothing but positive steps moving forward and not any setbacks, which is a huge, huge deal for him. But he said he would feel comfortable to get to 85 pitches last week. And so at 52 today seems like he felt good. And the word is it looks like potentially Sugarland or the Hooks, a minor league start coming up soon.
Yeah, once we get beyond talking about the superstars that struggled over the first 4 games in the opening series versus the Yankees, I think the truth of the matter is getting to what is a real problem. I think that they have no answers at this point in time, and that is the middle relief for the Astros right now. That's one that I expect to continue to be a problem unless you find starting pitchers that can give you 6+ innings, and I think Verlander's one of those guys. I think Verlander comes in and gives you the expectation that he's going to get you 6, and then you can proceed accordingly with your studs out of the bullpen, the back into that bullpen. You expect that from, let's be honest, we expect that at least from Fromber, the majority of his outings. Not so much everybody else. Not real sure what everybody else is going to bring to the table from a getting deeper into games. So. This Verlander news, the sooner they can get him back out there, obviously, the better they're going to be. But it could really help them navigate the rough waters of that middle relief that the Astros are struggling with as well.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, to be honest, in that 4-game series, one thing you can point to that you say, that was better than maybe what I expected was the starting pitching. I think there's an argument to that point when you look at what some of the guys did over the 4 games. I mean, the person you're probably most disappointed with who had the worst outing was your ace in Framber. So that is good, but as you said, the more they get further down, getting length to minimize how many people have to pitch in front of the big 3 is going to be a big deal throughout the season. And if they could step somebody up to add to a big 3 with some of those guys having days off. And speaking of that, Clint, this potentially makes tonight's game even more difficult, as manager Joe Espada has said that Josh Hader, the closer, and Brian Abreu are unavailable tonight, per Joe Espada. Not a surprise, Hader pitched 3 out of the 4 games against the Yankees, and Abreu threw on Saturday and Sunday. So not surprising. Presley was unavailable one of those games earlier, I think game 2, after he threw a lot in game 1. So that's going to make it tough.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, right now you got Ronel, Blanco getting the start tonight. This is his first start of the season. I mean, if you're crossing your fingers right now, what's the best you're getting out of Ronel? How many innings you think you're getting out of Ronel?
Ooh-wee.
I mean, if you're going to be honest, first outing, you look at what Hunter went 4 and 4+, 8 through 80-something and 4. Framber threw 80-something and 5, less than 5. I mean, 5 innings right now, I think most Astros fans would press the button right now, slam it, if you said, all right, Blanco's going to give us 5 innings with a chance to win.
Yeah, I'll take it. 5's a good number.
How do you get to Presley in the 9th?
Oh, hell. I mean, that's
the question. That's the question tonight. If Hader and Abreu aren't available, now you got to figure out how to get to Presley in the 9th inning.
Yeah, I mean, Montero's got to give you something. O'Mush got to give you something. Seth Martinez potentially. I tell you, all joking aside, I like the Taylor Scott kid.
Yeah, didn't know who he was, Taylor Scott. Yeah, he had one rough outing.
Got away from him a bit in that third or fourth game, but I mean he was early on. He was a pleasant surprise. So yeah, I think it's going to take multiple guys to get there. If Ronel gives you 5, it's going to take multiple guys to get to.
You know what it's going to take? Altuve, Alvarez, Tucker, Bregman,
really happy.
Diaz, Abreu at first, back in the lineup, McCormick, Pena, and Myers. They got to put up some runs today. And to be honest with you, they own them. Right? 8 for 41, I believe, in the first 4 games with runners in scoring position, and many of those coming with the guys you want to have the bat.
So you're saying I should bet on the Astros over 4.5 runs tonight?
I'm not saying you should do anything.
I got it. I read you.
No, you're not. There's no reading of anything. I'm not giving you any sign. I'm just
locking it in right now, but I hear you loud and clear.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is stop saying that. Don't put money on me. That's already messing with me.
What is it, 4.5?
Stop. No, stop. No.
I'm getting in on it, Clint. You want some of this?
No, stop. Stop.
Show gets so
4.5. Who's pitching for the Blue Jays? I got 34 on it.
Bowden.
No.
Bowden
Tommy
Francis.
Bowden?
Bowden Francis.
Somebody named that kid Bowden?
Yeah, he's probably from Florida.
Might be from South Carolina. Terry Bowden was really good at Clemson there.
Good point. Wasn't one of them pretty good at Auburn? Could be an Alabama kid.
Could be an Alabama kid. You're right, yeah.
He's from Tallahassee, Florida.
Is he really?
Born in Tallahassee, Florida.
Oh, wow. That's got to be Bobby Bowden. Wow. How about that? What a lame for parents. That's not true. Good for them.
4.5. I'll get on that with you, T.
How much you want?
What kind of odds that pay?
Let me look.
Let's hear that.
Straight up.
4.5, huh? Now, seriously, they have got to help out Ronel. That's where it's going to come from. I mean, with Hader and Abreu unavailable, that is a scary.
I'll put a Hernet on it.
What the hell?
What?
That just feels very aggressive.
Well, no, I mean, you're going to bet it, you might as well bet it, man.
$100 on over 4.5 would pay out $115.
Hey, come on.
I'm in there with you.
Come on, man. Ron, put
a payout of how much?
Hey, man.
$115.
100 wins $115.
I'm good.
That means you're 30 will win 35.
Pass.
I put 169 on it. You like that?
What about the under? What if? No, I'm just kidding.
Look at this guy.
No, man. But they got to help him out. They got to score some runs tonight. Boy, this is seriously. They get these guys up and damn it, they got to win a home game. They've lost 9 in a row at home. This is getting ridiculous.
I'll be honest. All I got to do is score 5 runs.
You think 5 gets it done tonight?
Oh, 5 will get it done tonight.
It'll get it done for me.
I feel like it's got to get. I think they need a cool 7 to feel real good about it.
I'll take that.
7 times.
Because we got to get Seth Martinez to
Mush.
Oh, my God. I've never wanted to see 08 so bad. Oh, Phil.
Boy, how are they going to get to Presley?
That's what I'm saying.
Abreu, no Hader.
How do you get to Presley? And by the way, let's just be honest. You know, coming to what you said, the first two outings doesn't mean like, woo, all right, Ryan's in the game. Take a deep breath. You remember that Blue Jays lineup? That's one thing they can do. Got Bland in there, got Springer. You know what he's trying to do. So that is going to be
I mean, I just don't think you can ever put yourself in a position where just both these guys are unavailable. Good God.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, big one tonight. LSU at Iowa. Did you really put money on this? You put money on this, Tyler or Clint?
Oh, I can't with Tyler, but I'm going to, yeah.
You're going to. Big one tonight, and I think this is arguably, and for me it is, but arguably the most anticipated. Honest to God, I think this will be the highest rated college basketball game, men's or women's, of the season. LSU at Iowa. I just looked up there, and I'll be honest, man, that's a little tame for what I expect.
From
Kim Mulkey?
Oh, the outfit?
Just straight green. Look like a straight green power suit. Kim sometimes she get over there, she'll look like what all the Power Rangers look like when they morph together, when they all come together.
It's morphin' time.
I didn't know they did that. I wasn't a Power Ranger yet. I'm too old, man.
Wow, really? But you remember when they all came together, all the different damn colors and stuff?
Oh yeah.
That's what she generally looks like. She just had on all green. Who you like tonight? Caitlin Clark. I think it is imperative that Caitlin Clark wins this game for them to continue this buzz. I think if LSU wins and Iowa loses tonight, I think the buzz of the Final Four will go down. But I think this could be the highest rated game of the college basketball season. Who you got tonight?
I'm gonna go Caitlin Clark. I want all the records that she's broken right now. I think she can cement herself as the best women's basketball player of all time if she gets a natty under her belt. So I want to see her make that run.
Yeah, tonight if you made me pick gun to head, heart, or scrotum, places I don't want to get shot, I would pick LSU. But I sure as hell hope Caitlin wins. Because I need a response from Caitlin to what Angel Reese did last year.
Yes.
I need to see, and I don't want her to take the high road. I know there are some of you out there who want her to act like she's been there and go up to, like, what would piss me off the most if Caitlin taps that ass and goes over there and like shakes her hand or something. That would piss me off. I need Caitlin to get down in there with her. Get in that basement with her.
Get in that muck. Get in that dirt.
I mean, if Caitlin just said she just went double rods and went, you can't see me with the double rods, that'd be the route I'd like to go. Maybe she won't do that. Maybe that's not her. And I tell you one thing, her father better stay out of it.
He's been yelling from the stands.
Her father has yelled at the stands.
Telling her to shut up?
Yeah, when he started, nah, you better sit your ass down.
Like it's a damn Little League game.
Yeah, sit your ass down. She got business to handle. All right? And she get up there, if Caitlin get out here and get her 35 tonight and they beat LSU to get to the Final Four, I hope Caitlin goes and grabs her hat and T-shirt and puts that son of a gun right on in front of her. Puts it right in front of her. How's your hat? How's your T-shirt, Angel?
Where's your hat, ma'am?
Right here, Angel. Right here. Right here. I hope she follows her ass around the court. And Angel has to take it. Angel got to take it. Because Caitlin did. Caitlin's crazy. I need that to happen. I don't. The worst part about it, the part about it is, I know Angel going to give him one if she wins.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the men's Final Four is set, but I think here we got to go back and look at what happened Friday night. And luckily for you, you didn't place that bet in on the Houston Cougars because Clint had Houston big in this game. Now, fairness, they did lose their all-everything, their point guard, the heart and soul of the team, first-team All-American, Big 12 player and defensive player of the year, Jamal Shead, in just a terrible situation. I thought he blew his Achilles. He couldn't move. He couldn't get up. I thought he had blown his Achilles. Here is Kelvin Sampson, the head coach, post-game on talking about the importance and how much not having Jamal Shead hurt his team.
Well, it doesn't feel like a fair fight. You'd have to take maybe two of theirs to equal one of Jamal. That's how good he was. And he's a first-team All-American. Yeah. You don't have another one of those. You don't have the best defensive player in the Big 12. You don't have a guy that made all the big shots at the end. I thought our kids battled. Think about it. We had the ball a couple of times to take the lead late in the game. So it's not like we lost Jamal, okay, the game was lost. No, we still battled him, but that's our identity. It's our culture. It's who we are. But we felt like we had a good enough team to get to Arizona. It was unfortunate that that team wasn't able to stay together.
All right, Kelvin Sampson taking out the Duke kids.
That's the first time I caught that. We've listened to it a few times, but that's kind of a drive-by by Kelvin.
Got 2 to 3 kids that are projected to go in the first round, all higher than Jamal Shed. He doesn't give a damn.
It'd take 2 of them to equal a Shed.
I'm going to be honest with you. I know I've heard a lot of Houston Cougars fans, and I'm sure Sean Bajani believes it. I understand where people come from with this, and I can see why Kelvin would say, hey, if we had our guy, we'd have won this game. They end up losing by 3 points. I think they obviously have a much better shot than they could have because he is the heart and soul of their team and gets them into really good offense, or as best offense they could. But Clint, man, they were struggling when his ass was out there. I mean, they were fighting. I mean, they put up 22 in the first half, and they had a shot at the buzzer. Like they were fighting it offensively. But I understand not having him out there. But that was the thing that I feared was the long droughts that they could have offensively.
Yeah.
And obviously that takes it up a notch when he's not out there. But
to me, when I watched it, it was the defensive end, like where I thought they had Duke just plumb ass. I mean, out of kilter, man. Now I don't know that it would have lasted the whole game, but at one point, I mean, it was just like Duke was a well-oiled machine leading up to it, and they couldn't find a rhythm. They couldn't run an offense cleanly with them out there. And then it was like when he went out, all of a sudden Duke started getting easy buckets. All of a sudden Duke started running their offense, and it seemed like U of H was a step behind. Now, obviously, one guy doesn't change that for 4 quarters, but to me, it's more of the defensive end where it just seemed like Duke all of a sudden gained some confidence.
Yeah, and they D'd him up 54 points. They just couldn't they couldn't hit themselves in the face. I mean,
right,
nothing at all. And it was a struggle for them, but it does suck the way they had to lose. They've had this happen to them. Sasser had an injury one year that kind of stopped them to be at their best, and now this was awful for them. But we'll see where they end up next year. As they do lose some guys, they lose him, Roberts, Cryer, but a tough loss for Kelvin Sampson and his kids. All right, coming up, we got to get into these Texans, and I see some people texting in already. Some options here. What would you do? They create a little space. They got over $30 million, 4th in the NFL right now in cap space. You got one deal to make. One deal. Who you want? Who you going after if you're the Texans? Anybody in a trade out there as a free agent? Who are you going after? We'll discuss that next.
walking around the block. Find your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, man. I need to run to the bank here so I can hurry up and get Tyler. Here's $34.
You spent that 30-something in cash you had?
I gave it to you the last time. Remember, I had to give you 34 before.
Yeah, I remember now. No rush.
Nah, man. Clearly it is. Don't worry, man. I have your damn cash. Just because a guy one time he waits a year and a half to pay it.
Yeah. Hey, you get a little interest though, bub.
It wasn't even a year and a half. A year and 4 months. 4.5 months. And I bought him a daiquiri. No, he didn't drink no daiquiri. You didn't have one daiquiri down there, did you?
Not a daiquiri guy, man.
You're a sucker for love.
I'm cold beer and tequila, man. Cold beer and tequila.
Hey, by the way, I bought a nice little bottle of whiskey.
Oh, I saw that.
What's the name of it? You got it?
Have you tried it yet?
It was nice, man. Got the old wife got me the smoker kit where you can make smoked old fashions and
smoke that ice cube.
Hell yeah, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I got to do a little bit more smoke wagon is what it's called. I got to do a little bit more. That ice cube wasn't quite smoking like I done seen others do it. Like it wasn't coming.
Smoke wagon is the name of the what you bought?
Yeah.
Oh, so is it designed for your?
No, it's just happened to be the name of it.
Gotcha.
But it just wasn't filling up that glass like a.
It was your first try. You'll get better.
I did it 5 times, but I mean, I just
5 times.
No, 3 times. I made 3 drinks. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know, boy.
You'll get better.
My father-in-law has not let it come to an end, boy. Not a whole lot of smoke in this glass here. Said it to me 3 or 4 times.
What all you put in an old fashioned?
Put a little bitters, a little simple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Some people like that, a little orange liqueur, a little simple syrup, whiskey. That thing nice
cherry.
And cold. Get the little cherry in there. Maybe the orange slice. Try to smoke that a little not slice, but orange peel.
How do you create the smoke?
So I had that. It's got like a top, right, and then you can put like I got a lap of wood or whatever. Put it in there, and then I've got a torch. And you're supposed to set it on top of the glass, and then kind of light the wood there, and it's supposed to. My smoke just wasn't quite coming down.
It wasn't going down, huh?
Then I was trying to put the top on it real fast. It wouldn't. I think I put too much wood in.
Nice.
Which is something that's hard for me to shake off. But I think I put too much.
Something you boy over here can't relate to.
Too much. I think I always get aggressive with the wood, and I think I put too much in.
Who doesn't?
Because I mean, that smoke was just hit me. It hit me in the face, and I'm like, damn, none of this is going in this.
Better in the wood hitting you in the face.
I was trying to, because then I didn't watch 6-7 YouTube videos, and
you couldn't figure it out.
And you're over
there test driving with expensive whiskey. Why didn't you use some cheap stuff till you figured it out?
Well, no, it was still an old. It wasn't as smoky as it. It still had the flavor of. You could still taste and feel the flavor of the smoke, but I wanted that bad.
What did Stan think about it?
He said it was good. He just said, "Boy, just lack smoke." Still waiting on the smoke.
He's still waiting on us. You gonna try it again tonight?
I'm gonna wait till he leaves.
Hey, you don't need any more of your good bourbon anyway.
Yeah, I give him some of that Crown. Crown is good, but I give him some of that Crown. You ain't getting none of that big expensive bottle. I went to the glass case, baby. He said, "Why don't you come up to the glass case?" I said, "Yeah, let's do that. Let's look at that." All right. I see some people texting in their thoughts on this, and I said this in the tease. I think the Texans are going to do something. All right. I think they're definitely going to do something,
And there are a lot of options, a lot of different places they can go. You think of it in your head. There are receivers that have talked about and we have heard that could be potentially on the trade block. There are corners that we have heard that are free agents or could be on the trade block. There are receivers that fit that too. There are defensive tackles that we have heard could be on the trade block. There are ends, there are linebackers. There are a lot of different spots. But they've cleared some cap space. They've got over $30 million to spend. You got one big splash move to make. You got one. Where are you going? Someone texted in, Clint, just now, I am paying Justin Simmons to get an all-pro level safety on the back end to help the secondary. I like that thought. You don't have to trade anybody for that. I bet you that one won't be as expensive. But I'll say they could have made that deal with ease without even having to clear up more space. But the Justin Simmons, that's one we hadn't really talked about. That's a good move that doesn't cost you anything to trade or anything like that. Again, text in 713-572-4610. Those of you that are on YouTube and Twitch, where would you go? What is the guy? Who is it that you, if you had one splash move to make with this money they have opened up, who is it that you go after?
Ron, I'm just looking at the names that you've got on the list here.
And to look at that, there are options. There's T. Higgins, who is requested. Brandon Ayuk, we've heard his name. Stephon Diggs, we've heard his name. Odell is just out there. Derek Brown is a name that has started to surface, the defensive tackle with the Carolina Panthers. Jonathan Allen, there's been names and things like that. He has already got a deal, but he is somebody that's been floated around. Justin Simmons is someone just talked about. There are players. Xavier Howard is out there at the cornerback position. There are players, Stephon Gilmore as well. There are many guys. That's not even all of them. There are many guys that are out there that you've heard could be moved. Names been mentioned on the move. Someone texted Devontae Adams. That name's been floated around too with the Raiders.
I like Derek Brown.
You have talked about that position.
It's that position. I mean, it's Jonathan Allen. I like him a lot as well. In fact, I'm not looking at Jonathan Allen's stats. He's probably statistically been more productive, but I've just always really liked Derek Brown, and I think in D'Amico's system he would be an absolute nightmare. And I think the defensive tackle position for the Houston Texans is by far the biggest need on this football team. I mean, look, you can't
put that over anything else on that list.
Yeah. But I mean, it boils down to this: is like I think if everybody's healthy, you add Joe Mixon, you keep Dalton Schultz, you get Tank Dell healthy. I like what you can do offensively. I think the run game's going to be better. Would I like another weapon offensively? Sure, but I feel like you've got some weapons, and I think you can win games with the guys you have. Cornerback, do you need another corner? Absolutely. I feel like you can cover up a corner with a safety. You can game plan to cover up a corner by telling his ass to get back off a little bit, give a little cushion,
flat double,
stay in your pet. I mean, there's things you can do to cover up a corner. If indeed one of these youngsters that they signed, C.J. Henderson or Jeff Okudah, isn't capable of playing the position, well, when it comes crunch time, it's hard to cover up for the lack of defensive tackle. It's hard to cover up. It's hard to cover up when you're starting journeyman defensive tackles in the league. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not talking about for 13 of the 17 games throughout the year. Those guys are going to be fine. When you get to the playoffs and you bump up against really good football teams, I mean, you're gonna have a hard time covering up the no push in the middle. You have a hard time covering up, guys up front that don't demand double teams, so the O-line's getting up to your backers before they can blink. You have a hard time covering that up, man. That's a big part of why I'm so bullish on this D tackle thing. I like Derek Brown. I like Jonathan Allen. One of those interior D tackle guys would be big for me.
I think your assessment makes a lot of sense. Because you get that, this defense could be absolutely nasty.
Ooh,
that D line up front, you get the opportunity to do a lot of things. Then you feel better about Tim Settle. You feel better about Khalil Davis as rotation pieces with that big fish in the middle, and then you feel better that Danico Autry doesn't have to be your best defensive tackle. You feel better about those things. I go a different direction. I'll give you my thought coming up on the other side. As I love your thing, your idea, D tackle, and those guys are really, really good defensive tackles. And I would press the button on that in a heartbeat. But there is one move out there that I like a little bit better. We'll discuss that and get you ready for these Astros as they need to get a W and get out of this funk tonight. All of that coming up next right here live.
All right, the future of medicine, it's here, y'all. It's called QC Kinetics, man.
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Dark Knight, yo, Hughley, get your feet off the table. No. I'm comfy, baby. Getting here comfy, getting ready to bring this action, and I get to have my legs on this table. Dark Knight, appreciate you checking in on us on YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, baby, I got them. I'm showing a little ankle skin, too, when they come up on you. Hey, that right.
I just appreciate you putting a little lotion on them.
I always do now. Not always.
Last time I looked over there, he was pretty ashy, and I was, bothered me a little bit.
Like,
damn.
No, see, like
They were nice right there. You put some lotion on.
The way that he is able to just roll through and lie as easy as possible on the one thing, like that one thing, he's gonna just say, "Yeah, boy, them ankles," every time. He don't even have to look at it. Yes, that's just one. The worst ever. Who was we talking about? We was talking to Nick Ferguson. And he just said, boy, this conversation is getting, these two are having too much of a moment. And then he said, I'm just going to take him out. Yeah, but Nick, boy, check them ankles. They get real ashy. You two having too much fun here. I said, damn, man. We going to get you in here. All right, the resurface real quick. I said the Texans, they've now opened themselves up where they've got over $30 million of cap space. Looks like they could be in line to make a big move. If you got one move to make. Clint said Derek Brown and also Jonathan Allen as well. Those two defensive tackles, Derek Brown with the Panthers, and yes, his name, especially over the weekend, it has started to have rumbles there. And started to have rumbles potentially you've seen his name connected with the Texans. Not saying that it is anything that Nick and DeMeco are doing, just you're hearing rumbles a little bit. Jonathan Allen, you've heard his name potentially on the block since he lost his mind last year and said he's tired of this losing thing with Washington, and he looks like he is primed for some more losing if he stays in Washington with where the Commanders are going. But he talked about those two, and I think it's a great thought, and I'd be down for it if they made that move. The Texans, their defense becomes solidified and nasty, and I could feel better about Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson going after it and trying to figure things out there. I could understand that, but just one move is a teeny bit more of a turn on for me, and that's Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk. Wants to get a deal done with the Niners. It's around that time. And the Niners and John Lynch have said they want to keep him, but there are still rumblings of him potentially being moved. And I think he would be the perfect person. As we know, they are looking for they tried to get Keenan Allen. They tried to get a Pro Bowl level receiver. That's what this cat is, 1,300 yards last year. And he led their team in receiving. And he is somebody that Bobby Slowick knows, worked with him on that offense in San Francisco. And I think he comes in, becomes your best receiver, and pushes Nico and Tank down to the 3 spot. Now you got 2 and 3 spot. You got 3 really good receivers, all who you can't cover it with one person who can beat single coverage with C.J. Stroud, and they're running it. This offense, to me, becomes one of the scariest offenses in the game. At this point, Clint, you've talked about it. You think this thing should be a pass-centric offense? Well, this addition would be perfect for them. He can run all the routes that they want him to run. We know it because we've seen him do it, and they've seen him do it. Yep. Brandon Ayuk, that move there, taking this offense now you're talking top 5, top 3 level offense potentially.
Ron, well, you know what I love about the thought of adding a weapon offensively at the wide receiver position, whether it's trade and pay or whether it was free agency or even draft, high in the draft. What I love about that, bro, is like that just tells you the direction of the team. You know, that because the worst fear, again, and I know people get beside themselves when you talk about D'Amico negatively. Like, the worst fear of the defensive-minded head coach is kind of what D'Amico was preaching when he first got here, was we're going to dominate the line of scrimmage, we're going to run the football, we're going to be a physical team. When in reality, that is a very, 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 very difficult thing to do, especially when you're paying Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard the money that you're paying them, right? And you've got a tight end in Dalton Schultz that's just his specialty is not run blocking. And so you're not really built to do that. And so the worst thing they could do to me is if they tried to force this, we're going to run the football thing, instead of taking who you know CJ is, what you know Laramie and Titus can do and do as well as anybody in the league, and spread this thing out a little bit. Whether it's T. Higgins or Brandon Ayuk, who you said, or Stephon Diggs, who I don't want anything to do with, but what it would symbolize from a football perspective is that they're going to spread this thing out. They're going to be a little bit more of an exotic offense, and they're going to trust C.J. Stroud the way that Cincinnati trusts Joe Burrow, kind of deal. You know, that would really turn me on there if the Texans did that. So it's to me, it's more about what that decision and what that investment ultimately says about the direction of the team offensively, more so than any player. But I agree with you. Brandon Ayuk would be, you know, I don't think we've seen the best of Brandon Ayuk yet. I think he's just coming into his own.
And he's been pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just there are certain receivers they really, really like to fit in their system, and I think he absolutely would be one of those guys. But as I said, I do love the Derek Brown and the.
Boy, did you see Jonathan Allen's stats?
He's cold-blooded, man.
I mean, his stats ain't nothing compared to Jonathan Allen's got. He only had 5.5 last year.
But you're talking about but with
7.5, 9 the year before that.
But Derek Brown, you're kind of talking about the upside too, right?
Yeah, I mean Derek Brown. I'm gonna tell you, man, that dude is
he's not different. Exactly been with the best, probably with the best crew. I mean, he's on his third head coach now.
Yeah, he's been in an ugly situation, and Jonathan Allen's been on one of the best defensive lines in football.
He's the only one they have yet to trade.
Who was the other D tackle that Washington had? It was they had Chase Young, Sweat, and him, and who was the fourth guy?
Was it Robinson?
Ashawn? Talking about Ashawn Robinson?
Yeah,
I can't remember that, but remember that damn Washington defensive line.
Hand?
Good God!
I can't remember.
No, it's the one that's there now. It's Payne.
Oh yeah, Payne. Yeah, that's
still
it.
There?
Yeah, that's right. Payne and Allen. Allen and Payne.
Ooh,
Allen Payne. That's an actor. Yeah, that's something, man. They got. I feel like they're gonna do something. I hope to see it this week. I feel like they're gonna do something this week. It would be odd, and I agree with Lopez. It would be odd if they just said, "Hey, man, we're gonna roll out of here," and we just open up this money just for an insurance policy. All right, coming up behind us, as you know, Texans All Access, and they're going to be joined by one of the players that I think many people expect something big out of this year. That's Christian Harris. So he joins Texans All Access tonight. And then following that, Area 45 with Sean Bajani and Patrick Creighton. You know, listen, man, I root for the Astros, and I want well for the Astros, despite some of the delusional people who listen to this show, who hear things that they want to hear, and I try to do my part. And I don't know if they have a slump buster. I don't know if somebody's in there handling things, but Tyler, give me my damn music.
Oh,
let's go! Let's go!
That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
I mean, when you go and come home, and you not only lose 4 in a row to the punk-ass Yankees, you lose 9 in a row. You've lost 9 in a row at home. We got to stop this mess. All right? It's not too green back there with the batter's eye. You got to stop this mess. Here are your starting lineups as they break the streak tonight. They've lost 4 in a row at home this year. They lost 4 to them damn Yankees. Here we go. And leading off and playing second base. He might be 5'6", but he carries the big stick. Woo! Number 27, Jose Altuve. Altuve.
Really, really happy.
And batting second. They love it when they call me Big Papa. Said they love it when they call me Big Papa. He's still tipping on them fofos. The designated hitter, Yordan Alvarez.
Big as hell.
And batting third and right field. Cool as a cucumber, but kind of lame when he's out in front of people. But it's all right. My man's old Tampa Tuck, the reigning top 5 MVP finisher, the right fielder, Kyle Tucker. And batting fourth. Damn it, that's a little tough. He's usually third. And batting fourth. Is that my brother's keeper? You're damn right it is. The real AB, Alex Bregman.
Jordan's a go for launch.
And batting fifth from Azua. The young catcher and the only catcher in the game with 4.540 in his bag, Yaina Diaz.
Playing first base. First baseman. Jose Abreu.
And batting seventh, the left fielder. Some of you know him as Chaz McCormick, but right here on the drive, we know him as White Boy Chaz.
Don't come at me about White Boy Chaz.
Chaz McCormick. And batting short, the batting eighth, playing short, Mr. Panty Dropper himself. He's off to a good start, too. The Panty Dropper, the most attractive man in Major League Baseball, the ladies say. Some of the guys, too. The shortstop, Jeremy Pena.